Sword Art Online, Progressive, 002, Concerto of Black and White. Written by Reki Kawahara. Illustrations by Abec. Read by Mae Zurita. Third Floor of Unconquered, November 2022. 1. The first floor of Unconquered was an anything-goes floor, with no unifying design theme. The terrain was rich and varied, with fields, forests, wastelands, and canyons, not to mention numerous smaller towns and villages outside the main city. It added up to a welcoming atmosphere for new players, but now that the game was deadly, a few people were in the mood to soak in the surroundings. The second floor, however, had a very clear, unified design. The land was covered with green, grazing fields and multi-layered flat-topped mountains. The monsters within were all animal types. As a nod to the effort of beating the first floor, the wilderness of the second was not very difficult, which, combined with the visual style, gave it a laid-back pastoral theme. Most players call it the cow floor, for obvious reasons. Next up was the Unconquered third floor. As I climbed the spiral staircase from the second floor boss chamber to the third floor town, I clenched my fists and muttered, in a way, this is where SAO really starts. It was meant more of a reminder to myself, but my companion heard me and asked, really? Why is that? I scratched my head and explained, well, the third floor is where human mobs first show up. The kobolds and tauruses from below were demi-humans, so they could use simple sword skills. They were still monsters, right? Well, some of the enemies ahead look indistinguishable from players. You honestly wouldn't be able to tell them apart without the color cursor. Just like NPCs, they can talk and use expert sword skills, meaning I looked over my shoulder and fixed Asuna the fencer with a look. This is where the real Sword Art Online begins. I read plenty of magazines, interviews, and articles with Akihiko Kayaba, the man who trapped us in here. He said that the term sword art refers to the light and the sound of the sword skill on a sword skill, a concerto of life and death. Oh. The phrase that had given me shivers of excitement years ago did not have any noticeable effect on Asuna. We continued walking up the stairs at a measured pace. Her next comment took me by surprise. Does that mean he was already plotting this crime when he gave that interview? Well, I guess it does. On the fateful day 5 weeks ago, Kayaba summoned all the players of SAO into the center square of the Town of Beginnings and announced, I created the nerve gear and SAO precisely in order to build this world and observe it. I now have achieved that aim. If those words were true, then from the very first line Kayaba ever drew on nerve gear diagram, he'd been envisioning this terrible crime as his ultimate goal. All his statements that thrilled my mind, well, only a year younger, now only held a terrible double meaning. Asuna quietly murmured, a concerto of life and death. I wonder if he really meant that to refer to the sword art of player against humanoid enemies. Huh? What do you mean? It was my turn to be confused. I'd climbed up an identical set of spiraling staircase the next floor nearby a dozen times between the beta and the full release. So it was familiar enough that I could climb while facing backwards. The only thing that differed between the floors was style of carvings on the blackened walls. A closer look always revealed some kind of thematic hint of the next floor's contents, but I was concentrating on Asuna's words at the moment. Her face was serious. She whispered, maybe I'm overthinking this, but a concerto isn't a performance where instruments form a pair and play against each other. That would be a duet. So what exactly is a concerto then? The definition changes depending on the era, but at its most basic, it's an orchestra acting as background accompaniment to a soloist in a small group of independent players. So it's not one-on-one, but one-on-many, or few-on-many. One against many, I repeated, and stopped myself before I asked if it could mean a player against a group of monsters. It was almost never the case that a single player faced off against a large collection of foes, say 10 or more. Without any magical spells that could attack a large area at once, the closest sword skill merely adding a foot or two to the weapon's reach, being surrounded by monsters in SAO meant certain death. That ironclad law that reflected in the game's design so nearly that all monsters were solitary, or in groups no larger than 3 or 4. As long as you didn't run around intentionally drawing attention or hitting alarm traps, a single player would never encounter a large mass of enemies. Even if it happened, no one would be foolish enough to stand and fight. In that case, there is no battle in this world that actually corresponds to a real concerto. If anything, I refer to a boss battle, but in that case, the boss would be the lead and the players the accompaniment. I said with a wry chuckle. Asuna opened her mouth to respond, then shut it. After a brief pause, she grinned slightly. I suppose so. I'm just overthinking this. More importantly, Kirito. Huh? What? Never mind. Too late. As soon as she said those words, the back of my head slammed against the thick stone of the door at the top of the stairs. Ah! I grunted pitifully as I lost my balance, hands waving wildly. I made sure to fall backwards, sensing it would be better than flopping forward directly onto Asuna. But in that brief instant, the stone door that should have propped my back had already opened. I fell shrieking through the doorway to land directly on my butt atop the mossy paving stones. The momentous first step into the new uncharted floor. The third floor of Unconquered. Its design theme was forest, but this was a forest on a scale unlike the woods around Harunka or the first floor, or the southern area of the second floor. Even the smallest tree here had a trunk, or at least 3 feet across, towered nearly 100 feet in the air. These vast, ancient trees stretched as far as the eye could see, and the golden beams of light that trickled through their endless branch leaves was a magical sight. Wow, Asuna marveled, walking right past me as I writhed and clutched my tailbone. I spun around halfway on my rear to take in the sight. She stopped ahead and spun around in the narrow band of light, drinking in the panorama of thick, endless forests. Incredible. Just this sight was worth all the trouble to get here. The hood of her familiar wool cape was pulled back, so the glint of light reflecting off her long brown hair caught my eye. With her slender build and elegant beauty, Asuna looked more like a frolicking forest dryad than a human player. Yeah, it really was. I murmured and got to my feet. I straightened my leather coat and stretched. Even the air seemed to be sweeter and moister here, full of rich phytonicides than I could imagine. I turned back to see what we'd just walked out of was an ancient stone structure built into the roots of a particularly huge tree. The mouth of the staircase yawning and black. Within 20 minutes, the other frontline players would be wrapping up their tasks and coming out of this exit. And now, I murmured, opening my window, starting up an instant message to Argo the Rat. I told the informant dealer that she should inform the public that the second floor had been conquered, and the teleport gate to the third floor would be opened within an hour. She'd been present to the boss chamber, but had disappeared before the fight was over. So this was just in case. The task set to me by Lind, leader of the raid party, was complete. I closed the window and took another look around the forest. I wanted to stand around and enjoy the feeling of satisfaction at reaching the third floor, but time was of the essence. Like any other new floor, there was shopping to be done, quests to undertake, and levels to gain. But before any of that, I had to confirm something with my temporary party member. I steeled myself for the task, saddled up to Asuna, and she continued to soak in the scenery and coughed politely. I hate to interrupt your leisure. What is it? She turned to me, a rare smile on her face. I drew her gaze north with the point of my index finger. The stone path leading away to my structure behind us split into a Y intersection, just 20 yards ahead. If we turn right up there, it goes to the main city. The left side takes us through the forest for a while, and eventually to the next town. I see. Normally, we ought to go to the city and activate the portal, but I'd prefer to leave that up to Lind and Kabau's teams, since they'll be coming up right after us. I see. Part of this was because I don't want the attention, but the other part of this was that there's a task that we can take care of before we go down the left path. I realize both of those reasons are my own personal rationale, so the grin on her face began to fade. In fact, there was a threatening glare forming in her eyes. It finally dawned on me that if I choose my words poorly here, I would be earning myself the full, mighty wrath of one of Asana's bad moods. I just didn't know the rules of how to avoid that. And she prompted, her voice cool. We do need to restock on supplies, so if you wanted to go just straight to the main city, I suppose we'd have to break up the party here. But of course, if you wanted to join me in tackling this quest in the forest, I wouldn't try to convince you to reconsider. If you're asking me if I don't want to break up the party, then no. I have no problem with that. We're both solo players, unless I'm sorely mistaken. Yes, ma'am. But this errand you're talking about is best taken care of first, I assume. In that case, I'll join you. I hate being inefficient. Of course, if you'd rather kick me out of the party, you can reap the benefits all to yourself. I suppose I can't stop you. No, I just don't want to be selfish at all. Besides, it'll be more efficient for us to go as a group. Then let's get going. I won't need to restock and repair for a while yet. Great. She turned on her heel and strode off down the path, her boots clicking on the stone. I hurried after her, inwardly deciding that I just barely slid in safe, though I had no idea I was safe from exactly. If I'd known it would come to this, I would have talked to the girls in class more often. I silently rued, then snorted in denial. If I was playing a middle schooler with that kind of character build, I wouldn't have been ready to log in to the retail version of SAO 5 seconds after the servers went online. I'd never be walking through this fantastical forest with a frickle fencer in the first place. It was a pointless conjecture. Speaking of which, in the month that I'd been trapped in this castle, I'd been hell-bent on survival, on powering myself up through whatever means I could find. Had I ever stopped to regret my decision to jump into Sword Art Online? Regret would be a normal choice. Anyone who didn't regret getting stuck in here was insane. But no matter how far back I scrolled through my emotional event log, despite the presence of terror and homesickness, there were no hits for regret. So either I was insane, or the circumstances never gave me enough breathing room to even consider regretting my choice. If it was the latter, then the fencer strolling along ahead of me was part of those circumstances. I'd spent so much time catering to her whims and needs that perhaps regret on the other negative emotions simply couldn't find any purchase in my brain. No, don't you dare start to thank her. She's torn you a new one 10 times more often than she's ever shown any gratitude. I picked up my pace to draw even with my casual partner. Based on my beta experience, I knew that the 30 minutes or so between previous floors boss being slain and the teleport gate being activated, the spawn rate of monsters was drastically decreased. I suspected that it was a gift to those weary champions to ensure that they didn't get wiped out by mobs before they could reach the gate of the next floor's main town. Sadly, that effect was only active around the town itself. Only 5 minutes of walking through the forest, I sensed a shift in the surrounding air before my search skill went off. The beautiful fairy tale forest seemed to grow harder, more menacing with every step. Listen up, Asuna. The enemies here are no tougher than the ones on the second floor. They're mostly animals and plants, too, so they won't use sword skills on us, I explained. She nodded silently. But there's one pattern all the mobs here employ. They're going to try to draw us into the forest away from the path during battle. If you charge forward every time they give you an opening, you'll be totally lost by the time you win the fight. Can you just open your map and see the places that you've walked already? The thing is, I waved my right hand to open the menu and flipped to the map that enabled visible mode to show it to Asuna. Oh, it's all dim, she remarked. Indeed, while normally most of the map would be grayed out with a clear 3D model of where we'd already been, the current map screen was dim and hazy, if obscured by mist. Even squinting closely did not reveal the location of the path. This area has the name the Forest of Wandering Mist. The map's hard to read. Occasionally, you walk into mist so thick that you can barely see a thing. So the ironclad rule around here is don't leave the path or your party. Keep that in mind at all times. Understood. So why don't you give me a demonstration? Huh? Something's watching us back there. I slowly turned around. Off the path, at the very lip of the woods, grew a thin, withered tree. Its pale yellow trunk was only 1.5 feet thick and 6 feet tall, far smaller than the behemoth species all around. But pale lights shone in 2 small knotholes in the bark. The branches, stretching out like to the sides, waved like slender claws. The dried-out tree and I stared at each other for several seconds. Eventually, it pulled out a creaking root out of the ground and stepped forward. Next, the left root pulled out for a step, and it began walking towards me. The wobbling steps turned to a full-speed dash. The third knothole opened beneath the other 2, and the tree warbled a howl. Blue! The treant sapling had several special abilities, one of which was when it stood perfectly still, it wouldn't set off my search skill. I was so absorbed in my explanation that I must have walked right past it. Constant vigilance, I admonished myself, reaching over my shoulder to pull my beloved Anil Blade +6 from its sheath. 3 minutes later, I'd cut off both the arm branches, and Asuna had penetrated the mouth of the knothole with her Wind Fleuret +5. The treant moaned sadly and exploded into polygonal shards. We fist-bumped and celebrated, and put away our swords. Despite my warning, I'd fallen for the tree's deceptive flipping of front to the rear sides and wandered 5 yards from the forest. That wasn't a big problem now, but when the mists were out, even 10 yards distance could be dangerous. As she walked around the old stone path, Asuna said, I feel a bit guilty about that. Oh? Well, the tree monster was a sapling, right? It's not very eco-friendly to cut it down like that. Maybe, but you wouldn't be saying that if you saw an elder treant that he'd grow into. You'd be saying, we gotta chop that sucker down while we got the chance. Don't talk like that, Kirito. I get enough of it from Kabao, she warned. We returned to the path and shared a short sigh of relief. The angle of the golden light from overhead was changing already, but we had plenty of time until nightfall. So it should be right around here. What is it? Oh, that task you wanted to take care of. Yes, we're just initiating a quest, but the starting location of the NPC is a bit random. How are your ears, Asuna? I gave her a glance and saw that the fencer was backing away, holding her hands over her cute little pink ears. Is that what you're into, Kirito? You have an ear thing? No. I was referring to your hearing, not the shape of your ears. I'm just kidding. Besides, the situation has nothing to do with our hearing. We're listening with our brains, not our eardrums. Ah, good point. Well, let's try to find it. If only one of us had eavesdropping skill. I straightened my back and cupped my palms behind my ears, knowing that it was probably pointless. Asuna followed my example. So, what sound am I listening for? Don't tell me it's a single leaf falling. Don't worry, it's not a natural sound. We're trying to find the clanging of swords on sword. Asuna looked startled at the moment, then nodded her understanding. We stood in the middle of the path, our backs pressed together, focusing in all four directions with our 4 ears. I often ignored them, but there was actually quite a lot of atmospheric noise in the game. The whistling of the breeze, the rustling of the leaves, scampering of critters, and the chirping of songbirds. I shut out each and every one of those sounds out of my mind, searching for the harsh, artificial clang of metal on metal. Asuna and I twitched together. I turned to my right and Asuna to her left, to the southwest. There was a faint but distinct clashing of blades coming from that direction. Let's go, I said, striding forward. Asuna pulled my coat from behind. Is it safe to go into the forest? Don't worry. As long as we start the quest safely, we'll be able to return to the path. And what if we don't? Not a problem. I have a camping set. Let's go. As I trotted off into the woods, I heard a skeptical camping? It turned quickly into footsteps. Away from the stone path, the ground was soft, mossy, just enough to be noticeable, but not uncomfortable to walk on. I wove around trunks left and right, trailing the source of the sound. Coming across any monsters here would disrupt our search, so I gave any cursors that popped up in my search range a wide berth. That last thing I wanted to see was another treant. Fortunately, we did not run across any. After less than 5 minutes of jogging, the clanging of metal was much louder than before. Joined by shouts and screams, 2 NPC cursors appeared directly ahead, followed by the flashes of colliding swords peeking through the branches. One more massive tree trunk, and we'd be at the battleground. I stopped before the rounded tree and held Asuna back with an outstretched arm, holding up my index finger in a shushing motion. We leaned around the trunk to peer at the same time. 2 silhouettes were locked in fierce combat in the middle of a wide clearing. One was a tall man, wearing a gleaming metal armor of gold and green. Even at a glance, it was clear that his longsword, buckler, were high-level equipment. His long platinum blonde hair was tied at the back, and his face was that of a dashing Scandinavian lead actor from Hollywood film. The other combatant stood out in a dark relief with a black and purple armor. The curved saber and small kite shield were dark in color but equally powerful. The fighter's hair was short and smoky purple, which combined with the darkly tanned skin was strikingly beautiful. Luscious red lips and swelling curve on the breastplate made it clear that the dark figure was a woman. Ha! The blond man let out a fierce roar and swung down his sword. Sha! The purple-haired woman stuck behind her saber. A fierce clang echoed throughout the clearing, and the flashing light's effect lit the deep forest in an instant. Are those really NPCs? Asuna murmured, below her voice filled with wonder. I understood how she felt. Their precise movements and realistic expressions were so lifelike, it was hard to see them as soulless avatars under the control of the game systems. Technically, they're classified as mobs. Look at their ears. Huh? Oh, they're both pointy, which means the man is a forest elf, the woman is a dark elf. Look above their heads. Asuna's eyes traveled up a bit. She murmured in surprise again. Both warriors had a golden exclamation mark above their heads. That was proof that the quest initiating NPCs. Normally, walking up and starting a conversation would automatically open up the quest log. But in this case, what does it mean if they both have quest marks and they're fighting each other? It's simple. You can only accept one. I need you to make a very important choice here, Asuna, I said. She took her eyes off the elves and looked at me. A choice? Yeah, the quest they'll give us isn't one-off quest, or even a series of quests. It's the first major campaign in the game. It lasts through several floors and won't wrap up until we get to the ninth. Ninth, she was going to scream, but her mouth got clamped shut in time. Her hazelnut brown eyes were wide with shock. Secretly enjoying her surprise, I added another bombshell. And if you screw up along the way, there are no do-overs. No switching to the opposite side either. The choice you make here is going to last until the ninth floor of Aincrad. Excuse me, couldn't you have just told me this earlier? Her face went to the anger to indecision. Wait, opposing side? Does that mean those two elves? Exactly. We have to choose which one to save and which one to fight. Which one will it be? Black or white? Asuna gave me a scorchingly appraising look. This isn't a real choice, is it? Maybe if it was a regular game, but not now. We have to follow the same route that you took in the beta. In fact, I'm positive that I can guess exactly which one you choose. Now it was my turn to clam up unformidably. Her cold gaze bored into my face, and she spoke with an absolute conviction. You chose the Dark Elf Lady, didn't you? Yes, I did, but not because she was a lady, because she was dark. But I knew that excuse wouldn't fly. Asuna understood and straight up turned away in a huff. Well, fine. I would never take the side of a man to cut down a woman anyway. Let's help out the Dark Elf and defeat the Forest Elf. Agreed? She hurried to pop out of her hiding spot, but I grabbed her the back of the hood first. Wait. One more important thing. What? Well, just so you know, even if we help the Dark Elf side, there's no way we can beat the Forest Elf. What? Her eyes went wide. I put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. As you can probably tell from the tough-looking gear, they're both elite mobs. You don't find Forest Elven Howl Knights or Dark Elven Royal Guards until the 7th floor. No matter how much of a safety margin we're working with, we only made it to the 3rd floor. We can't win. Then what do we do? I mean, if we die in this fight, don't worry, there's no death if we lose. Once we're down to half HP, the fighter we're helping will use her secret attack to win. We just have to keep focused on defense. Don't panic when he starts chopping our HP away. Just stay calm and wait for the lady to do her thing. Losing control and running around is the worst thing that can happen here. You never know where you might pull in a nearby mob by accident. All right. Good. I patted her on the shoulder. And let's go. Then we'll jump out and count to 3. The quest starts automatically, and we get near, just stay next to me. She nodded in understanding. I lined up next to her and counted to 3 and said a silent apology. There was one thing I hadn't told Asuna. When we jumped in to save the Dark Elf, her name was Kismel. She would unleash her forbidden art to save us from the Forest Elf Knight, dying in the process. If we chose the opposite route and helped the Forest Elf, he would do the same thing. No matter the choice, both elves would die in this clearing. And we'd been embroiled in the War of the Two Races, the start of a long, long campaign, an epic tale. 2, 1, go! We leaped out into the clearing. The battling elves looked at us momentarily, then jumped backward to keep distance between them. Each of the exclamation marks turned into a question mark to indicate the quest in progress. What is humanity doing in this forest? The male elf demanded. Do not interfere. Be gone from this place, ordered the dark elf. We had the option of leaving, of course, but that was beside the point of being here. Asa and I made eye contact, drew our swords, and leveled the points at the gaudy forest elf's chest. His handsome features grew cold and furious. The yellow event-related mob cursor gained a blinking red border, a warning that the target was about to turn aggressive. You fools! For the crime of siding with this dark elf scum, your blood will quench my sword's thirst. That's right, but it's you who will perish, you wife-abusing pig, Asuna retorted, stealing my one-liner and adding a dubious charge of domestic abuse. The forest elf cursor shifted from the pale yellow to the menacing dark crimson. Before I could even note the foreboding tint of red, the man put on a beautiful but haughty smile. "So be it. I will start with you humans. Remember, just focus on defense," I called out to Asuna, focusing on his longsword. "Of course, will only last 3 minutes at best," I silently added, but when I glanced over at my partner's face, I felt a distinct sense of unease. Even in the short time I'd known her, I could recognize the expression she was wearing now. The one that she was dead set on something. Focus on defense? I know, she snapped. But there was a ferocious glint of the rapier clenched in her right hand. 20 minutes later. "This can't be happening," the forest elf muttered as he collapsed on the ground. "This can't be happening," I repeated, blinking in surprise as I checked to confirm that his HP bar did indeed read 0. In contrast, both Asuna and my HP bars were at half, just before we would reach the yellow line. During the beta, I'd been in a party of 4. We'd been thrashed in just 2 minutes. Well, he wasn't so tough after all. I looked over to see Asuna, back straight despite her obvious fatigue. A few feet to her left was the dark elf, dark saber and gaze pointed right at the fallen foe. "You should have died, Missy," echoed in my mysterious, unsourced phrase inside my head. Kismel, the dark elf, looked up at me. Her onyx eyes seemed to be filled with the shock, bewilderment, and unanswered question of what she should do next. But that had to be my imagination. I prayed it was my imagination. 2. If this quest, the Jade Key, had developed as it happened in the beta, the following should have occurred. Whether we allied with the forest elf or the dark elf, ultimately both would end up dead. The elf we sided with would remain alive for a few seconds extra, long enough to say, "Deliver this key to such and such," before perishing. The such and such being either the forest elf base on the north end of the woods or the dark elf base on the south. Once the bodies had vanished, a small bag of soon leaves would be left behind, containing a large and beautiful key carved of green stone. At that point, of course, the player was able to take the key to the northern or southern camp. They would sell it to an NPC shop if they wished, but that would permanently prevent them from finishing the quest. If properly delivered without failing into a temptation, the commander at the elf base would part with a special reward and the initiation of the next quest. But I had no idea there was a different branching pathway in the quest, one in which the elf ally survived the battle. If I didn't know it, no one else did, even Argo. We had to expect a totally new, unfamiliar story ahead. A short distance away from me, Asuna and the still silent dark elf Kismel, the forest elf's body disappeared with a brief crackle. We received a considerable amount of experience, along with a couple of rare items, but I didn't have time to check that now. A familiar bag of leaves was lying on the ground where the forest elf's body had been. Abandoned items had been claimed soon before they disappeared into thin air, but I wasn't even sure if I was supposed to pick this one up. What if I touched it, and it was a trigger that turned Kismel hostile? Gee, what's this? I said unconvincingly. Asuna bent down and picked up the key as though nothing was out of the ordinary, though I hastily grabbed the hood of her cape, which earned me a furious glare. Finally, Kismel reacted. She bent over and cradled the bag carefully with her black leather gloves. An exhalation of relief left her lips, so she held it close to her chest. "At least we can protect the sanctuary now," she murmured to herself, put the bag in her waist pouch, and stood up to face us. The subtle way her ferocity in her eyes, despite her wavering hesitation, didn't seem possible for a mere simple system-controlled object. "I must thank you," she said, her armor clanking as she bowed in salute. The first secret key has been protected. Your assistance is appreciated. Come with me to our base, and the commander will wish you a reward for your help. Again, a question mark appeared over her head to indicate quest in progress. I was inwardly relieved, though I did my best not to show it. It seemed that the quest would proceed as normal, even after we beat the elf ourselves. However, my original plan was butt into the fight, let them both perish, get the key, and return to the main town. We hadn't taken a break to refresh the resupply since beating the second floor boss. The elation at reaching the new floor was masking my fatigue, but exhaustion here was mental rather than physical, and hit the player like a ton of bricks out of nowhere. My current partner, Asuna, had passed out from extreme exhaustion right after our first meeting down in the first floor labyrinth. While it was rare to get that far, lapses of concentration led to mistakes, and controlling that fatigue safely was a vital tool for any solo player. I peered sidelong at the fencer. She took a step forward without a glance at me and spoke to Kismel herself. In that case, we'd be honored. I wasn't the only one who held my tongue. Kismel stared at Asuna in silence. NPCs in Unconquered, technically, the Dark Elf Kismel was classified as a mob, did not respond to a player comments unless they came in a clear yes or no form. I coughed awkwardly, ready to give a simpler answer, but before I could get the words out of my mouth, the knight nodded and spun around. Very well. The base camp is through the south end of the woods. My quest log updated. The question mark over her head vanished. At the same time, a message appeared in the upper left indicating that the third party member had joined. A fresh new HP bar was added to the list. Kismel strode off coolly, and Asuna sprang after her. I stood, rooted to the spot, for 3 seconds, hurrying off to catch up. The elf must have picked up an affirmative nuance from Asuna's reply. But as far as I know, NPCs in the beta test had nowhere near the kind of conversational ability. Perhaps it was simpler as an NPC's response database being expanded between the end of the beta and the start of the retail game. But something about Kismel's speech and expression felt too natural for that to be the explanation. She was just like any other player. I walked at the rear of the 3-man team, examining her color cursor just to be sure. It was yellow for NPC, technically an event mob, and her name was listed as Kismel, Dark Elven Royal Guard. Players weren't allowed to replicate monster titles within their names, so this was proof that Kismel was indeed nothing more than a moving object controlled by the system. If SAO was a normally functioning game, there might be a faint chance that she was actually being played by a member of the game staff, but that couldn't be true now because now it's deadly. It must be my imagination. I sped up to draw even with the 2 women. Being an overpowered beater might have created a dangerously unpredictable set of circumstances in this case, but there was one way in which it was definite improvement. Reaching the Dark Elf base required venturing off the path and through the woods, increasing the chances of enemy encounters, and given the thick, obscuring mists that gave the forest its name, it was all too easy to lose sight of one's location. But Kismel served us valuably in more ways than one. Her saber made quick work of any foes who's happened to cross our path. And as for an elf, she seemed to know exactly which way to go through the heavy mists. As an admirer of efficiency, I considered taking this opportunity to wander around and fight more mobs with Kismel, but I thought better of it. I didn't want to give the proud elite elf warrior a reason to be angry with me. So it took 15 minutes of hiking through misty forests to reach the sight of many black flags ripping in the breeze. That didn't take very long. Asuna said next to me, and I had reluctantly agreed. Kismel stopped marching, turned around to face us. She spoke with what I thought was a note of pride in her voice. A forest sinkling charm has been cast on the camp. You would have not found it easily without me. Oh, a charm? Is that like magic? I thought there wasn't any magic in this world. Asuna boldly remarked. I felt a chill run down my back. Aside from her overly informal tone, I wasn't sure if Asuna said was even understandable to the NPC, and her preset array of responses. It felt like Kismel might not be able to answer it, even if she understood the meaning. The reason magic didn't exist in SAO was to allow players the experience of melee combat firsthand in VR MMO environment. They didn't want to turn it into a long-distance shooter. Listen, Asuna, that's not... I started, trying to help Kismel out by explaining the concept, but once again my consideration was totally unnecessary. Our charms are not up to the level of magic, the dark elf said, her long eyelashes low. If anything, they're just a faint afterglow of great magic of old. When we were cut from the tree of the earth, the people of Lysula lost all magic. The shock of what she said hit me 5 seconds later. That was as long as it took to actually process what she'd said. We lost all magic because we were cut free from the earth. I had a feeling that she wasn't just giving an explanation of why magic skills didn't exist in Sword Art Online. This might be something that corresponded directly to the existence of the floating castle, Einkrad. Now that I thought of it, I never had any exposure to the background story of SAO. I tore through countless articles and interviews about the game that was first announced, but nothing more was said about this setting other than it was a floating castle in the sky, made up of hundreds of floors, with their own little world maps. This was strange, because whether single player or multiplayer, the background story of an RPG of how the world came to be was usually just as important as the concrete game itself. Even in the beta test, the background of the world was opaque. I completed this campaign quest back then, but I recalled that the story being rather simple, unconnected to the origins of Einkrad. The forest elves and the dark elves were fighting over some holy sanctuary, whatever that actually was. When the retail game launched and promptly trapped all of its guests inside, I felt like I understood why the background of SAO was such a blank slate. The lack of a story of any kind of a descriptive background was a challenge from the developer himself. Kayaba was telling us, the stage is set, it's up to you to create the story now. That was just my imagination talking, of course, but it didn't seem very far-fetched at this point. In that case, the words of Kismel the Dark Elf as an extension of the SAO system surpassed even Kayaba's intentions. I was possessed by an urge to overwhelm the Elven Knight with questions as we walked, whether this Lysula was a continent, a kingdom, or a city, why the Dark Elves were torn from their home, why they were trapped here in the floating castle, what this castle really was, and why it had been built. Most likely, none of that information had any bearing on our primary goal, beating the game, returning to reality. The only reason I had started this campaign quest was for the plentiful experience points and the high-level rewards. There was no emotional attachment to the Dark Elf forces. If Asuna had insisted, I would have sided with the Forest Elf man against Kismel earlier. I stifled my sudden burst of curiosity with a deep breath and continued my silent march behind the knight. As we approached the swirling black flags, the mist suddenly cleared away as though they had never been there, and my field of vision returned. We were very close to the southern end of the forest. Sharp-cut rock walls extended left to right. A narrow passage, barely 15 feet wide, proceeded through the rock. Slim pillars of either side atop the poles flew landmark black flags adorned with crests of horns and blades. Standing before the two poles were dark elf soldiers, proudly bearing glaives and wearing heavier armor than Kismel, though still light compared to the variety available to players. Our companions strode up to the guards. When I did this quest in the beta, Kismel had perished against the forest elf, and our party of 4 had approached these guards without a go-between. But it was this situation that had me more nervous. Asuna leaned over and whispered, "I might as well ask, we're not going to have to fight in this base camp, are we?" "We won't. We shouldn't, as long as we don't attack any of them at least. Or maybe they just cancel out your progress and kick you out?" "You'd better not attempt to find out," she glared at me, then summoned her courage and picked up the pace. Fortunately, the guards did nothing worse than glare suspiciously as we passed them. After a short walk through the narrow passage, it opened wide onto space a good 50 yards across. About 20 tents of black and purple, various sizes, filled the space as a glamorous dark elf strode about the grounds. All in all, an impressive sight. "Wow, the camp's a lot bigger than it was in the beta," I murmured, quiet enough so Kismel couldn't hear. Asuna looked at me doubtfully. "Was it in a different place before?" "Yeah, but not the strange thing. Most of these locations are related to the campaign are temporary instances." "Insentance?" Asuna had brushed up furiously on her gaming lingo in the last month, but this term was unfamiliar. I explained as we walked towards the largest tent in the back of the canyon. "It's a location that's created temporarily for each party taking on the quest. I guess you could say, see, we're going to talk to the Dark Elf leader to advance the quest, but if another party comes along, that makes it complicated, doesn't it? Some quests, like the Herbs of the Forest quest on the first floor, and they shut off the area for general access if someone's talking to the NPC. So you're saying that I have temporarily vanished from the 3rd floor map to move to this base?" "That's right," I said, impressed by the speed of her understanding. She narrowed her eyes and gave me a sneering look. "You can leave any time, right?" Then, proceedings had been rather irregular. But the meeting with the commander of the Dark Elf Advance Forces went smoothly. Of course, being presumably stronger than Kismel, the commander could have slaughtered us in seconds if anything went wrong. He was delighted the safe return of Kismel and the Jade Key, granting us considerable rewards and equipment, even better than the choices we had several items. The saber decorated like Kismel's swords drew my eye, but my Neelblade +6 was stronger, so I had settled on a ring that added a point to strength. Asuna made a similar decision, choosing an earring with +1 to agility. The commander finished by initiating a new quest for the second leg of the campaign. Asuna and I left the tent. Back into the grassy canyon, the ceiling formed by the first floor above acted as our sky was turning from the color of a sunset. It had to be close to 5 o'clock. Now that my nerves had eased, fatigue was thudding down, and it was time to rest for the day. Kismel stretched in a realistically natural way and turned to us, a hint of a smile on her lips. "Warriors of humankind, allow me to thank you again for your help. I hope that you will assist in our next operation." We'd be happy to help." "Now that I think of it, I have not heard your names yet. What are they?" My eyes nearly bugged out of their sockets again. I'd never been asked my name by a mob before. No, I couldn't keep treating her like a monster. She was an NPC. My name is Kirito." Your human names are difficult to pronounce. Is it Kirito?" Her intonation was slightly off, so I repeated myself. "Kirito. Kirito." That's perfect. That must have been a system sequence to fine-tune the name pronunciation. Somewhat relieved that she was finally doing something recognizable, NPC-like, I watched Kismel repeat the process with Asuna. Once she was satisfied, she'd learned the way of our names were said. The Lady Knight continued, Kirito and Asuna, please call me Kismel. I will leave the timing of our departure up to you. If you wish to return to your human town, I can send you nearby with another charm, or you can spend the night in one of our tents. Finally, something going exactly as I remember, I thought. Back to the beta test, I took a fair number of naps in the tents to save time on travel back to town. The beds were nice, the food was good, and most importantly, both were free. It was only lasted while the quest was active, but it would be a waste not to take advantage of that value. Asuna had read my mind like a book. With an exasperated shrug of her shoulders, she answered, In that case, we will be grateful to accept your hospitality. Perhaps you should save your thanks. After all, that's right. This is it. Wait, that's not right. At this point, we'd been granted the use of an empty tent, as its owner had died at the start of the quest. In other words, it was originally Kismel's sleeping chamber that me and my 3 party members, all men, had borrowed. But now the lady was alive, which meant, without a spare tent, you will need to share mine. It will be a tight fit for all 3 of us, but you're welcome. No, we'd be happy to. 3 of us? Asuna stopped still. Kismel seemed to be waiting for more of a definitive statement, so I picked up the slack. Thank you. We'll be happy to use it. Good. I will be here within the grounds, so call upon me if you should need anything. So long for now. The proud dark elf bowed again, strode off toward the dining tent. Asuna was frozen in place for 3 whole seconds, then turned toward me, her face shifting through 3 different expressions. Is it possible to back out and have her charm over us towards the town? Sadly, I knew the answer already. One of our party members in the beta had tried that very thing. As a beater, it was my duty to pass on the information in my pocket. No. As with the base camp itself, Kismel Tent had been upgraded significantly since the beta. The owner had described it as a tight fit for 3, but in reality, 6 of us could have set up with beds with room to spare. Thick, luxurious pelts were spread across the ground, easily comfortable enough to sleep until the morning. The tent fabric that served as walls was thick and woven as well, enough to block out as all sound from the outside. In the front of the center pillar was an oddly shaped heater that emitted an orange glow with a pleasant warmth. I walked into the center of the pleasant, comfortable space and sat down, sighing in contentment. Lazily, I lifted a hand to open my window and slowly removed my sword and various articles of armor. When I rolled onto my back, I accidentally met the cold glare of Asuna. The fencer took a few steps over me and gently nudged my side with the tip of her boot. I submitted to her silent pressure, rolling over until I hit the left wall of the tent, at which point Asuna removed her boot. That's your spot. Imagine there's a border right here. She traced an imaginary line with her boot, about a third of the way into the tent. And I had to find out, and what happens if I attempt to invade your border? This camp isn't considered a safe zone, is it? I read you loud and clear, I said, nodding on the ground. She smiled back, walked to the other side of the room. The round tent was about 25 feet across, so there was quite a distance from wall to wall. I watched her cross, then removed her breastplate and rapier, shaking out her long hair before she sat atop the furs. She leaned her back against a pillar and muffled something over a moment before putting on her long boots and storage as well. Asuna stretched out her long, white-socked feet, looked up at the ceiling, and let out a slow, steady sigh. When she eventually looked over to me, I was rudely staring back. I glanced away, hastily, and babbled in a high voice. So, I don't mind sleeping outside if you prefer. I've got a sleeping bag and everything. It's fine as long as you respect the border. She responded, her voice surprisingly neutral. I hazarded another glance across the tent. Asuna was rubbing the furs on the ground with her hand as she changed the topic to something that had caught her interest. So, about this quest series, I'm not quite sure of the point of it yet. It's not something about how either of the Dark Elves or the Forest Elves are good or evil, right? Uh, um, yeah, that's right. Assuming the gist is the same as in the beta, they're a floor above us with a place called the Sanctuary, with some incredibly powerful items sealed inside of it. And the Dark Elves and the Forest Elves are fighting over it. So that key in the bag of leaves was to the Sanctuary? Yep, if I remember correctly, there are 6 of them in total, hidden across the floors, so collecting them is the main focus of the quest. I see. That's what I was wondering about. So, you said that when we first spotted Kismel, the forest elf, we could choose which side to help, right? I did. Which means some players could choose to side with the forest elves and be working with the other side of the story at the same time as us, right? That's right, I said, and finally realized what Asuna was getting at. Oh, you're wondering if we ever have to come across players working on the forest elf side while doing a quest. Maybe we'll end up competing or fighting with them, she finished, her eyebrows knitted in concern. I put on an awkward smile to reassure her. Don't worry, it won't come to that. It's not like one of those quests to kill a certain number of enemies or collect a certain amount of loot where you have to compete with other players to reach your allotted total. These story-style quests make it so each player or party has their own independent, I tried to frame it in a way that a beginner to MMOs would understand, but Asuna had already pieced it together. Oh, like this base camp. So a number of different parties can be at different points in the story and reach completely different endings? Yeah, that's the gist of it, so we don't have to worry about groups following the enemy camp quest, trying to take these items from us. It's not as if one side completing the quest successfully means the opposing side loses. Ah. Asuna nodded, in her apparent understanding, but her expression did not clear the way that suggested her fears had been eliminated. She weaved herself back up to a sitting position and crossed her legs, facing me directly. Something still bothering you? I'm not sure if it's bothering me, I just hard to grasp. If you're right, this base camp instance, if a different one exists for every party doing the quests, then that means the same number of Kismels and commanders exist, too. That seems kind of... yeah. I finally understood the nature of Asuna's confusion. It was the greatest contradiction of questing in an online game. Normally, an incident should arise once. For instance, Herbs of the Forest quest from the first floor. The sickly girl, Agatha, required special healing herbs that would only be collected from a plant-type monster. I handily, it wasn't quite that easy, collected all of the quest materials. Agatha's mother brewed a medicine from them, and the girl recovered. But the next player who visited that house would find a sickly Agatha. As long as there were players to accept the quest, she was locked in an eternal cycle of painful disease and recovery. The campaign quest Austin and I had started was an expanded version of that concept. After a 20-minute battle, we defeated the Forest Elf Knight and saved Kismel's life. But as more players took on the quest after us, dozens, if not hundreds, of Kismells would die, along with a similar number of handsome forest elves. But that was unavoidable. If each quest was only playable by one player or party for the sake of story consistency, the game would lose all pretense of fairness. It might be one thing to sidestep the creating an infinite number of unique quests, but that's not realistically possible. Even the mad genius like Akihito Kayaba. When I finished explaining all this to Asuna, she nodded, slowly, and thanked me for the information. But I suspected she'd known all along. Like her, there was something about this that sat wrong with me. After all, an event-related NPC, Kismel was all too human. Or elvish. A lonely, plaintive horn blew within the camp. I checked my clock and saw that it was already 6 o'clock. Plagued by equal parts of sleepiness and hunger, I was wondering which of the two addresses when the flap of the tent of entrance lifted open. It was Kismel, the owner of the tent. She was still dressed in her gleaming metal armor and long cape. Austin and I hastily scrambled to our feet. Kismel looked at us in turn and said, "I'm afraid I cannot offer you much at this humble camp, but you are free to use this tent however much you wish. The dining tent will serve you food anytime you need it. There's also a simple tent for bathing." "You have a bath?" Asuna repeated instantly. Kismel nodded and pointed off to her left. "It is next to the dining tent. Again, it is available at your leisure." "Thank you. I'm certainly going to take advantage of that," Asuna said without hesitation, bowing to Kismel and heading out of the tent flap without a backward glance at me. Kismel strode farther inside and said, "I believe I will have a rest. Just say the word if you need anything." I was still idly contemplating whether I should prioritize food or sleep when Kismel stopped next to the heater, put her hand on the large gemstone that acted as a clasp on her shoulder plate. With a strange tinkling sound, her armor, cape, and saber vanished into motes of light. All that was left beneath it was the sheer undergarments that shone like silk. I was so shocked that I couldn't pull my gaze away. There was a distinctly un-elven volume to her body beneath the black fabric. Perhaps that was made of her dark elf? Suddenly, a hand grabbed the back of my collar, and an icy voice said into my ear, "You should take a bath as well. You must have gotten sweaty after the first boss fight." Well, I'm certainly feeling a cold sweat now. An irresistible force dragged me back outward through the entrance of the tent. Outside, the dark elf camp looked even more fantastical than usual, with the transition from late afternoon to evening. Here and there, about the base, were elegantly designed steel mesh cages holding silent, purplish flames. A restrained lute melody was playing from one of the tents, to which the crickets in the grass added their own ringing harmony. Even the soldiers' laughs, coming from the large dining tent and the clanging hammer of the Elves' attendant blacksmith, seemed like a musical instrument, adding to the performance. I walked behind Asuna, concentrating on the unfamiliar sounds of the non-human camp. Suddenly, I remembered a very important mission, called out to the back of the tunic ahead. "Oh, Asuna." "What?" She slowed down, and I could catch up to her, but I did not stop walking. "The NPC blacksmith here is really high level, so we should upgrade your weapon to maximum while we can." "To maximum? Are you sure?" She replied doubtfully. She must have been recalling the scene of her favorite sword helplessly shattered before her eyes several days ago. Of course, that was only a fake substitute, switch in for the quick change mod. She hadn't known at any other time. The visceral shock still remained in her memory. I nodded vigorously to set her at ease. "You might not have a 100% chance of success, but the few materials should boost the rate to maximum. If we can get yours to +6, that should allow you to go through the middle of this floor." Asuna bought her beloved wind fleuret just before the strategy meeting for the first floor boss raid. Statistically, it wasn't really cut out for the third floor, But if upgraded completely, everyone's limited upgrade attempts successful, it might serve her a little while longer. For me, it was a rare prioritization of sentiment over efficiency. But to my surprise, Asuna looked down, mulled it over. Her fingers wandered along her waist as though searching for her sheath of the rapier that was currently stored away in her inventory. Remember what you said before? About melting down a sword to use material for a new one? Ah, yeah, that's right. Could I have done it here with their blacksmith? Sure, if you want, but Asuna finally stopped walking and turned to me, causing me to realize I'd stopped already. There was a rare hint of a smile on her face. Thanks for the concern, but if we're going to brave the risk of attempting an upgrade for a sword, I'm just going to get rid of it in a few days. I'd rather have it reborn here. I see. If that was how Asuna felt, it wasn't my place to tell her otherwise. All right. I'm sure it'll make for a powerful blade. Well, let's go see the blacksmith's tent. I headed for the other direction, and Asuna grabbed my shirt. The bath comes first. I didn't remember if the base camp had a bath during the beta, but even if it did, none of our male party would have bothered to use it. If we wanted to bathe back then, we could just log out and take a real one. If any of us fell asleep in the tents, it was to enjoy the camping experience, nothing more. Even now that we were permanently trapped in here, I wasn't particularly attached to the idea of bathing, but it was clearly a top priority for my temporary partner. Perhaps if there was a magical hot spring that offered its own buff effect, but in that case, I'd jump in fully clothed. The sensation of being wet was unpleasant, added a bit of weight, but it wore off soon after you left the water. Since this bath was a favorite of dark elves, perhaps it did have some magical effect of its own. Then again, it might have a negative prank effect, like causing your ears to grow pointier, and the longer you stayed in the water. Asuna and I arrived at a small tent behind the dining area, while I pointlessly pondered the effect of elf baths. We stopped and looked at each other. There was only one entrance to the bathing tent, so there was no making a swinging flap that was designed for male or female. Asuna silently parted the flaps to peer inside, then pulled her head out. There's only one bath in there. I see. Even as a dweeby middle schooler, I knew enough not to joke that this meant we had to bathe together. I put on a serious face as I could manage and stepped back. In that case, I'll go next door and grab a bite while you're bathing. Take your time. I'll come back when you're... I asked this before. But are you sure this place is outside the crime prevention zone? I blinked a few times, baffled by this seemingly unrelated question, then nodded. That's right. Which means it would be dangerous to remove all of our equipment here. Well, in the general sense, sure. In that case, it makes sense for one of us to stand guard at the entrance while the other is bathing. We can flip a coin to see who goes first. I finally understood Asuna's concern. She wasn't truly afraid of a sudden attack by monsters or enemy players, but the possibility of a male dark elves in the camp barging in while she was bathing. It seemed silly to get it worked up about NPCs, but I could see her point. Given that it was my fault that Argo, the information dealer, had burst into the bathroom while Asuna was bathing earlier, I ought to be accommodating her here. I reached that conclusion in the span of a second and nodded to reassure her. Understood. I'll take the second turn. You go first. Thank you. Asuna grinned and disappeared into the tent with blinding speed. It was a brief moment. The flap was raised. I saw an elegantly carved bathtub filled to the lip with a pale green water. The only thing separating the bathing area from the outside would be a simple cloth door that hung loose in the wind. It was easy to see why a girl would feel uncertain about bathing on her own in such circumstances. If it was that bad, she probably didn't need to take a virtual bath, I thought, but she had her own priorities. In a world where death lurked around every corner, there had to be some way to relax. Let away accumulate stress away. I needed to find my own way to refresh. while we were both here in the safety of the camp. I sat down, leaned back against a support pillar. From beyond a simple layer of canvas, I heard two small swishing sounds. Those had to be the commands to remove all clothes and then all underwear. There was a splash, then a contented sigh. How can anyone relax like this? I growled at myself, folded my arms, and assumed a Zen sitting position. SAO had a meditation skill, but not a specific Zen skill. I prided myself on my ability to focus my concentration. However, I might not be able to fully relax here, but I could at least dedicate my mind to future build choices and equipment upgrade paths. Came a faint melody humming to my ears, obliterated my concentration. At this point, it seemed like the only possible solution to this quandary was if the pillar had failed to support my weight, sending me tumbling backwards into the tent. But the thick log stayed firm, lodged concretely into the ground. The metal assault of splashing and humming continued unbated for the next 30 minutes. 3. My eyes opened as suddenly as a bubble popping on the water surface. It was still night. The only sound was insects. The lute playing as I drifted off to sleep was no more, and neither were the voices and footsteps of the soldier, or the hammering of blacksmiths' anvils. I shut my eyes, considering going back to sleep, but within a few seconds, I was fully awake. Abandoning my attempt to rest, I sat up. Across the tent, the fencer was fast asleep, her posture pristine. But I didn't see Kismel in the space between us, where she should have been. After my temporary partner had finished her bath, I had slipped in for my own, and was out of water by the count of the 100. Fortunately, neither of us had grown pointy ears after using it. We moved over to the dining tent with the surprisingly friendly elf soldier, and dined lightly on baked bread, roast chicken, and vegetable soup and fruit. When we returned to Kismel's tent, I felt highly satisfied. We found the tent owner already curled up in the blankets and sleeping peacefully. The moment I saw that, all my fatigue from earlier came flooding back, and the two of us silently took our corners of the tent and laid down on the furs. I remember pulling a nearby blanket up to my chin, and nothing after that. My menu window said that it was 2 a.m. No wonder I felt awake. I'd gotten a solid 7 hours of sleep. Taking care not to make any noise, I closed the window and slipped out of the blankets. When I passed through the hanging flap of the tent, the night lamps of the camp were mostly out, leaving the area lit by pale moonlight. A quick scan of the area showed no one moving, except 2 sentries marking the walls. So where could Kismel have gone? Perhaps onward the next quest on her own? I shook my head. An NPC wouldn't be that independent, and her HP bar listed next to Asa's mine was still full. I thought it over, then decided to head to one part of the Dark Elf base I hadn't visited yet, behind the commander's tent, at the very back of the clearing. The moonlight in Unconquered was bright enough in any place open to the sky to make it easy to walk around. The moon itself was out of sight unless you were close to the outer perimeter, of course. So its light was reflecting off the tower side of the floor above. But just that gave the blue glow an even more earthly beauty. I headed east around the great command tent and stopped when the space behind it came into view. It was a tiny, grassy stretch with a single tree. I recalled it being an entirely empty dead space in the beta, but now there were 3 new objects beneath the long branches of the tree. 3 simple but beautiful grave markers carved of wood. The woman I'd been searching for was standing before the leftmost grave. She was in a tunic and tights now, not the underwear from earlier, but still without her signature armor. She was downcast, staring at the base of the grave. In the light of the moon, her smoky purple air was glowing like lilac. After a few seconds of hesitation, I slowly approached, stopping several feet away. The dark elf knight noticed my footsteps and looked up at me. "Kirito, the morrow will be difficult if you don't get your rest," she whispered. "I slept better than I usually do. Thanks for letting us use your tent." "I don't mind. It's too large for me alone," she responded, then looked back to the grave. I took 2 more steps and examined the marker. There were small words carved into its flesh, unfinished surface. I squinted and made out the name Tilnell. "Tilnell?" I said aloud, and noticed that it sounded very similar to the rhythm of Kismel. She paused and then said, "My sister. She lost her life in the first battle after we descended this floor last month." The phrase "descended" to this floor indicated that dark elves, and likely forest elves as well, understood that the floating castle of Eincrad was made out of numerous stacked floors. Not only that, they could use their magical charms to sidestep the system of the labyrinth stairs and town teleport gates. Perhaps their movement range was limited from this floor up to the 9th. I'd had this basic knowledge of the elves since the beta, when I completed the campaign quest for the first time, but I was so preoccupied of getting further into the game than anyone else at the time. It never occurred to me that the battle between the elves might tie into the game world itself. I was stuck by the sudden urge to ask Kismel how Eincrad came to be, but I held it with the breath of cool night air. It wasn't fair to ask so much an important question while Asuna was absent, and this wasn't the time to ask anyway. Instead, I asked about Kismel's late sister. "Was Tilnell a knight too?" "No, my sister was a herbalist. Her job on the battlefield was to tend the wounded. She never carried anything larger than a dagger. She was at the rear guard when the forest elves Falconers ambushed us from behind." I grimaced and held my breath. The forest elven Falconers were the worst mob on the 3rd floor after the bosses and event enemies. The dark elves had their own dark elven wolf handlers, but the Falconers were a big danger, given that they could attack you from the ground and air simultaneously. However, she chose to interpret my silence. Kismel tense profile eased somewhat. "I have no chairs or blankets, but you ought to sit. There's no need to stand around here." Sure." I sat down next to her. The thick, soft grass in its tiny graveyard supported my weight with ease. The knight picked up a leather skin sitting next to her, pulled out the plug, and took a swig, then passed it to me. I thanked her, and accepting the drink, temporarily forgetting that I was interacting with an NPC rather than another person. When I put my lips to the skin, a thick liquid flooded between them. It was slightly sweet and sour, and when I finished it, there was a burning like alcohol in the back of my throat that felt fresh and cool. I handed back the skin. Kismel held it over the grave and poured the rest of the liquor onto Tilnell's grave marker. This was her favorite. Moontear wine made of moontear herbs. I snuck some out of the castle, hoping to bring it to her. In the end, she never had a sip. The empty skin slipped from her hands and plopped lightly on the grass. Kismel crouched, lining her knees together and hugging them tight. "I accepted the mission to retrieve the Jade Key yesterday. I was prepared to die. Part of me might have hoped for it. At best, I might have taken that forest elf down with me. Otherwise, I would simply have lost. But fate helped you guide me away from my death. And after I'd sworn no gods existed in this forsaken place anymore. Kismel glanced over at me. I noticed that her onyx eyes were moist, and I was at a loss for how to react. Kismel and her sister, Tilnell, were residents of this world, risking their lives for the sake of their people. And I was nothing but a temporary visitor, an outsider. But in truth, that was not the case anymore. Asa and I were trapped in this game now, just like Kismel. We had only one life to give, and yet, when we inserted ourselves into the fight between her and the Forest Elf Knight, I'd foolishly rested on my laurels, convinced that once we were at half health, the Dark Elf would sacrifice herself to let us win. It had been wrong of me to draw my sword with that in mind, set. Whether I knew that would happen or not, I should have fought with all my ability to protect my own life and the lives of Asuna and Kismel. Biting back the sudden regret, I said, it wasn't the gods. Asa and I were there on our own will. We'll stick with you to the end, until you get back home. The Dark Elf Knight grinned. In that case, I will do my best to protect you, until our paths part. Thursday, December 15th, 2022. Kismel, the level 15 Dark Elf Knight, Kirito, the level 14 Swordsman, and Asuna, the level 12 Fencer and temporary party member, left the base camp for a new adventure. The night had not yet broken. It was 3 a.m, and the trees of the forest were quietly slumbering in the pale moonlight. When Kismel and I returned from our graveyard vigil, we found Asuna, not sleeping, but fully packed and ready to leave. When the fencer saw me without my weapon and armor on, she looked annoyed and wondered why I'd left and not get prepared for the trip. When I followed her into the tent by Kismel in her thin underclothes, Asuna's glare turned downright icy. My only choice was to claim that I had been ready for hours. Asuna continually threw me skeptical glares as we walked through the camp clearing, but only until we passed through the narrow canyon out into the forest of wavering mists again. The sight was even more fantastical now. The mossy trees and low, thick mists were lit by pale moonlight. I'd seen the exact same thing months before, but I couldn't help but gasp at its beauty. Asuna was completely bowled over. She murmured, "It's stunning," and I didn't move for another 30 seconds. Kismel silently waited along with me, though it was hardly the first time I'd been surprised by her behavior. It would be perfectly ordinary behavior for an NPC for players to react, but it seemed to me that she was choosing to take her time and respect Asuna's feelings of wonder. When my partner came to her senses again, the knight spoke softly. She loved the night forest as well. Come, let us be off. The quest given to us by the commander after completing the Jade Key was titled Vanquishing the Spiders. The forest was exploding with poisonous spider monsters who were sabotaging patrol missions, so it was our job to find the nest. I'd done this quest before, of course, but the location of the nest was generated randomly, so my memory was to no use here. We just had to trek through the forest, fighting spiders until narrowed down the source. The poison would be at a constant threat of this quest. Damage-causing poison was the most common status effect of our many negative effects in SAO. Level 1, weak poison, and Level 2, light poison, weren't such a big deal, as long as you were prepared to deal with them. I made sure to check with Asuna as we hiked through the forest. How many antidote potions do you have? She brought up her window with a jingle. 3 in my pouch, 16 in my inventory. About the same as me. That'll be enough. Something struck out to me. Unlike healing crystals, potions couldn't be used on other people. So if Kismel got affected with poison, she'd need to use her own potion to recover. I turned back to the elf who was bringing up the rear. Kismil, do you have any antidote potions? I do have a few, just in case, but I don't need them. I have this, she remarked with what I thought might be a hint of pride, showing off her right hand in a tight leather glove. There was a ring shoved directly over the glove on her index finger. The gemstone gleamed brightly, despite the dim light, green, just like the antidote potion. What kind of ring is that? I received it along with my sword from Her Majesty when I was knighted. It allows me to use purifying charm once every 10 minutes. Wowzers! I barely kept the word from busting out of me. In all of my time in the game, I had never seen or heard of an accessory that allowed an unlimited poison curing, or even with a cooldown timer. It actually worked on level 5 lethal poison. This was an elite item of the highest quality. Kismil coughed awkwardly, sensing the desire written plain on my face. I cannot give it to you, as much as you might like it. For one thing, this ring draws upon what little magic is left in the blood of Lysula, so you humans would not be able to use it, I suspect. You suspect? I nearly asked, but held back. Why do you say that? I don't want your ring at all. I'm just checking to ensure that you're equipped to deal with the poison, I said breezily, denying any greed on my part. Asuna grinned. That's right. You're a boy, so you'd never stoop demanding a ring from a girl. Of course. Wait, are you saying the reverse would be possible? I grumbled. Asuna's smile disappeared. I wasn't saying that. When did I ever beg you for a ring? I wasn't referencing you specifically. We stopped walking and glared daggers at each other. The elf knight looked on, concerned. Kirito, Asuna, I hate to cut your chit-chat. Something is approaching. Based on the footsteps, it's neither elf, nor human, nor beast. There are two of them. From the front and the right. I will leave the one ahead to you. Asuna and I stopped glaring at each other and looked in the direction of our travel. A shadow was flitting at high speed through the trees. It only came up to our waist, but it was very wide. Many thin legs skittered and scuttled, gliding it along the ground. Within a second, the cursor popped into view, part way between pink and red. The name beneath the HP bar was Thicket Spider. Prepare for battle, Asuna, I called, drawing my sword and bracing myself for the fight. Asuna already had her wind fleuret in hand. This quest was an opportunity to gather a few more materials to forge herself a new sword back at camp, meaning it was the last time to shine for the battle partner she'd fought with since the first floor. Its only direct attack is a bite, but watch out for the thread it shoots from its ass. It'll slow you down. Understood, she shouted back, and then briefly shot me a dirty look. I wondered what she was mad about this time, then I realized my poor choice of words. Sorry, I shouldn't have said ass. It's not an ass, but more of a, just stop saying that word. Asuna neatly sidestepped the poisonous spider's fangs that came lunging at us, then thrust a furious linear into the giant eye. The venomous fangs and sticky thread were not to be trifled with. But the thicket spider was one of the easiest insect-type monsters until this point. It didn't fly or run away, and its hide was not protected by a hard shell. All of its attacks were simple and direct, so it was easy to time when to switch players for combos. Asuna knocked down about 40% of the spider's HP with a sword skill and regular attack. then stepped back and glanced at me. I noticed her eye contact, and preparing to join the fight. If this was in the open air rather than the forest, Asuna could have handled the spiders all on her own. But the thread the spider shot from its rear would last for close to a minute, which gradually decreased the available space for the fight as the battle wore on. It was always possible to move to a fresh location without the webs, but there was the risk that you'd snag more mobs on the way. Not to mention, the tree ants looked like withered old trees. The thicket spider charged forward with very spidery hiss. At least, as far as video game spiders went, Asuna released an oblique, a low thrust skill. Its range was lower than a linear, but with the user's weight behind it, the power was higher. Her sword hit the spider's large gaping fangs, and both of them were knocked back with flashy visual effect. "Switch!" I yelled, striking the large spider in its soft butt. It was only a normal swing, but I hit right into the weak point of its thread-producing end, and it wheeled around with a painful screech. The cluster of eyes along the front of its head glared at me, poisonous jaw furiously working. The thicket spider was one of the smallest spiders of its type, but it made for a menacing sight. Several feet across from leg to leg, anyone afraid of spiders would suffer tremendous mental debuff, if I had to guess. I was used to spiders of all sizes from the shrine grounds near my childhood home. I'd even got stuck face first into a cobweb of yellow spiders once, so it wasn't a big deal to affect me in combat. But it was surprising how well the urbane, fastidious Asuna was handling the giant arachnid. I got so wrapped up in wonder that the last bit I had glanced away and met her waiting gaze for just a second. As though waiting for this moment, the spider struck. The 8 gray, hairy legs tensed and bounded into the air. If its jumping attack succeeded in causing a tumble status, I'd end up bitten several times by its poisonous fangs. So avoidance was top priority. Due to my late reaction, I knew I couldn't step aside and counterattack with a heavy sword skill in time. So I fell onto my back, waited a split second, and then kicked with all my might. The toe of my boot glowed red and swung in a semicircle through the air. Crescent Moon, a martial arts kicking skill. It was meant to be used for a standing position into a back flip, but as long as the motion was correct, you could pull it off while lying down. The skill was convenient to throw while lying on a back, but there were serious drawbacks. If I miss, I would be hit with both tumble status and a movement delay. Fortunately, it was worth the frightening gamble, as my foot stuck airborne spider directly at the base of one of its legs. With a satisfying thud, the spider shot away, spinning through the air. The follow-through of the kick flipped me back onto my feet. I turned to go see the spiders upside down at the base of the nearby tree, its legs scrambling against the air. Non-winged insect enemies were generally slow to recover from a tumble, so I calmly and carefully held my anneal blade at my waist height. The dark blade took a brilliant blue glow, and the body shot forward. Ugh! I leapt, sword flashing. The blade swung horizontally from left to right, directly across the thicket spider's bulging belly. As soon as it had passed, my wrists flipped over and reversed the path from right to left to complete the horizontal arc. A flat 2-part skill. Its weak spot hit deep from 2 directions. The poison spiders flew through the air, spewing green liquid, and landed upside down, legs curled inward this time. Its large body exploded into countless fragments. The attack left me leaning forward, sword held out to the left ahead of me. I slowed and stood up straight, swishing the blade left to right before returning it to the sheath on my back. When I turned around, Asuna was staring at me, so I instinctively raised my hand for a high five. She was not expecting that reaction in the slightest, and looked awkward for a moment, but was kind enough to not leave me hanging. After the high five, she wasted no time in getting after me. You were distracted during the battle, weren't you? Yes, ma'am. What were you thinking about? I stopped to consider my answer under her withering gaze, then recalled I was surprised at how well she handled the giant spider. However, whether to mention that out loud was another quandary. Sloppiness against even weak foes will lead to disaster, Kirito, came a voice from my right. Kismel was standing to the side, arms crossed, having dispatched the other thicket spider well before Asuna and I finished. Like Asuna, her face was hard. It felt like I was being scolded by both of my classmate and a teacher at once. I had to make an excuse for myself. I wasn't being sloppy. I was just thinking. And what were you thinking about? Nothing convenient came to mind, so I had no choice but to say the truth. Bear. I was just thinking that it's surprising you don't have any issues with the spiders and wasps and such. Huh? Were you really wasting your time thinking about that nonsense? Yes, I admitted. Her shapely eyebrows went wide with displeasure for a moment. Then she sighed. Once they're that big, the bugs are no different from wild animals. I can't waste my time being afraid of how monsters look. Ah, I see. She shook her head in exasperation, and Kismil chuckled softly. I turned to the dark elf in surprise and saw her looking down at the short-faced fencer with warmth in her eyes. This is very reassuring. My sister till now did not shy away from corporeal monsters, either, whether insects or oozes. She finished at no more than a whisper. Asuna and I both looked away politely. Asuna hadn't seen Kilnell's grave, but I'd secretly told her about Kilnell's sister as we trudged through the forest. When she noticed our expressions, Kismel apologized for bringing that up, then raised her hand to change the topic. What is the meaning of that gesture you just did? She asked, waving her hand forward. I thought this over. Was it right to explain to Kismel, an NPC of the world of SAO, the significance of a real-world high-five? Before I could come to a conclusion, Asuna spoke up. It's a human gesture, meant to congratulate one another for their effort. She held up her own hand and slapped Kismel's much more thoroughly than she had bothered with me, producing a satisfying smack. Kismel looked down at her palm and squeezed it, as though savoring the sensation. I see. We elves do not make a practice to touch others often, but this is not unwelcome. She held up her hand again, and looked at me this time. I gave her a hearty high five, realizing it would just be awkward to hold it back now. There was another crisp smack, and an instant warmth in my hand. A memory flooded back into my brain. It was the very first day of this game of death. It felt like ancient history at this point, but in fact, it was before everything turned deadly. I was thinking of the afternoon of Sunday, November 6th, 39 days before, when my very first friend in Einkrad, Klein, lazily hunted blue boars with me outside the town of beginnings on the first floor. Klein was struggling with the initiations of sword skill, so I taught him the basics of the first motion. Then slapped him a high five when he succeeded in killing his first boar. That was the last time I ever contacted him. As soon as Akihiro Kayaba's cruel tutorial on the new rules of the game finished, I headed for the next village as soon as I could. I left Klein, a helpless newbie, back in the town of beginnings. I abandoned him. Kirito. What is the matter, Kirito? I came back to my senses with a start. My hand was still hanging up in the air, so I lowered it and said, nothing. My awkward smile did nothing to remove the concerned looks, but Kismel soon moved on. I see. Let's get going. If we follow that direction from which the spiders appeared, we should find the nest eventually. Cool. So that means we're heading, this way, said Asuna, exasperatedly. Pointing out the northwest, we set off again. After about 30 steps, Asuna pulled level with me to whisper in my ear, Hey, did Kesmel just say something about corporeal monsters? Yeah. Which means there are monsters in this game without bodies? Huh? Yeah, like ghosts and stuff? I asked in return. She blanched briefly of the word ghosts. Like that? I don't know. I didn't see any in the beta. Besides, I don't know how you defeat a monster without a body in a game where you can only use swords. Let's hope so. I wasn't sure what she was hoping for, but Asuna did not bother to elaborate. She slowed her pace to draw even with Kismel. I continued my march in the direction of the spider nest. After another 4 battles with thicket spiders and their larger cousins, copsy spiders, slightly adjusting our direction after each encounter, eventually spotted a small hill raising ahead. Highlighted against the side of the moonlit hill was a gaping black mouth of a cave. I crouched in the shadow of the trees and saw about 14 small spiders, still the size of real tarantulas, darting around the entrance. This was the spider nest we were after. Do we have to get rid of those little ones too? asked Asuna. Looking at the nest in annoyance, I shrugged. No, those are just critters. What? Do they jingle? I turned upward to look at her in confusion. She spoke with a bossy tone of a teacher explaining to her student. Didn't you just say it was a clitter? Like clitter clatter? Do they make a lot of noise? No. Critters in an MMO are like background animals that aren't monsters. You can't interact with them. They're just for show, like butterflies or alley cats in town. You know what? I'm getting tired of asking about every single game turn. So why don't they just create a slang glossary for me? Ugh. If she didn't mind being ripped off, she could go ask Argo for something like that. Kismel chuckled from behind us and murmured, Your words have not been unified yet, it seems. I suppose that's not a surprise. There were 9 nations of humankind when the Great Separation happened. Asa and I shared a look. The separation was a term many used to refer to an incident that arose 1 month before. Many players suffered disconnections and were stuck in a limbo for an hour before they rejoined the game. When it became clear that every player was going to be disconnected in such a way, I stopped my breakneck leveling for a bit and waited around in an inn in a room so that it didn't catch me off guard. The mysterious phenomenon caused alarm and chaos at first, but the common assumption that emerged was that it was just our bodies being temporarily disconnected so they could be transferred to a proper hospital. But this great separation Kismel spoke of must be something else. She was a resident of this world, not just a player diving from Nurvgear like me and Asuna. It must have something to do with the creation of Einkrad, the floating castle. I instantly had a number of different questions to ask Kismel on the subject, but she cut me off before I could open my mouth. Come, let us investigate the whole. I will need more concrete information to bring the commander about the spiders. According to my increasingly unhelpful beta knowledge, Spider Vanquishing Quest had two stages. Part 1 involved finding an article from one dark elf scouts within the nest and bringing back it to the base. In the second part, we had to return to the cave and fight the queen spider in the second level of the nest. So, even though I knew this opening led right into Spider's nest, that alone did not fill the quest requirements. We'd have to delve into the clammy cave twice. I don't like these natural dungeons, Asuna grumbled, stepping into a shallow puddle with her leather boots. I nodded in agreement. If only it was a bit brighter in there. A man-made dungeon like giant labyrinth towers at least had oil lamps or luminescent stones on the walls to keep the interior lit. But this cave was almost pitch black. The only source of light was very dim moss that gave off a faint glow in the dark. To counteract the darkness, Asa and I carried torches in our hands, but they did not cast very much light and would extinguish if dropped into water. Even worse, I normally fought with one hand free, so the difference made everything feel wrong in battle. Still, it was better than being a shield user who had to do without a valuable defense. And warriors with two-handed weapons would slap us for being spoiled. They would find a dry spot on the ground and drop the torch before they could fight at all. Thankfully, in this situation, we had Kismel with her special elven ability to see in the dark. Unlike the jumping spiders out in the forest, the ones in the nest were speedy, fishy spiders. And Kismel's ability to warn us of their presence before they reached the torchlight radius gave us plenty of time to ready our blades. We searched each room of the first level of the cave slowly but steadily, occasionally finding chests with treasure or valuable ores that could be used to craft Asuna's next weapon. Once we had nearly finished mapping out the entire floor, Asuna raised a belated question. Hey, is this dungeon one of those instance things? Or is it... I believe the antonym for an instant dungeon would be a public dungeon. This is the public kind, I murmured quietly into Asuna's ear, afraid if Kismel heard she would give us another lecture about fractured language of humankind. The reason I know it's public is because there are other quests that use this dungeon aside from ours. Oh? Like what? Well, there's a pet finding quest in the next village past the chorus, and another one in the main city of the... My mouth shut with a snap. Asuna's orange-lit face looked at me curiously. I tore away, looked behind us. The way we'd come was almost complete darkness, without a soul in sight. But did I hear something? A faint, brief scrape of metal? Hey, what's wrong? How many hours have we been on the third floor, Asuna? After all the sleep we got, I think around 14 hours. Aw, crap. That's the exact timing. Exact timing of what? I turned, looked back again, whispered quickly. This is the location of a major quest that you can start in the main city. There are a few different patterns of the quest, so it's not guaranteed, but a solid percentage of the players doing that quest are going to be coming here for an item. Depending on the size of the party, it might take between 10 to 15 hours for them to get this far. But then, I heard another faint clang of metal. Gizmo stopped dead, a sign that it wasn't just a trick of my ears. She watched us and waited for a tense moment, face sharp, and then turned to us. Kirito and Asuna, it would seem there are other visitors to this nest. Yeah, it must be another human warriors. We have reasons to avoid them and encountering them, Kismel. I do as well. The elf knight grinned, pointed a divot into the wall. Let us hide here for a moment. Huh? How could we hide with the light of the torches and all? Asuna asked, wide-eyed. Kismel smiled again. The people of the forest have their own ways of deception. She pushed our backs, guiding us to the 3-foot deep depression in the wall, and up again to the surface, then pressing herself against to hide us from view. Her ample bosom, tight stomach, and smooth thighs were pressed directly against me. And I was afraid the game's anti-harassment code would go off. But apparently, that did not apply when it was an NPC initiating the contact. Kismel, of course, had no idea what was running through my mind. "Extinguish the torches," she commanded. I did as she said and dropped the light into a puddle on the floor. Once we were shrouded in darkness, Kismel stretched out a cape and covered all 3 of us. Oddly enough, while the cape seemed to be woven from solid from the outside, it was sheer and see-through from the inside. All I could see was blackness, of course, but there was enough green glow from the moss across the way to tell that the cape wouldn't block my sight. That wasn't the only surprise to me. Despite not using the hiding skill, its familiar hide rate percentage readout appeared on my left side of my view. Even more shocking, the number was 95%. Kismel's cape had a magic charm effect that had activated the hiding skill. Between this and the antidote ring, I was getting very jealous. "You were saying earlier, Kirito?" Asuna asked at the lowest possible volume, interrupting my fit of envy. It took me a moment to remember what we'd been talking about. "Oh, right. The people coming up from behind us are on that quest. It's a guild creation quest. The one other frontier players were desperate to get started." Her eyes went wide. In the darkness, she remembered I was going to continue, but Kismel gave us a warning first. "Quiet. They'll pass by soon." Asa and I shut our mouths and swallowed hard. 10 seconds later, we heard the rattling of armor on the move and counted at least 2 heavily armored fighters, if not 3. There were more footsteps, however. The party had 5 or 6 total. Finally, there came a rough shout, shockingly loud and careless in the midst of a dungeon.
"What the hell? All the chests have been ransacked already!"
It was a familiar voice, one that felt like I'd heard just minutes ago. I had seen him a whole 15 hours ago, but something about the circumstances, the fact that I hadn't even been to the town yet, or that his booming voice was so memorable to make you think, "Not again." Asuna's pale face grimaced in the darkness. We held our breath for several seconds. The first players passed by us so close we could reach out and touch them. He wore thick scale armor with a chain coif covered his entire head. It was too dark to make out the color of his tunic and pants, but they wouldn't be moss green. Without a doubt, in his hands, they'd be rounded shield, rare one-handed axe. It was a crude weapon for the front line, but he nimbly spun it around his fingers. The next man to pass by also with the shield and his sword, and the third was unhelmeted. But instead, his hair was fashioned into spikes that made his head look like a pointed mace. His eyes were sharp. His mouth was twisted in displeasure. He wore a steel breastplate and held a sword in one hand. This man's name was Kabao, and I had been running afoul with him since the boss fight on the first floor. As an avowed opponent to the former beta testers, he had plenty of reasons to hate me, and if he saw me in a dungeon, he'd no doubt have a foul word or 2 or 3 or 4 to say to me. The instant he passed by Kabao's deadly eyes and glanced at the hollow we were hiding in, and the hiding percentage dropped to 90. Fortunately, it did not drop enough to reveal us. 3 more players followed past him, their raucous clanking and growling fainter and fainter until it finally died out. few seconds later, Kismil straightened up and returned her cape to its normal position. We heaved sighs of relief as we got to our feet. My partner looked worried. I felt more nervous than when we were facing monsters. Yeah, it probably would have turned us into a battle if they'd seen us, though, I answered. Asana's head waved. Not quite a nod or a shake. Well, if they might have demanded that we share what we found in the chests, I don't know. I don't think they would go that far, I hope. Kismil turned away from the direction the party had gone and asked, Did you know some of those people? Kind of. We're not exactly on friendly terms, you might say.
Oh? I'd heard that humans in this castle had maintained a healthy peace for years. We wouldn't come to blows, of course, and help each other out when fighting big monsters, but we're not friends. There was no way to explain the difference between the former beta testers and retail players to Kismel, so my explanation had to be simple, but she seemed to buy the story. She grinned weakly and said, I see. Then it must be like the relationship between my Pagoda Knights and Brigade and the Royal Scandolawood Knights. What does she mean, Pagoda? I wondered. Asana chatted in delight. Oh, that's lovely. Your knight brigades are named after trees? Are there any others? There are the Trilotate Knight Brigade, the heavy units. We are not on good terms with them either. Ah, in that case, if I get to join any of them, I'll go with the Pagoda Knights. Kismo grimaced awkwardly. I'm afraid there is no historical precedence for a human being awarded a knight's sword from the Queen Lysula, but based on your accomplishments, you might be able to win an audience with her. Really? Let's keep it up then, Asana beamed, nothing but optimism on her mind. I, however, had extra knowledge that caused me to avoid her gaze. In the beta, I'd followed this quest all the way up to the Dark Elf Castle on the 9th floor. But that was as far as I got. When the quest concluded, the gate to the castle remained steadfastly closed. Well, let's get going, Asana bubbled, already an apprentice knight on her own mind, and slapped my back. After I gave her a solid affirmation and picked up torches off the ground by handing one to her, dropping the torches in the water didn't take effect to their ability to light again, as long as they had durability points left. We scraped them against the stone walls to get the flames started again, peered out of the hollow, and trained our ears on the direction of the party of 6 had gone. If Kabao's team was attempting the quest to establish their guild, they were headed for the 2nd level of the cave. We'd already cleared out all the spiders on the 1st level, so they could be by the stairs by now. The mobs down below would be tougher, but not enough to threaten the party of 6. I brought up my window and checked the map. We charted 4/5 of the level, with only 2 spots left. One was probably the room with the stairs down, and the other was the room with the item we sought. We needed to head for the room away from the direction of Kabao was moving. Let's go this way, I started to say, then caught Kismil staring at me. I wondered why. She was confused by the menu screen, or simply pretending not to see it? It has been a long time since I've seen a human charm. Huh? Charm? Indeed, it is the mystic scribing. One of the few charms left to humankind after the magic was lost, is it not? The one that allows you to record knowledge, even physical items within your mystic tome. Now that she mentioned it, it was a glowing purple screen that floated in midair at the wave of my hand. It was pretty much magic. No 2 ways around it. I nodded in agreement. Yes, that's it. According to the map in the Mystic Scribbly book, we checked and we haven't done this area yet. Behind Kismel, Asana tried to hold back a belly laugh at my pathetic answer. We easily cleared out the spiders in one of the 2 remaining rooms, discovering a faint light blinking on in the back wall. I sheathed my sword and approached to find a silver decoration carved into a leaf. At the base was a gleaming white gem, like an opal. I looked up and checked the fastener of Kismel's cape on her left shoulder. The design and coloring were the exact same. It is the insignia of the Pagoda Knights. It belonged to a scout who had been investigating the cave. The owner cannot be alive anymore, Kismel remarked gloomily. I offered her the brooch, but she waved her head. You must take that to the commander, Kirito. We ought to return it for our report. All right, I'll hold on to it then. I put the emblem in my pouch. A message scrolled by on the left side of my view announcing the quest progress. When I found this scout's memento during the beta after a long, hard slog, the entire party cheered in triumphantly. But I was no longer in the mood at this time. It occurred to me that the moment we rescued Kismel's forest half a day ago, my mental concepts of quests and NPCs were steadily shifting. Mobs respawned at much higher rates in dungeons, so the spiders around the entrance were going to be back by now. I trained my ears to the sound of many legs, torch in one hand and sword in the other. But in a few seconds, what I heard was not the skittering of monsters, but the sound of men. Crap! It's coming up the stairs! Run! Back to the entrance! There was crashing of metal on armor, panicked footsteps, and then the screeching of a very large monster, like dead wood creaking and cracking. No one said anything about a freaking huge spider! What the hell's going on? Cabal bellowed. The irritation in his voice from earlier had been amplified into panic. I turned to my companion to confer. What should we do, Kirito? I will leave this decision in your hands. I never volunteered to be in the party leader. I wailed internally, but it was too late for that. Now it was up to me to decide how to respond to this unexpected turn of events. Ideally, we would hide. Cabal's group would succeed in escaping, and the giant spider would return to the second level of the cave once it lost its target. But the likelihood of all these things happening was low. The nimble fishing spiders would have reopened the entrance by now, so Cabal's party wasn't likely to get out of the forest safely. In the worst case scenario, they might wind up trapped on both sides. The freaking huge spider had to be the queen spider, boss of the dungeon. So that would be a terrible situation. The next best choice was Cabal's group to stop running and face the queen. From what I recalled, it wouldn't be too hard for a party of 6 around level 10 to defeat the spider without casualties. But that was the assumption all of them were calm and dealt with her special attacks properly. Cabal's Einkrad Liberation Squad were steadfast in their denial of all beta testers, so none of them would have advanced knowledge of the unfamiliar monster. That thought process took me 2 seconds. I spent another half-second looking over Kismel's tense face. Whether we got along, Cabal or not, his party was an invaluable force in reaching our shared goal. We couldn't ignore their plight, but I was also hesitant to butt in directly. There was no way to know about how they, particularly Cabal, would react when the battle was over and noticed Kismel. They might not attack directly, but I felt a strong aversion to letting them see her. Lately, I've been trying hard not to let the terms NPC or game be spoken in her presence. Well, let's pass by and stop the spider as it chases. If we can get it into a big room over there, we should have enough space to fight, I said quickly. Asuna and Kismel both stared at me. There were a difference of thought behind their hazel brown and onyx black pair of eyes. But both women nodded in agreement, before I needed to spend valuable seconds trying to figure out what they were. All right, you lead the way. If you have decided to fight, I will follow. Kismel was the one thing, but Asuna's agreement took me a bit by surprise. There was no time to waste by asking why. However, I had to consult my mental map of the dungeon and estimate Cabal's route. This way! I waved my torch and started running after the sound of the footsteps. Within just 10 steps, the corridor intersected a wide cross path. Cabal's group should come down that path from the left to right, the Spider Queen on their heels. Once the players had passed, we'd grab her attention and pull her back into the room where the scout's memento had been.
The party would continue running all the way to the entrance, perhaps running across the minor spiders near the entrance, but otherwise convinced they'd outrun the queen. We leaned back into another hollow in the wall. Asana's torch was still lit, but mine extinguished. I waited in thicker darkness, timing when to charge. The ideal method of fishing mob was through the taunt skill or throwing knives, but I didn't have any at my disposal at the moment. So, my only option was to swing my sword into the intersection to catch the queen as she passed by. And because I need to back away immediately, I couldn't use a sword skill with a movement delay after it. I gripped my anneal blade and heard the shouts of the group again. "It's an intersection. Which way's the exit?" "We just went through here. Straight, straight, straight." 6 pairs of clanking footsteps approached. I flattened my back against the wall, watching the intersection with laser focus 5 yards away. 2 seconds later, a gang of men raced across my field of vision. The man led the way was still casually twirling his axe, but the others looked desperate. When running from a dungeon foe, the lightly armored types would always break away from the slower, heavier kind, but Cabal's leadership kept his team tightly packed. Once the party had rushed past, I heard a roar like scraping sticks again. I couldn't hear the sound of the thin legs, but the unique vibration of many spider legs hitting the ground traveled through my boots. 3 seconds left. 2. Now! I leapt forward, silently, my anneal blade raised for a compact swing. I wasn't looking for huge damage, but I needed to generate enough hate to make the spider change targets. The moment I started my swing, a giant form crossed the left side of my vision. The first there was a round, glowing red eyes, then legs the size of tree trunks, and last a bulging body. With a silent scream, I struck the giant spider's flank. It was nothing more than a slightly charged normal swing, but it was enough at a point to pierce the dull purple exoskeleton and send the green liquid shooting out. The spider bellowed in rage and stopped still as I pulled the sword out. I leapt back and raced for Austin and Kismel, not to bother if the spider was following. When I looked over my shoulder, the queen spider had just finished a 90-degree turn. My gaze met her many glowing eyes, and I noticed that her first of her 2 HP bars was slightly decreased. The name listed was Nephilia Regina. I knew that the name Regina was Latin for queen, which made her Queen Nephilia. In that light, the silver pattern on her gleaming purple body did lend a regal air. "Looks like you got her attention," Asuna whispered, peeling away from the wall. The 8-legged queen crouched down, eyes flashing dangerously, as though displeased with the light of Asuna's torch. It screeched and raced forward. But we weren't just standing and watching. As soon as the first leg twitched forward, all 3 of us were off running. The 3 narrow quarters were no place to fight a foe, with movement speed disabling attacks. After 10 seconds of running, the opening to a large empty room appeared to our right. We darted inside. The 2 women spread out around me in the center. I scraped the torch in my left hand on the floor and to light it again. And just as the queen barreled into the room, I charged directly for me without hesitation. I stood and watched the 2 front legs as they rose high into the air. As long as nothing had changed from the beta, the queen spider used the following attacks: jab from the front legs, bites from poison fangs, a sticky spray from the rear, and a vertical jump that landed with a shockwave. The webbing attack would stick a player to the place if stuck to the feet, and if it touched your head, there is no way to swing your weapon. The shockwave was similar in nature to the one used by the Minotaur bosses on the 2nd floor. If you lose your footing, you're either stumbled or you fall over. Without the time to tell Austin and Kismel about these attacks beforehand, I just have the instinct to tell them in real life. Watching the spider's legs closely, I shouted, "When she jabs with her legs, The one that twitches will go first. If you don't get out of sight of her range, both will hit you. Just as the words were out of my mouth, the right front leg twitched. I jumped to the left. A giant claw slammed into the spot where I'd just been standing, and the left leg swung forward a moment later, but couldn't follow me because the first leg was in the way. The instant I, too, stuck into the ground, I shouted a command. One sword skill! Uncowled by the unfamiliar boss monster before both of them, both women immediately brandished their weapon, blades glowing. I noticed the glow out of the corners of my eye, stuck by the spider's legs with a horizontal. The beast was hit by light and a sound of a triplicate. Screeching hideous as third of the top of its HP bar fell away. It had to be Kismel's power that made that kind of damage possible. At this pace, as long as we played it safe and limited ourselves to single skills, we could finish Nephilia off in another 6 or 7 rounds. I didn't take any chances, watching the spider closely. After the delay wore off and it started moving again. She was only the queen over a simple 2-level dungeon, but she was a boss monster in her own right. I wasn't going to relax and assume that she hadn't been altered since the beta, the same way the floor bosses were. The queen took a few skittering steps and crunched down with all legs. She's gonna jump! We have to leap out of the way just before she lands. I'll tell you when. The huge spider leapt upward, shaking the very air of the chamber. Once it reached the ceiling and began to fall, I cried out, 2, 1, jump! We leaped high as the queen spider fell, the shockwave effect passing harmlessly beneath our feet. Just before I had landed, I prepared another sword skill. In the midst of all the precise judgment and careful observation, I'd completely forgotten that the powerful, trusty elven knight was not a human being, but a programmed NPC. It shouldn't be possible. An NPC didn't respond to abbreviated commands from a player like this over their programmed algorithms. But nothing about her actions struck me as out of the ordinary. Gauging the length of the battle was extremely hard in VR MMO, where all sense of intense is occupied. It was typical for finishing up a fight and say, that was only a minute long? It took us an entire hour. So when Nephilia Regina, the Spider Queen, exploded with splashy visual effects and we received our awards, the first thing I did was bring up my menu to check the time. 4:20 a.m., which meant we'd only spent 3 minutes on the battle, but more than enough time for Cabal's group to grow curious about the absence of the boss and come wandering back. If they did, we could hide with Kismo Camouflage Cape again, but it would be difficult to stay concealed after monstrous sounds of spider explosions. I closed my window and turned into my high-fiving partners and put a finger to my lips. Fortunately, the dark elf were familiar with the sign of be quiet, and so Kismel and Asuna lowered their hands. Next, I gestured to wait and tiptoed over the room's entrance. With my back pressed to the wall, I trained my ears on the hallway, but I didn't hear any approaching voices or footsteps for now. If it was after 4 a.m, when the hell did we leave the town? Perhaps they'd been up all night working on the guild quest. I spent 3 seconds half annoyed and half impressed by the Liberation Squad, but they didn't seem to be coming. They'd probably drawn notice from some regular spiders near the cave entrance and got stuck in a battle. I heaved a sigh of relief and returned to Asen and Kismel. It doesn't look like Cabal's group noticed us. They'll probably head back to the 2nd level to finish their guild quest, so we can slip out once they're past us, I suggested. Austin agreed, but looked puzzled. How many minutes does it take for that boss spider to come back? I started to search through my memory for that information from the beta, but Kismel answered first. At that size, it'll take 3 hours to the minimum for the cave to generate enough spiritual power to give life to a new ruler. So Kismel had her own interpretation for the phenomena of mobs respawning. I was tempted to ask how this spiritual energy was different from magic that they had lost in Einkrad, but this was not the time. Anasida's turn to head me off. That
with that much leeway, Kabao's team will have plenty of time to search the second level safely. So we ended up helping them without realizing. That kind of irks me. As they say, the forest sees all good deeds and the insects as all bad. The holy tree will ensure you are blessed. Ah, I see. In human lands, we say, one good turn deserves another. While they chatted, my brain busied itself with practical matters. It would be a pain to have to leave and deliver the emblem to the commander, only to be told to return to fight the boss spider again. But soon, I noticed that something dark was gleaming on the ground nearby. It was a gigantic fang that had come off the Queen Nephilia's mouth. I tapped it, and to be sure, a label appeared, reading Queen Spider's Poison Fang. If everything went properly, we could give the commander the Lost Scout's insignia, receive the quest to kill the spider, then show the fang to complete it immediately. I eagerly stashed the fang in my inventory and checked the clock to find that it was past 4:30. Kabao's team would be back in the second level of the cave by now. Well, let's head back to the base camp, I suggested. Kismil and Asuna both turned and nodded to me at the same time. They looked totally unalike, especially with Kismil's dark skin and pointed ears. But despite one being human and the other an NPC, I couldn't shake the sensation that they were like sisters. My hopes were rewarded when we made it back to the surface without running into Kabao. We rushed through the forest to the camp south of us, avoiding the battle where possible. By the time many rippling flags appeared through this thick fog, there were a faint purple glow in the light coming out of the exterior edge of Einkrad. That spoke of the eventual morning. The pre-dawn chill of mid-December in a real world would require a sweater and a down jacket. But after the heat of our fierce battle, it felt good on the skin. Of course, any heat or cold coming through the nerve gear was just a mental signal. We passed through the thick, magical mist created by the forest sinking charms and into the narrow rock passage to the camp. Only then could we have sigh of relief, undo some of the heavy equipment. Kismel, who had no in-game item storage, remarked with envy in our misty scribing charms, as she called them and looked to the rear of the camp. Kirito, Asuna, will you deliver the memento you discovered in the cave? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. The scout who died was the commander's blood. I do not wish to intrude upon your report. Forgive my selfishness. I didn't need to ask if she was being reminded about the death of her sister till now. Asuna reached out and brushed the dark elf's arm to soothe her. We understand. Don't worry. We'll give the report. What are you going to do next, Kismel? I will rest in the tent. Call upon me if you should need my services. And, with a weak smile, Kismel stepped away. With the forlorn chime, 1 HP bar in the upper left disappeared, a small system message accompanying to the change, alerting us to the departure of a member from the party. With a clanking salute, Kismel left and proceeded back to the right corner of the camp. I glanced over to my partner, as I expected, saw a mixture of loneliness and unease in Asuna's face. Don't worry, she'll join us again, anytime we ask, I think, I reassured her. But rather than turning on me in anger, Asuna simply said, yeah. She pulled the hanging hood over her head as though shifting gears and remarked, come on, let's go report on our quest. The commander of the Dark Elven Advance Forces took the leaf design emblem with a sign of emotion. It seemed that all the NPCs here, only Kismel, was anywhere near advanced as she was. But after spending so much time with her, I couldn't help but imagine there was a deep sadness behind the commander's stoic face. The new quest log scrolled by once I had delivered an item informing me of the new task to defeat the spider commanding nest. I hesitantly produced the spider's fang and set it down on the table. Fortunately, that fulfilled the requirements.
So we were able to complete the second floor chamber of the campaign quest without leaving on another journey. Still, within 10 chambers, just in the third floor alone, there is plenty left to do. We gratefully received our coal experience and item. Both Asuna and I chose Magic Belt Pouch that had far greater capacity than it appeared suggested, initiated the third chapter of the quest, and left the commander's tent. The night had fully broken by now, and there were more dark elves milling about the camp, but Kismil was not one of them. I stopped just outside the entrance to the large commander's tent, and we turned to the remaining party member. What next? We can call upon Kismil to join us at any time. Asuna looked down in thought, and then shook her head. Let's do that a bit later. I know this sounds weird, but I think we should give her some time to herself. I see. And no, that's not weird. I mean, yes, she's an NPC, but more than that, she's our partner. I don't recall ever turning into your partner. Yes, ma'am. A tantalizing smell came wafting over the dining tent. I started to wander off that direction, but also pulled my sleeve back. We have something to do before eating. Huh? What's that? Come on. Have you forgotten overnight? We were supposed to have the blacksmith forge me a new sword once we collected the right materials. The equipment in Sword Art Online could be gained in one of three ways. First was the kind looted from monsters, whether simple mobs or bosses, known as monster drops. When combined with the chest drops found in dungeon, this category was dropped loot. Next were the quest rewards, earned from completing a quest. The last category was shop made, crafted by a player or an NPC blacksmith, or leatherwork from the special ingredients or materials and items. In 5 weeks since the game had began, none of the three categories had proven themselves to be inherently better or worse than the others. My Neilblade plus 6 was a quest reward from a first floor. Asuna's Windflare at plus 5 was originally a monster dropped, but it was likely that a player's population level rose. The value of quest rewards and NPCs' crafted weapons would fall, meaning the best weapons would either be rare drops or player crafted. But that eventually could be months and months away, or years, though I prayed it didn't come to that. I trudged along, lost in thought, behind Asuna, her hooded cape flapping in the breeze. Despite the 7 hours of sleep I'd gotten in the last night, after heavy questing in the dark, the advent of the morning sun brought a fresh wave of fatigue down on me. By contrast, the fencer's stride was crisp and spry. So either she was the rarest types of among MMO gamers, a morning person, or she was trying to keep her unease away with the heel of her boot. Don't worry, it'll go fine, I mumbled as I rubbed my eyes. Barely aware that I'd said it. A few feet ahead, the boots clicked to a halt. Barely stopped myself in time before colliding with her back. A voice made of 70% anger and 30% of something else hit my ears. I'm not worried about anything at all. Even in the low-functioning brain state, I was aware that I shouldn't cross her in the right then. So I answered with a simple, okay. Anyway, you'd better have saved up enough materials in battle. I don't want to have to go and farm more because we're a bit short, she said.
Turning back to me. When she spoke next, her voice was softer than before. It can't always be like this. Huh? Like what? I mean, I can't keep asking you what kind of materials to make a weapon, or how to beat a certain kind of monster. I have to learn and figure that stuff out for myself. But when I met you in the second floor city, you knew exactly which monsters dropped which upgrade materials, I replied. Our reunion 1 week ago seemed like an ancient history now. Asuna grinned wryly beneath her deep hood. Only because I memorized the details that were important to me from Argo's strategy guide. I don't know anything that isn't written down in a textbook. It's the same as before I came here. This caught me by surprise. I searched for the right answer, but could only shake my head. It's the same for me too. I still have my beta knowledge to go on, but once that runs out, I'm just lost. You're wrong. The knowledge gained from a book and the knowledge gained from experience are totally different things. The reason I'm so nervous about creating a single weapon is because I've never experienced it before. I noticed my sleepiness had worn off by then, choosing not to point out that she admitted she was worried. Kept my face straight. Then you can experience things starting now. The most important thing is to survive and keep moving forward. That's all. Use anything you can, as long as it's for that purpose, whether it comes from Argo's book or my brain. Each and every day will bring you more experience. It's not the kind that comes in points. I felt a bit self-conscious after that serious, uncharacteristic speech, and looked away at the big tent. The first rays of sun pouring in directly from the outer aperture caught the bottom of the floor above and dyeing it red. Good point. It's the start of another day, she murmured, and some strain had left in her voice, to my relief. I glanced back at her and added, also, there's one thing I forgot to say. Huh? Unlike with weapon upgrading, there's basically no fail state for crafting, so there's no reason to worry about. She cut me off with a punch in my gut, soft enough to cause damage, and then growled threatening. You could have mentioned that earlier! Asuna stomped off angrily enough to break through the hard ground, and I followed a carefully distance until we came back to the crafting section of the Dark Elf camp. There were 4 tents laid out along the path, each waving its own identifying flag, item shop, seamstress, leatherwork, and blacksmith. The tents displayed their rarest wares up front, and my heart soared at some of the items that were unavailable in human territory. But the pricing was rough on the wallet, especially since I'd only just reached the 3rd floor. I walked past the shops with considerable restraint and stopped in front of the blacksmith. NPC blacksmiths were bearded, macho guys from the general rule. But in keeping with the elven theme, this one was a tall and slender man with a long tied back behind his head. The only visual identifiers that marked him as a blacksmith were the thick black leather apron and elbow-length gloves. But as excellent smith hammered at his hand suggested, his following crafting skill was much higher than those found in the main town of the 3rd floor. Now that Neza, of the Legend Braves, had converted to Chakram Warrior, this elf was the best crafter anyone could hope to visit at this point in the game. If there was one problem here, Asa and I stopped before the tent. The dark elf blacksmith turned his sharp, tan face upon us, snorted, and returned to his work. I felt a sudden surge of negative energy from beside me, so I pulled the cape sleeve away. This entire camp was outside the safe zone, so if we did anything criminal, the guards would swarm onto us, beat us to a pulp, and toss us out of the camp, if the tough-looking blacksmith didn't take care of us first. Fortunately, Asuna chose not to comment on the proprietorship of lack of hospitality, throwing a glare at me instead. Are you sure this is going to work? She muttered. I nodded vigorously, and there were no guarantees when it came to upgrading, but I'd say just a minute earlier, absolute failure was impossible when forging a brand new blade. Assuming that the crafter had a requisite skill proficiency necessary to create the item, of course. I let go of the cape, and Asuna took a step forward. She politely asked the elven blacksmith, Excuse me, can I ask you to forge me a new weapon? He replied with another snort, but the special shop menu appeared for Asuna when appearing with players, and the negotiating was usually face-to-face. But sometimes NPCs might understand the meaning of a player's language. So a menu was provided to facilitate the transaction, provided if the elf blacksmith also considered this window a type of magical charm. Asuna hit the visibility button in the corner of the window so I could see. She was about to push the create weapon button with the slender figure, but stopped. Oh yeah, there's something I need to do first, she murmured, a moment later, realizing what she meant. It's not a necessary step, though. You can do it as you see fit, Asuna. I know, but I've made up my mind, she announced, and turned away from the shop window to remove the wind floret +5 in a familiar green sheath from her waist. From the battle against the first boss to the trials of the second floor, now here in the third floor, the simple but beautifully designed weapon had served Asuna well. She whispered something to the sword that I couldn't hear, then offered it to the elf blacksmith. She chose to bypass the menu system to make the system request herself. Please convert this sword into ingots. I expected the elven blacksmith to respond with a third resounding Nort, but instead he simply held out his hand. He couldn't possibly understand Asuna's attachment to the weapon, but he did silently take the wind floret and removed it from its scabbard. The brilliant, mirror-like polish when it was the new has faded, but the blade had taken on a deep luster since the blacksmith inspected the rapier, nodded, and tenderly placed it on the forge behind him. This was an honest, square brick forge, not the portable kind that Neza carried around. It didn't have the bellows to power up the fire, but the flames rising from the surface were mysteriously blue-green. Likely the work of more elvish magic, the fire soon turned to a silver bright red, and it began to glow from tip to the hilt. Asuna clutched her hands over her chest as she watched. Eventually, the sword flashed even brighter than dulled, turning into a rectangular block about 8 inches long. When the light had fully subsided, the elf reached over with a gloved hand and picked the block out of the fire, handing it to Asuna. It was a single ingot, gleaming silver in the light of the morning sun. There were countless types of metal ingots in the Einkrad for the real materials like iron, and copper, fantastical ones like mithril. Even I couldn't identify all of them by sight alone. However, it was clear that Asuna's beloved weapon had turned into a particularly rare and valuable material. Thank you very much, she said to the elf, taking the silver hunk in both hands. Asuna held it there for a few moments as though assessing its weight, and then opened her menu, placed it in her inventory. She closed the window, then slid the still open shop menu over to the resume her order. She hit the create weapon button, then hit one-handed weapon, then rapier, then select material. A smaller window popped up showing all of the eligible materials she possessed, split into categories. When upgrading weapons, the only requirements were based on the materials, opting additional additives. But crafting a new one required a core material, the ingot. We could forge an ingot from the ores we collected from the spider cave, but those would be basic materials in this case. Asuna didn't need any of my help with this one. She selected a number of materials, leaving for the last the core, her wind floret, which was officially called Argentinum ingot. Once all the required items were fulfilled, a final yes, no dialogue box appeared along with the cost of creation. Asuna gave the blacksmith another glance, thanked him for the work he was about to do, and hit the yes button. With a sword swooshing sound, 2 leather sacks of brand new ingot appeared on the work platform next to the blacksmith. He silently picked up the 2 sacks, which were filled with the base, and added materials and tossed them into the forge. The sacks burned away, leaving only the materials within, gleaming red. I don't know about this. He was awfully blunt about doing that, I muttered to Asuna, who sighed in annoyance. You're the one who just said you couldn't fail at forging weapon. We just have to trust the process now. She learned a lot about mental toughness since we asked Neza to power up that wind floret in the second floor. I thought. The truth was, I hadn't told Asuna about the one thing. It's impossible to fail entirely at weapon creation, meaning that all the materials disappear and no sword appeared in return. But that didn't mean the results were always fixed. The players choose a type of weapon, but what it looked like and what it was called were mystery until the process was finished. Essentially, there was a wide range of potential stats for the completed weapon, but it was impossible for the finished weapon to be weaker than the wind floret that it was based on. I hoped. The elven blacksmith might be unfriendly, but his skill was good. We gave him the maximum basic and added materials, and all of Asuna's sentiment was poured into that ingot.
Superstition or not, I believe that even in this world, digital data, that stuff made a difference. As I pondered over the momentary thought, the materials in the fire melted together, turning into flames to a bright white color. The blacksmith tossed the ingot in, and the cold metal block began to sparkle. "Buff, please," came Asana's voice. I felt the index and middle finger of the ring fingers in my right hand. It gripped my soft palm up to the second knuckle. Of course, we had no active buff effects, and even if we did, the benefits would not transfer through hand-to-hand contact. But instead of mentioning these things aloud, I simply brushed my thumb against the back of her hand, praying for a good sword to emerge. The elf paid no mind to our rapt attention. When the ingot was sufficiently heated, he picked up with gloved left hand and moved it to the anvil, Smith's hammer spinning in his hand. The elf struck the metal rhythmically, once every 2 seconds. The clear ringing echoed through the morning air of the camp. The number of strikes to finish the weapon was directly related to the strength of the finished product. A starter weapon, like a plain rapier or a small sword, would only take 5 swings, less than an upgrade attempt. The windfloret and others of its level required around 20 blows. Therefore, counting up the number of hits as the process continued was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. 10, 15, the strikes continued. Once the number had passed 20, I slowly let out my breath I'd been holding in. This essentially ensured that the sword would be better than the windfloret. But once the hammer could count to 25, I felt the tension return. I stared closely at the sparkle-laden ingot, unaware that it was clenching Asana's back. My anneal blade was a quest reward, but that weapon was similar quality and was worth about 30 strikes. The blacksmith's hammer was breezed past that number, then 35, only stopping after the 40th hit. The shining white ingot slowly morphed into a new form. Thin, long, sharp, beautiful. With one flash, there was a gleaming silver rapier lying atop the anvil. As we watched in silence, the blacksmith grabbed it by the ornately decorated hilt and lifted it up. He ran a finger along the slender blade, and to our surprise, he commented on his work. "A good sword." He reached back to the rack, stuffed with countless sheaths, and pulled out a bright gray one, slid the rapier into it, and handed it to Asana. At this point, I realized I was still gripping her hand tight. I hastily let go and shoved my hands in my pockets. She looked at me with a very strange look on her face, then accepted the rapier from the elf and bowed. "Thank you very much." This time, he did a snort back. Asana grinned and started to hook her new sword to the fastener on her belt, but I grabbed her arm. She looked in surprise, but I followed as I pulled her away to an open area within the crafting quarter. Once I stopped, she tugged her arm out of my grasp and frowned. "What's the big deal? I got the new sword. It's safe and sound." "I don't mean to complain about it, but can I just see it real quick?" I asked, holding out my hand. She pouted, but handed over her brand new weapon. The instant its dense weight hit my palm, I understood this was no ordinary weapon. I tapped the sword to bring up its properties, and we examined the results together. At the top was the sword's name, Chivalric Rapier. That was meant it's a knight's rapier, I supposed. Its current upgrade level was, of course, +0. Next to it was the number of upgrades attempts remaining. 15. No, what? An inexplicable grunt escaped my lips. On the outward sign of emotion, but on the inside, I was screaming. How? My shock was so great that it felt like I could shoot upward and slam my head against the bottom of the next floor up, then fall back to the ground. I didn't even need to look at the fine detail of the attack and speed numbers listed below. 15 upgrade attempts was about twice my nail blade, which had 8. In the most simple terms, Chivalric Rapier was twice as strong as my weapon. This was the equivalent of a 5th or 6th floor weapon. It was the cause for celebration without a doubt. The weapon stats had directly correlated to the chances of victory, and in fact, rate of victory meant nothing here. In other words, where any defeat spelled certain doom, every battle must be won. There was no such thing as too much power. Unfortunately, this wasn't that simple. We weren't locked in a standalone RPG, but a VR MMO RPG. Looking at our beautiful weapon with a hilt pommel and even the battle because I was tilted of it. The fact that they'd survived long enough was a source of the strength and relief. That's right, I said, staring at my hand. Asuna responded, her voice free of the unusual thorns and perhaps even kindly. You have to learn to take care of yourself. When things are hard or sad, the importance to tell someone rather than holding it all in. Yeah. I looked up and saw a gentle smile on her face. And what will happen if I tell you? Without hesitation, she replied, I will always be ready to treat you with a piping hot Taran-steamed bun. You don't say. I almost let my shoulders slump after that answer, and then reminded myself not to hope for anything. Plus, those steamed buns are pretty good, as long as you let them cool down first. Well, if I ever fail an upgrade attempt, I'll call upon you for a chat session. So anyways, back to the matter at hand, I said, hoping to change the topic. Asuna's ultra-rare smile had melted away like a flower on ice in the hot sun. Huh? Wasn't the matter at hand my wind fleuret still lives on? That's right, I noted, pointing Asuna's new partner. Not to repeat myself, but the chivalric rapier is unbelievably powerful for the third floor. With a bit of upgrading, a single hit from it will easily eclipse the strength of my Neil Blade +6. That's a great thing, no doubt. But the question will be, how did you get such a powerful weapon? She paused to think, then turned back to look at the blacksmith's tent. A number of yards away at the other side of the hasty fence that surrounded this cramped place. I followed her gaze. The blacksmith himself was invisible from here, but his lazy clanging reached my ears. If you overlook his rudeness, that blacksmith was good at his job, wasn't he? He wouldn't every weapon he crafts be this good? If you overlook his rudeness? Well, I doubt that's the case. We've had several fights now from the third floor, and the mobs aren't really any different from what I fought in the beta. If all of a sudden you're getting a weapon that's twice as powerful as it should be, the game balance is totally broken. So you're saying that maybe the blacksmith and the main town are the same, but this dark elf was updated to make better weapons if you overlooked his rudeness? I took my eyes off the tent and scanned the entire camp. The night had completely worn off now. The deep valley was full of morning light. Beyond the last tendrils of morning mists, the guard, knights, and officers traded easy greetings in the exact scent of baking bread, wafted from the dining tent. It was exactly as I remembered from the beta. Anyone can reach this camp as long as they take on the Jade Key quest. In that sense, I don't think there's much difference between this place and the main town. Well, you're not painting a very convincing picture. And besides, who cares if the game balance is destroyed because I got a way more powerful weapon than I should have? Better than that than the reverse case. Yeah, that's true. Her opinion was absolutely correct. We weren't here to be gentlemen, to play nicely by the game's rules. We'd use any bugs or cheats possible to get out. But therein was the problem. If this chivalric rapier was indeed an irregularity of the system, an item that should not exist, there was always the danger that management, if there was even a GM other than the Kayaba, would take action to deal with it, such as replacing it with a proper weapon or deleting it entirely. But perhaps that wasn't the only issue. When we were eventually met up with the other frontline players to tackle the third floor labyrinth boss, the others would undoubtedly be stunned by Asuna's new weapon. There was no guarantee it would be all admiration. Let's do a test then. Huh? I looked perplexed, not following her line of thinking. Let's ask him to create another sword and see if he repeats the phenomenon. Ah, I see. Wait, I nodded a few times, then pointed to myself. When you say create another sword, you mean me. Why would I need to forge two swords? I can't fight with one in each hand. Well, sure, but... Without thinking, I reached my hand over my shoulder to grab the hilt of my sword. Then I realized I'd put it back in my inventory. I put the hand on my head instead and rubbed my hair. She was proposing that we test the dark elf blacksmith if we overlooked his rudeness to see if he would create a similarly overpowered sword, but that would require creating the same conditions as Asuna's purchase. Not only would I need to provide a high quality base and additional materials, but I'd also need a core ingot made from a powered up, well used weapon of my own, meaning the Anneal Blade Plus 6 I'd been fighting with for over a month. In truth, it was nearing the end of its usefulness. As the main weapon, if I managed to use both remaining upgrade attempts successfully, I'd get it to plus 8. It might last me until the 4th floor, but even here on the 3rd floor, there were weapons better than this at plus 0. Some of which were sold right from the NPC vendors that didn't come cheap. Ultimately, the Anneal Blade was a quest reward weapon that anyone could earn for themselves. It wasn't on the level of rare weapon with only a few copies in existence. And yet, there was a part of me that loved that sword and wanted to keep using it until the very end of its life. It wasn't the specs and appearance or handling the weapon. It was the feeling of accomplishment that came with it. When I went straight from the Town of Beginnings to start the quest for this blade, using nothing more than my starter sword, it was the feeling I got when I felt the weight of the new blade, which was nothing like my first sword. Part of the reason I stuck with the one-handed sword skill from the beta was knowing that I could get myself an Anneal Blade first thing. But on the other hand, everything surrounding us had changed since the beta. We had to compete each floor as quickly as possible under the pressure of knowing that we only had one life to lose. The biggest priorities were efficiency and common sense, and personal attachment to items that needed to be replaced was a total waste of time. Even I said this very thing to Asen on the 2nd floor. If we wanted to survive, we had to constantly get new gear. That was MMO RPGs. Looks like this is where we're going to our separate ways, partner. I told the sword in my item storage. It was true that only ought to test the Dark Elf Black Magic skill level. And it was true that my Anneal Blade would soon be useless. The timing was telling. I gritted my teeth and prepared to acquiescence. But before I could say anything, Asen sighed and admitted, "Of course, if you're not up for it, we should call the idea off." Huh? Doesn't it seem like it would be bleed over from the into result? Like, if you didn't want to make a weapon, the finished product might be bad. What? Hey. I mean, it wasn't sure at first either, but when it came time to make the deal, I was ready. But it's clear from your look on your face that you want to go as far as you can with what you've got now. Huh? Let's think of it a better way to test this. Plus, I guess just doing one more experiment isn't really proof of anything. If you're going to take the process seriously, you'll need the best materials enough to make hundreds of swords, and watch at the best rate to make extremely powerful swords. I'm sure the results would be all over the place, though. Asuna stopped for a moment, lost in thought, then turned to look back at the blacksmith's tent. Then again, maybe we shouldn't do that to the blacksmith. To the camp as a whole. I mean, he's doing his best at his duty for the sake of other soldiers. If we barged in, forcing him to make hundreds of swords we're not even going to use, it would probably just be an insult to his profession. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird. She lowered her head, embarrassed, and looked up at me with her hazel eyes. I grasped the right of the sword, and even truly came up with, okay, I won't do it. Like it's a dumb younger brother following his smart older sister's lead. I didn't want to be the entirety of my response, so I kicked my brain into high speed and added, "But we still have business with the blacksmith. We'll want to get your new rapier up to +5, and I need to power mine up a bit if I'm going to keep using it." But as usual, Big Sister had a smarter answer. I'm fine with upgrading it, but won't be we be short in materials? Ignoring my rapier for a second, your Neil Blade is +6 already and has 8 max attempts, right? We'll want to use the maximum number of materials to get our chances of success to top value. Why are you making that weird face? I'm just thinking, you've really grown as a player. Perhaps it's not true that you only have book smarts without experience. I thought I was just putting on my honest feelings into words, but she gave me an equally weird look in return, then let out a snort. Oh, forget about me for a moment. What's the plan? Going out for more materials? Actually, that won't be necessary. I grinned, opened my window, scrolling through the item list until I found what I wanted. What materialized was perfectly ordinary black leather bag with a single brand on the side. Asuna grimaced when she saw it. Isn't that the mark of the cowmen from the second floor? It better not be filled with something weird. Sadly, it's not. I closed my window and grabbed something out of the sack. It was gleaming black metal plate, about 1 by 4 inches. The same cattle mark was stamped onto the surface. Oh, that's just a metal plank. I don't recognize the color, though. It's not iron or steel, Asuna said. She was correct. Metal planks were materials smelted from ores, collected mostly naturally dungeons, but they could be used for upgrading and crafting, combined to larger, full-sized ingots. But while this was a plank, it wasn't just any plank. I grinned devilishly and explained the cattle sign. This was the last attack reward for Colonel NATO in the second floor boss battle. This one plank will boost the upgrade success rate of any weapon below +10 to max. Plus, it allows you to choose whichever stat you want to boost. I could see Asuna's response coming from a mile away. You should have said that even earlier. The talented, if you overlook its rudeness, blacksmith greeted us with his usual snort when we returned. When we made 7 attempts of maximizing of the 95% success, all 7 were good. Asuna's chivalric rapier was now +5. My Neil blade went from +6 to +8. There were still 10 more of the cow-branded planks in the leather sack, but I decided to save them for a rainy day. With the bag back in my inventory, I drew my freshly upgraded weapon, now with 4 points to sharpness and durability to each. There was a fresh, deep shine to the thick blade that gave it prickly intensity. At this point, it might last in the end stages of the 4th floor, but not just the 3rd. Satisfied, I snapped the sword back into its scabbard, then headed back to the same sound for the next to me. We glanced at each other and grinned confidently. No true swordsman could resist the excitement of a good upgrade. Her rapier back to her left hip, Asuna cleared her throat and said, I'm going to pay you back for the 5 planks, just so you know. Well, I only burnt Colonel NATO because of your help, so you won't need to bother. Either of us could have gotten the last attack. Really? Then I'll give it to you in your next rare drop I get. She lowered the volume of her voice, whispered in my ears only. But there were a way to determine if it's a bug of her system or not? Yeah, I know. I replaced on my back and crossed my arms. The plan was to attempt a mass order was shot down, and we certainly couldn't ask him ourselves. No. Hey, that's it, snapping my fingers. We can just ask someone who knows plenty about this camp. The valley that housed the Dark Elf base was mostly round, the amenities such as dining and businesses on the eastern side, and the barracks of the storage of the western side, with a main path through the center. It had the size and detail of a small village on its own. It seemed strange that it would be instanced for every individual party on the quest given its scope. Austin and I left the business area, crossing the main street for the barrack section, and stopping in the front of the tent at the south end. I lifted the familiar black pelt door and called inside. Hello, it's Kirito. May we come in? A voice immediately responded. Certainly. I was just about to finish preparing breakfast. We entered the tent, excusing ourselves first. My heart was initially set at ease by the gentle, milky scent that went into spams. When I saw the elf knight rising from their cushions, The 5 seconds that I witnessed Kismel's black bodysuit last night were stunning enough, and this morning she was wearing nothing over her brown skin but a sheer gown that was significantly open at the front. SAO's age rating was only 12 and up, right? Or maybe after it turned into a game of death, the usual standards stopped applying. I felt a kind pressure emanating from my right and took my eyes off the elf skin as naturally as I could. I hate to bother you during your meal, but we wanted to talk about something. If you have a new mission, I will gladly accompany you. That's great, but we're not leaving yet. I just want some information first. Ah, in that case, we can talk as we eat. Have a seat. I will fix your portions. She gestured to the soft, fluffy furs on the ground and turned back to the stove at the center of the tent. I felt like if we were going to be polite and told her not to mind us, she would take it literally. So I thanked her instead. Asuna pulled her hood back and said, "We'll happily eat," showing just as much interest in the smell coming from the pot. We sat down on the furs and watched Kismel take the lid off the pot and stir its contents. Asuna hissed into my ear, "Don't stare too long. You'll trip the harassment code." Huh? I thought it was only for physical contact. I replied, then cursed, and I realized I should have denied looking at her at all. The harassment code was a part of the game's system that activated when certain improper activities was continued against an NPC or player for a set amount of time. Similar to the anti-crime code, the first offense was accompanied by a warning, physical pressure away from the target, but repeat offenders would eventually wind up teleporting beneath the Black Iron Palace in the Town of Beginnings. For a time, some of the frontline players tried to see if we could use it reliably as an escape mechanism in the midst of danger. After all, the way to instantly teleport in the fields of dungeon was extremely rare and valuable crystal, and those weren't even available in the lower floors. But the research ended in absolute failure. Argo, the rat, had noted in the information she had sold to me. Not only did the automatic teleportation to the Black Prison involve an unpleasant force like electrical shock, shocking the player back, which I'd never felt, but I had initiated several times and other players had to be one of the opposite sex. It was easier to simply run away from the battle than spend a bunch of time fondling each other. Of course, SEO's ratio of men to women was frighteningly skewed. The phenomenon would work against an NPC too, but few item-selling ladies bothered hanging out in deep dungeon caves. On top of that, it wasn't easy to get out of the prison once teleported there, and some said that you drop items during the teleportation. Thus, the dream conveniently using the anti-harassment code to escape danger was crushed. It was simple curiosity that led me to buy this intel from Argo, not any intention of turning into a talented harassment artist, but at any rate, a simple stare would not set off the code. Yet, the whispering from Asuna did not stop. Uh-oh, here it goes. 5 seconds. 4, 3... Huh? What? I panicked and looked back and forth between Kismo's legs as they peeked out from the hem of her gown, and the steam hissing in the pot. The countdown continued. 2, 1, activated. Thud. Asuna caved into my right side with a solid punch. I rolled over in pain, wondering why that didn't set off the actual code. Kismo turned back and Essence smiled. You two get along so well. The dark elf knighted treated us to a dish with some starchy crop between rice and wheat, boiled in milk and seasoned with nuts and dried fruit. It was firmly Western in style, but at least the Einkradian, and yet something about its delightful taste was oddly familiar. The only problem was that too small. We treasured the small plates and the stuff with the wooden spoons she offered. This is really good, Asuna said wistfully. I never thought I'd get to eat oatmeal in this game. Wait, this is oatmeal? I asked. I'd only ever heard of the name before. Asuna nodded. Yes, the texture's a bit different, but the flavor is spot on. Oh, I said, impressed. Kismel chimed in. Ah, so you eat milk porridge in your human towns as well. I didn't know that. Perhaps someday. She trailed off. Both of us looked at her, but the expression was hard to read. Kismil shoveled down the last of her porridge or oatmeal, or whatever it was, and returned to our gaze. Kirito, Asuna, you said you wanted to talk about something. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I wasn't sure how to approach the topic, so I decided to simply straight up and ask her opinion on the blacksmith's skill. Kismel's reaction was something between praise and unease. Simply put, he was talented but fickle, sometimes creating masterworks, but often outright refusing pushy, misguided orders. At that description, Asa and I looked at each other in understanding. The chivalric rapier at her waist now had to be one of those masterworks. It was not the product of a bug or error, but the proper result that only occurred a very rare frequency. That part was good news, but the bit about misguided orders worried me. After all, what could be more misguided than asking him to craft hundreds of weapons based on rare minimum of cheap materials? If he only produced crappy weapons in response to such an order, there'd be no way to test the odds. He'd already made Asuna an overpowered weapon, and succeeded in perfecting my sword. We didn't need and couldn't ask for a better set of results. But it wasn't just that simple. As a member of the frontier force of SAO, I had an obligation to spread the info I learned to inform frontrunners. They needed to know that the elf camp could produce weapons worthy of the 6th floor, as well as the possibility that could keep the elf knights alive in the Jade Key quest. I suddenly realized that I was too lost in thought. My spoon was scraping empty air on my plate, then cursed myself for not savoring the taste more. Thanks for the meal, Kismel, I said. The porridge was good, and you told us what we needed to know. Asuna bowed her head as well. I thought it was delicious. Thank you for the food. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. I will make much more tomorrow morning. Kismel replied with a smile, taking our plates. Now, what's next? We can spend more time in the camp preparing, or we can head out for our next mission. Actually, I said, shaking my head, Asa and I need to go return to the human town for now. 4. Kismel offered to teleport us with her elven charm, to a location near the main town, but Asuna and I gratefully declined. We headed through the narrow canyon, still choked with the mist after the sunshine, and into the deep forest that made up the 3rd floor. I turned back to look at the camp we'd spent the last 15 hours around, glance at the rippling flags. A few more yards into the forest, and they would already be invisible. Asuna had the same concerns on her mind. We'll be able to get back here, won't we? We can make it back, I think. It should be marked on our maps. You think? It should? She looked even more skeptical now. I opened my menu and flipped to the map. Most of the floor of the Wandering Mist that made up the southern half of the map was grayed out, with only the routes we'd travel visible. But the locations we'd visited, the exit of the staircase from below the Queen Spider Cave and the Dark Elf base, were all marked by dots, so we'd be able to reach them again without getting lost. I hoped. First, we set off for the staircase pavilion through which we'd come to this floor that required trudging through the forest without a path, of course, but it wasn't the main reason for the feeling of concern in our hearts. We were without our talented NPC guide, the elite mob, Dark Elven Royal Guard Kismel, and that left us feeling alone and vulnerable. Perhaps we should have waited a few days to return to the town and stayed here doing quests with Kismel instead, I wondered. Asuna spoke up, her voice as weak as my own thoughts. Hey, about Kismel. But her words faded out before she could form them into a clear question. I glanced over at the fencer, whose hood was pulled back. The fleeting smile on her lips seemed to contain a number of different emotions. We can't keep relying on her the way we have. We're going to have to say goodbye to her someday. Good point, I agreed. Then spread my hands. Besides, my beater knowledge doesn't help us regarding Kismo. Ever since you beat that forest elf guy in the original battle, we've been on a quest path that I've never been a part of. Don't try to act like you did all of that on your own. Look, I'm just saying. Like 80% of the damage was from your... An irregular sound came from the forest ahead, and I stopped in place, holding out my arm. Asuna took a fighting stance and focused. Little rustling sounds grew louder and louder. A few seconds later, a silhouette appeared in the drifting mist, low and long. It was not human, but insectoid. No, a mammal. There were 5 types of animal-based creatures in this forest, but one of them looked like this. I reached back for my Neelblade +8 and gave a brief explanation. That's a wolf. It doesn't have any annoying special attacks, but it'll howl to draw more of its kind when it loses half of its HP. Once the gauge goes yellow, use the sword skill to finish it off quick. Got it, she responded. I drew my blade. The shape beyond the mist suddenly charged, as though drawn by my metal grasp. The bright yellow mane from the head back and long, slender snout marked it as a foe as I remember struggling against in the beta, the roaring wolf. I was the wolf's target, so Asuna backed out of range. The beast tensed up, pouncing in mid-charge. This leap attack came down nearly vertical, but if the player tried to simply guard against the wolf's 6-foot-long body, they'd almost certainly get knocked back, if not into a tumble status, followed by the beast's fangs closing in. The better choice were to dodge out of the way or fight back with a sword skill, but an anti-air skill that moved from low to high were an acute weakness of one-handed sword category. The best angle I had currently was the second blow of the vertical arc, but this was extremely hard to place accurately, given that the first swing would miss. I lowered my blade and crouched slightly, watching the wolf's descent closely. I waited to the right moment, and then leapt with all my strength. My right leg took on a glowing effect, and my body rocketed off with an unseen force. The vertical kick, as part of a backflip, the martial arts skill Crescent Moon, caught the roaring wolf right in the throat, and threw it back upward with a yelp. The martial arts skill I'd learned with great pain, in more ways than one, from the bearded master on the second floor was an incredibly useful tool to have. Unfortunately, it did not add its own power to the player's limbs, so its damage couldn't match that of my sword. Despite the well-placed blow being classified as a counter, the wolf still had 80% of its health left. I wasn't sure if I had time to follow up with a sword strike before the wolf regained its balance, but I wanted to get more damage before I handed the fight over. But before either the wolf or I had landed, I heard the voice shout, "Switch!" The fencer flew into the fray from the right, cape streaming behind her. She held her chivalric rapier to her right side as she ran, starting the motion for a 2-hit combo, parallel sting. I was a bit worried that she might not be used to the different weight of the new weapon, but as soon as I saw that silver shooting star again, and a thrust faster than my eye could follow caught the falling wolf. With a heavy, satisfying slam, the roaring wolf shot away, spinning helplessly in midair, and smashed into a distant tree. The wolf's HP bar dropped precisely from 70 to 60, and down into the yellow zone. Oops, I muttered. The rapier still held out in front of her. Asuna said, "Uh-oh." We immediately raced forward, but the wolf had already getting to its feet, so to let out a long howl from its lengthy throat. Soon, more howls responded from elsewhere in the forest. Asuna stopped and glanced at me, then shrugged and pleaded. "Well, I didn't know 2 hits were going to do so much damage." It took nearly 10 minutes to take care of the pack of wolves that gathered. It was always dangerous to get in a drawn-out battle with monsters who could summon allies, but we were close enough to the camp that we could retreat if necessary. At least then, the worst we'd suffer was Kismil's disappointment. We sighed with relief and returned our swords to the sheaths once the fifth and final wolf was dead, before it could call yet more allies. The Anneal Blade +8 performed even better than I expected, but the true stunner was the Chivalric Rapier +5. The Fencer lived and died by the numbers of strikes they could inflict, and each of Asana's thrusts was heavy as two-handed spear, and there were still 10 potential upgrades left. I shuddered to think at what it could do if it was fully upgraded. The Fencer herself strode through the dapple shade of the trees, oblivious to my astonishment. She was probably more concerned with her rapier's feel and balance than its numerical stats. She wanted that feeling of trust, the reassurance that she could keep fighting to her heart's content with that sword. No doubt, feeling was crucial. In the days of the game's monitor before the nerve gear came along, the way of the gamer's mouse and keyboard felt and responded was of the utmost importance. I once knew more than a few players who stockpiled multiple units of their favorite devices just in case the manufacturer stopped selling them. But I couldn't help but feeling prioritizing gut feeling over numerical logic in this VR MMO was living dangerously. Ironically, the only proof I had to back my suspicion was another gut feeling, but it was undeniable. "Wait," Asuna said, suddenly muttered, and I nearly walked directly into her. I paused in my awkward, unnatural pose, scanning the surroundings. I'd been deep in thought, but not carelessly so. I didn't sense any monsters around, either visually or audibly. No, wait. There was a high-pitched metal clang somewhere far off. It happened again, then again. The sound was not in rhythm, but it kept happening. Sword combat? Asuna wondered, turning to me. I nodded. This was sword art online. The sound of battle were not uncommon. The problem was that the Forest of Wandering Mist did not feature weapon-swinging enemies, like the kobold or the tortoises of the floors below. The only possibilities were dark and forest elves fighting elves against players, or worst of all, PvP. Players versus players. I wanted to believe it was not the last option. It was hard to imagine people setting up a proper duel out in the dangerous area, and if it wasn't a duel, it had to be. I forced myself not to think about that. Let's go check it out, just in case. Asuna looked unsure for a moment, then said, "All right." The audible range of the battle depended on the terrain, weather, and status of those listening, but in any case, it was not particularly wide. We stayed low, following the source of the sound for several minutes, then noticed flashes of light amid the grove of trees ahead, the sign of a sword skill in action. A few yards ahead, we put our backs against the trunk of a particularly old and large tree, then peered around to either side. The first thing I noticed was a semicircle of 5 players with their backs toward us. They wore matching blue doublets with silver highlights, the unmistakable sign of Lin's Dragon Knights. The blue-haired man in the center, with his long hair pulled into a ponytail, had to be Lind himself. He raised his curved pale edge high, timing his orders, but the sound of battle were coming from beyond the waiting group of 5. I leaned out farther, curious as who was fighting, so I could see beyond the group. The first thing I noticed was a whirling green cape, platinum blonde hair, and long ears. That was not a player, but a forest elf knight, exactly identical to the forest elven hollowed knight that Asa and I fought the night before. The snow-white elf had his back to Lind group as he struggled in violent battle with someone else. His back was completely exposed, but none of the 5 made any move to strike, which meant, are they in the middle of the Jade Key quest? Asuna wondered, her back to mine. I think so. And they probably took the forest elf side, which would mean the elf is fighting. I suddenly felt a trembled jolt through my back from Asuna. She must have come to my conclusion. On the other side of the Dragon Knights and the elite forest elf would be another dark-skinned, purple-haired, dark elven royal guard. In other words, a second Kismel. It was possible. In fact, it was inevitable. Anyone who could take on the dark elf had to be occurring at every moment somewhere. And it was extremely strange to think that many Kismels existing at once, but we had no right to demand that every player in the game would avoid the quest. All we could watch was the two elves fought to their mutual deaths. But it wasn't true. I knew from experience it was possible to avoid double KO to ensure the champion selected would survive. I learned that fact because I was working with Asuna yesterday. If I had been just me alone, I would have been trapped by my beta knowledge, focused solely on defending myself rather than defeating on the forest elf. But Asuna took everything the dead seriously, using all of her power to challenge an elite foe far stronger than herself, and won. Of course, Kismel did most of the damage, and I fought very hard myself, but that outcome would not have transpired without Asuna's presence. With that in mind, it was clear that Lynn's blue team knew what they were doing with this quest. Either Argo had already released the first volume of her third floor strategy guide just a day in, and they learned about the quest through other means. At any rate, the fact that they were sitting back rather than taking part in the fight meant they knew what would happen, and were waiting for an enemy elf to unleash the major attack, prompting the friendly elf to perform a self-sacrifice to win the fight. What should we do? I bit my lip in frustration. Should I leap into the fray, advising Lind that if they tried their best to defeat the enemy, the survivor would be a powerful companion in the campaign? Malin was nearly suspicious of me and Kambao. Would he really listen? The other factor was that if we did that, Asa and I would be assisting the murder of a second Kismel. It would be shameless, sentimentally, of course. We sided with Kismel on nothing more than a whim, and callously slaughtered the forest elf. There was no right or wrong between the elven races. If we'd chosen, for whatever reason, to help the forest elf, we'd have killed Kismel, spent the night at the forest elf base, and forged the pact of friendship with him instead. And just moments before, I'd been scolding myself about the dangers of prioritizing sentiment over logic. But I bit my lip even harder. A hoarse voice sounded in my ear. "Sorry, this is your call, Kirito." Deep internal conflict was evident in Asuna's words. As few as they were, she was grappling with the contradiction, just as I was. Damn these quests, I muttered to myself. I'd just discussed the inherent contradiction and dilemmas of MMORPG quests with Asuna last night. There could never be just one hero in the world, with thousands of players logged in at once. Everyone had the right to experience the story as the protagonist, even now with the stakes turned deadly, especially now. But sometimes different players following different stories would intersect. We could not come to so close to contact with Kabao in the cave this morning, or Lind in the forest right now. If that happened, the story lost its consistency. It was no longer unique. The ideal way to handle this was to spirit away every player or party in our own instance the moment this quest began, isolated from contact with anyone else. But it was also impossible to generate dozens, if not hundreds of maps and dungeons at the same time. It was surprising enough to me that the elf base was an instance. Plus, too many instances remove the entire point of an MMO. How could you share a world where no one was connected? As I gritted my teeth, the battle between elves and knights rose in intensity. Based on the state of their HP gauges, if I wanted to convince Lind, there was no time left to make up my mind. But in fact, this was not the time for hesitation. In the first place, preserving the integrity of the story was not what mattered here. It was escaping SAO. I ought to do everything I could to increase that possibility. "Let's go," I murmured, and I felt Asuna agree. Suddenly, the positions fiercely clashing elven knights switched 90 degrees, and I saw the dark elf who had been blocked by a green cape until this moment. The black and purple armor, long saber, and small kite shield of the dark skin, pale purple hair were exactly the same as Kismel's. But that was all. Huh? Asuna exclaimed. My eyes were wide with shock. The dark elf knight, hair slicked back, was just as tall as the opposing forest elf. The arms were bulging and muscular, and the face was beautiful and proud and masculine. As I watched in astonishment, the dark elf knight that leaping forward with powerfully evading the forest elf's longsword and swiping upward to catch him with a solid blow, the blonde knight was knocked back several feet, grunted, and collapsed. Rather than chase down his opponent, the dark elf glared menacingly at Lin's group. His saber took on a purple glow. Lin lowered his scimitar and raised his shield. All members, defend! His 4 companions raised their shields or large weapons in defense stances. We'd lost our chance to intercept the encounter. If we darted out of the trees, Lin's group would panic and possibly lose their defensive positions. The dark elf let off a sword skill directly at the tight cluster of defenders. He slid forward to close the gap and slashed faster than the eye could follow with his saber, left to right. With each collision of purple light and shield, a roar of sparks and bursts forth. But none of them fell. I thought they'd successfully held strong, but the elf wasn't done. Spinning like a top, he unleashed another side swipe. Then again, there were 3 attacks together, were high saber sword skills called treble scythe. The second blow knocked down the team's defenses wall, and the third sent them all sprawling. They landed in an enormous clatter about 6 or 7 yards away from where Asa and I were watched behind the grove. All 5 of their HP bars plunged into the yellow. I knew what would happen next. Presumably, so did the team, but my pulse raced out of control, virtually sweating from my palms. I could feel a tension just short of outright panic from the 5 players, looking up at the approaching dark elf. Asuna took a step forward, but I hastily reached out to grab her hood. The dark elf spoke in a voice as sharp as steel.
If you'd followed my warning and left, this would not have happened. Foolish humans, accept the punishment for your actions.
It was the exact same line I'd heard in the Jade Key quest during the beta. The dark elf held his saber with both hands overhead, pointing straight for Lind. Lind raised his shield out of impulse, but would not stop the coming blow. The elf's weapon began to glow, accompanied by a keening vibration.
I am your foe, Knight of Lasulia, bellowed the forest elf, who was back on his feet and charging. He struck with astonishing speed, long sword growing green. The dark elf was unable to evade in time. He caught the strike with his saber, and the resulting shockwave sent Lin's group sprawling to the ground again. Even the tree trunk we hid behind trembled with the force of the collision. The 2 elves were locked in a stalemate, their blades grinding. But the forest elf, whose HP bar was in the red, slowly began to give. When the saber was pushed right in front of his eyes, the forest elf cried out, Holy Tree of Kael'za, grant me this final sacrament! A brilliant, yellow-green shine erupted from the forest elf's chest. When it had spread to cover his entire body, it shot out rapidly to engulf the surrounding area. It did not look like an attack, but the dark elf's HP bar quickly drained to nothing. The forest elves emptied with it. Still locked in combat, their swords joined in a standstill. The 2 fighters slowly collapsed. Every detail was as I remembered it. I had witnessed this scene 3 times in the beta, once for my own quests, twice while helping a party member. Whether it was on the dark or forest elf side, the event dialogue were all the same. At the time, I hadn't given it much thought, other than it was common development, but this time it felt as though I'd been stabbed to the chest. I could only take a short, grasping breath, and I clutched at the ends of Asuna's cape. Before he perished into motes of light with dark elf, the forest elf imparted his final message to the Dragon Knight. Only a small leather pouch was left behind on the grass, which Lind reached out and picked up. A greatsword-wielding man named Hafner, who was something like a second command of the group, plopped down to the grass and explained, "Whoa, man, that was scary." I could vividly recall him swearing at Naza for using the money from his sword to buy himself a feast when the blacksmith had admitted his crimes after the second floor boss battle. It seemed like he'd been repaid with a weapon of similar level. Shavita, another one of the scam victims, was present in the group as well. I didn't know the names of the other two, but I recognized one of them. The man on the right, holding a blunt flare on a chain, smacked Hafner's shoulder bracingly. "You're fine, Haf. That was just an auto-defeat event." "Whatever. You looked pretty scared to me too, Naga." "Can you blame me? That elf cursor went past red into black. I've never seen one that high." "Yeah, that was insane." Based on their conversation, neither seemed to be beta testers, nor Lind and Shavita's, who were speaking a short ways off. I snuck a peek at the fifth member. He was a thin man, wearing an anneal blade like mine. He wore a chain coif that hung low over his head, so I couldn't see higher than his mouth, but I didn't think he was present for the second boss battle. I was pretty sure I'd never seen him before, but there was something eerily familiar about his manner. I wanted to check with Asuna, but they were standing just 30 feet from the tree we were hiding behind, and I didn't want them to detect our whispers. I could possibly stroll out with a friendly greeting and not get a bunch of swords in my face, but they weren't going to be happy to see me either. It was a good place to use my hiding skill, but if they saw through it, that would only make the situation worse. Fortunately, they had no idea we were here, and at a gesture from Lind, the five huddled for a meeting. I could only pick up isolated phrases in that hushed tone, but I began to get a sense of the topic. Is supposed to be in the north of the forest. We get there at the start of the quest. Next destination is shared with the guild quest, so we'll follow that evening in the first overall meeting at the town. So if we get to the guild established by... Aha! I thought. Based on the way he was talking, it seemed their quest info came from a different beta tester, not Argo. I guessed that it was probably the unidentified fellow with the anneal blade. I made a mental note to buy info on him from Argo, then concentrated from the conversation again. But now they were talking about how to deal with the monsters in the forest. I didn't catch anything of note. They raised their fists and saluted at the end of their talk, and then headed off to the north. Once the clanging of their heavy footsteps disappeared, I heard a frosty voice command me to let go. I turned and realized I had still gripping Asuna's hood tight. Sorry. I hastily let go, and she snorted and put her hood back on. Asuna's expression shifted from angry mode to questioning mode. So, what do you suppose that was about? I wasn't sure which part of the conversation she was referencing, so I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know. I was certain that we'd see a second version of Gizmel, but it was a totally different person. Even though the forest elf was clearly the same guy. That's the weird part. If they were both different, it would mean the system rolls different NPCs every time the fight event is generated. That would at least make sense, I noted, arms crossed. Asuna sent a glance my way from beneath her hood. Was it always the same people during the beta? Yeah, I only participated in this particular battle 3 times, but the forest elf was always the long-haired blonde guy, and the dark elf was always the short-haired lady. Basically Kismel, at least in appearance. Asuna thought over the answer for a few moments, then shook her head. I suppose we can't say anything for sure until we get at least witnesses this scene one more time, but we should get moving now. The mist's thickening. Just as she said,
The western end of the little grove had already turning white. If we got lost in the unique mists of this forest, we'd only have visibility of 15 to 20 feet, and the monsters' encounters would rise. Fortunately, the staircase we were heading for was to the northeast, so we didn't have to charge into the mist. Gotcha. They said the strategy meeting was tonight, so we've got some time. Let's just avoid combat where we can. I headed away from the tree, and only after several steps did I realize that Asuna wasn't following. The fencer was frozen next to the tree, staring at an empty space where the battle event had just taken place. Eventually, she snapped out of it and trotted over to catch up. I was going to ask her what she was looking at, but reconsidered. The match over the dark forest floor resumed. We managed to stay ahead of the tide of mist and ran along only 2 monsters along the way. So it did not take long at all to reach the staircase. The shadowy mouth of the passage down to the second floor opened in the middle of a mossy ground. It had been less than a day since we'd come up those stairs, but it felt like several. Asuna stared at the opening, apparently lost in the same thought. You don't think that time flows differently at the elf camp, do you? I don't think even the nerve gear can affect the passage of time, I said, laughing it off. She glared at me. Not that's what I'm saying. I can send this realistic data to our sensory centers, so maybe it can adjust the way we perceive time. That's all I'm wondering. The way we perceive it? So even if one day has actually passed, it feels like 3? Yes. Wait, forget I said that. There's no use for that function. Huh? I stared at her in confusion. She blinked a few times, searching for the right words, and then murmured, I just don't want to rely on false hopes. In a flash, I understood what she meant. She'd been hoping that these 39 days in the world of SEO were shorter period of time in real life, say 10 days, or just 1, maybe even a single second. How much easier her life would be if that were true, but sadly, it was clearly impossible for one's minds and senses to be accelerated to hundreds of times the normal speeds during a full dive. I didn't know the fundamental properties of how the nerve gear worked, but even if I could guarantee that. Instead of agreeing that it would be an escape to fantasy, I put word to the thought that rose the unbidden from the deep in my chest. You said it was all about surviving today. I always thought that was a perfect statement. I never occurred to me to think about stacking each and every day as I go along. The fencer looked like she was choosing her words carefully again. She grinned faintly. Are you the type of person who has trouble sitting down to study every day? Definitely. I was the type to spend one desperate all-nighter studying before the test and then forget it all at once the test was over. I figured, but I suppose you deserve my thanks. You dedicated so much of your personal memory capacity to SAO beta tests. You've helped me out in countless ways. Should I take that as a compliment? Of course. Now, let's get moving to the main town. It's not that far, right? Yup. Just take the East Fork to the branch ahead. It'll be in sight in no time. It's called... It's something. I groaned at my loss of memory. Austin aside, I take back my compliment. We left the staircase behind and walked along the forest path for 5 minutes until a wall of thick logs appeared, blocking our way. This reminded me that the difference between the camps and the town was built with lumber from cutting down forest trees. The path was swallowed up by a large cast iron gate. The familiar bustling sound of all the human towns was coming from beyond the gate. In the beta, I felt so relieved to go from the elven base to the comfort of town. For some reason, I didn't get that feeling this time. When I noticed Asuna hiding farther beneath her hood than usual, I considered breaking out my favorite bandana disguise, then thought better of it. When I realized that few players were likely to be around at this time of day. When we reached the gate, I hailed the halberd-bearing guards, round-eared, of course.
What's the name of this town? The craggy-faced NPC stared down at me and then growled,
It's the town of Zumfort.
Thanks, I replied, and started down the tunnel-like passage through the gate. Anna noted wryly, it didn't even start with an S. You can always ask to find out the name. The important part is where you find the stuff within the town. In that case, can you guide me to your recommended place to sleep? Sure thing. Any particular requests? Asuna thought this one over very seriously. I'd like to say that I want a bath, but we'll just be back at the base camp by tonight. As long as the beds are nice, the area is quiet, and I have a nice view, anything will do. I doubt there's anything else you could even add to narrow that down further, I grumbled quietly. As it happened, though, finding a quiet places with good view is quite easy in Zumfut. The town itself was not made of ordinary buildings, but 3 gigantic trees that stood together like monstrous baobabs. Their trunks were hundreds of feet wide, well over 200 feet tall. The insides of the trunks were hollowed out into many floored structures. So the farther up you went, the better the view, and the more distance from the noise in the surface. When we exited the tunnel, Asuna's eyes went wide as she saw the massive broad trees looming overhead. Wow, they look like skyscrapers. On the inside, too. I think they go up 20 floors. The view from the top is stunning, but there's one problem, which is no elevator. Asuna said she didn't mind that, so I pointed her toward the tree to the right. The space between the 3 trees was Zumfut's teleport square. It was already a day since the gate had been activated, but there were still some people walking through the blue portal for few times every minute. Those with starter equipment and no gear at all had to be tourists from the town of beginnings. I hoped they wouldn't venture outside the town, but the fact that those who had chosen to stay safe felt secure enough to come visit was a reassuring sign. The northern end of the plaza was a semicircular meeting place, like that in Tolbana, down at the first floor. Most likely, this was where the strategy meeting Lind mentioned would take place. We approached the southeast baobab with the square to our left. A wide staircase went up to meet the elevated entrance to the tree. Next to it was a bulletin board of the classic kind. Parchment fixed to a flat wooden board, right smack in the center was a large announcement. The strategy meeting starts at 5 o'clock. That's going to leave us plenty of time, Asuna murmured. I suggested we rent a room before coming up with ideas on how to pass the time. At the top of the stairs and through the natural knothole in the trunk, the great hall of the first floor filled my view. Players and NPCs chatted happily and strode over wooden floor, which had been polished to such a shine that the rings of the tree's age stood out as bright and clear. The outer walls of the hall were lined with shops selling food. In the center was a large, spiraling staircase that led up to the ceiling. Wow, Asuna exclaimed as she approached the stairs and marveling how the steps and handrails extend directly out of the grain. So everything in here is just one giant piece of wood. It must have been incredibly hard to carve it all out. I was tactful enough not to point out that everything here was generated digitally and not physical in nature. Instead, I nodded in agreement and rapped on the handrail with my knuckle. If we go to Baobab in the back, technically, I think they call it the yew tree, you can meet the mayor near the top and he'll talk your ear off about how hard it was to carve these out. It's actually where you start the first mission in the guild quest. I wonder if the guilds and wood carvers have any connection. Now that is a truly long story. The short version is that long ago you had 3 different groups carving out the 3 trees, getting to all these fights. So some warriors / blacksmith / carpenter guy united the entire town. In recognition of his feat, some king from another floor gave him the sigil of a guild leader. Anyway, that here descendants have been the mayors of Zumfort ever since. The mayor now says that the precious guild sigil has been stolen, and the guild quest is all about getting it back for him. Ah, I'm guessing you have no interest in guild-related stuff, Asuna? Not at the moment, she said flatly. Her attractive lips twisted into a bit of a sneer. I mean, according to Argo's book, don't guilds set it up so that certain percentage of the money you make gets automatically deducted? Yeah, that's right. In fact, one of the best things about a leader sigil, I'm not saying that I'm desperate to keep all my money. I'm just saying I don't think that kind of heavy-handed system forcing you to participate in that way. I see, I replied, but I sensed something dangerous in her response. At the exit of the stairs from the first floor to the second floor of Unconquered seemed like ages before, I told Asuna that if someone she trusted invited her to a guild, she should accept. That there was an absolute limit to what she could accomplish alone. I knew full well that Asuna was not the type of person to swear loyalty and service to someone else. But at the same time, I knew she harbored a special quality that I didn't possess. She had talent to inspire others, to lead. It was hard to imagine her leading her own guild, but if she was perhaps a high-ranking officer in a large guild, she might shine brighter than anyone else. Asuna, still frowning. What about you? Did you join a guild in the beta? No, I didn't, I muttered, trying to avoid the uncomfortable sense of being seen right through. But it wasn't because I hated the tax system or didn't want to work under someone's command or anything like that. It was just a matter of efficiency. Once again, she had pinned me. I raised my hands in surrender. I guess. SAO is rare for an MMO, in that it's more efficient gaining experience alone or with a partner than in a large party, at least in the early stages. In the beta, all I cared about was how far I could get in a month. I considered mentioning the theoretical limit of playing solo. I had been thinking about just moments before, but it didn't seem to be necessary at that point in time. I see, Asuna said, though I wasn't sure how she'd interpret my answer. At least the frown was gone. She was about to say something, then reconsidered, and turned to the staircase, clicking her boots to change the topic. Well, let's get climbing these stairs. Did you say that the tree had 20 floors? Do the lodgings cost differently depending on the floor? No, the factors of its size of the room, whether it has windows or not, you get better views higher up. The only difference is how long it takes you to get there. I see. And just so you know, I'm not racing you to the top. I didn't say it was a race, I protested. But Asuna had already leaped over the handrail onto the stairs and was flying upward. I hurried after her and caught up. But as she had seized the advantageous inner position, I needed to run along a longer distance just to keep up. As movement speed in SAO was dictated by equipment, weight, and agility points, speed-oriented Asuna had distinct leg up on me, a more balanced player. I ended up chasing her all the way to the top floor, wheezing heavily with my hands on my knees, despite there being no point. Asuna watched my anguish with cool disinterest. I win. As the winner, that gives me the right to choose the room. That's not fair. You said it wasn't a race. It certainly wasn't. Anyway, where's the desk? Ah, over there. I stared at her grudgingly as she strode across the spacious hall. Something about that last line stuck out to me, but she was already speaking to the NPC in the inn menu open. Normally, check-in happened at the first floor, or what otherwise the lobby of any inn, but larger facilities like this one had special NPC on each. Wait, why was I thinking about this now? For some reason, I snuck up stealthily to where Asuna was earnestly pursuing the list of empty rooms. She poked the window when she found one she liked, entered the length of stay, and paid the fee. Then closed the window, turned to me with a very rare smile on her face. I got a nice looking room on the south side. It was a bit expensive, but since we're each paying half, it's not so bad. This way. Then she pushed me from behind, jolting me into motion. The center of the circular floor was the staircase hall, and there were 2 concentric circles of rooms along the sides. Therefore, any room in the inner circle did not have windows to the outside. Naturally, Asuna had chosen a room on the outer circle. She squeezed the knob open on the door reading 2038 and identified her as the owner and opened accordingly. 2 seconds after, watching the cape wave through the open door, I made up my mind to follow. This was easily the best view I'd ever have in any room. Not only was it spacious, but the entire south wall was 1 glass window, which gave us 200-foot-high view of the forest and the outer perimeter of the castle beyond that. Asuna pulled back her hood and pressed herself against the window as she looked out through it. Then she spun around with a burst of excitement. "This is amazing, Kirito! We can see the entire forest of the wavering mists." She chatted slowly, considering as the sentence continued, until she finally realized what had happened. Asuna's frozen smile wore off. Her mouth grew tense, and a red blush started creeping up from the base of her neck. She opened and closed her mouth 2 or 3 times, looked left to right as though seeking something, then picked up a strange-looking fruit that had been left there on the table decor. With a perfect overhand form, she pitched the fruit directly at my forehead and screamed at a painful volume. "What are you doing in here?" Now, I might be careless, thoughtless person in many ways, but this one instance, I felt my reaction was justified. This isn't fair. The pink-purple striped fruit was, fortunately, or unfortunately, extremely hard, and rather than exploding into chunks against my forehead, split into 2 clean halves, because we were in town. I felt the impact and suffered no damage. I caught both halves in my outstretched hands and took a bite of one. The milky white flesh was crispy and pleasant, with a flavor somewhere between an apple, a pear, and a leeky. Asuna breathed heavily with smoldering rage as she watched me chow down on the fruit. Eventually, she realized most of the responsibility of the current situation was on her shoulders and kicked the ground timidly. "I'm sorry. Clearly, this wasn't your fault." "Well, I could have said something when I noticed what was happening," I answered, planning to stop there so that I still had some ammo to use against Asuna at a later time. But she looked so uncomfortable that I had to offer a better olive branch. "I just followed you in the door the same way I walked into Kismel's tent when we were staying there. But you paid for this room, so I should have checked with you first." "No, I'm the one that dragged you into this. I'm sorry for throwing that fruit at you." Asuna's facial effects finally wore off, and she regained her normal expression. "You said that any party member can go freely and out into an inn-room, right?" "Yup." "How does the cost work then? Does it subtract the money equally from everyone?" "That depends on the setting you entered when renting the room. Remember how there was an occupancy number on the window? If you set that to 1, you pay the whole cost. If it's multiple people, then the cost splits." The odd expression on her silent face told me she was remembering it had been set to room for 2. In that case, my wallet had already suffered the loss of half the cost of a deluxe room. But that wasn't anything I couldn't make up. "Don't worry, if we split up the party, I'll still be able to rent my own room, but only if I get back the cost of what I've already spent here." She didn't respond to the half-joking suggestion either. Eventually, she came to a conclusion of some kind. "We're not spending the night here, just using it to rest until the evening meeting, right?" "Well, that was the plan. I want to be back at the Dark Elf camp by tonight." "Okay, let's leave it at that then." "Leave it at what?" "Well, I only paid the price on the assumption that we'd been splitting it. It would have been crazy to spend that amount on my own without even staying the night, Asuna announced, then scanned the room for beds on either side and pointed at one on the east wall. This one will be mine, and just so we're absolutely clear, there's a border right here that must be respected. She indicated a line straight down the middle of the room. With her tone, then walked over to the sovereign territory and removed her chivalric rapier +5, breastplate, hooded cape, gloves, boots, and loose comfortable. She sat down on the bed and looked up at me. I'm going to take a little nap. You ought to get some rest yourself. Okay, I said. We needed to conserve money where we could. We needed to rest when we could. We needed to be spending the night at the same room. Well, tent, anyway. This wasn't the time to be succumbing to the confusion status effect. Wait, SAO didn't have a confusion effect. At any rate, I moved to my territory and removed my Neelblade +8 coat and any other armor. When I sat down at the bed, I was facing directly at Asuna, which felt awkward, so I rolled back into a lying position. Appropriately for the price we paid, the pillows and mattress were soft and comfortable. I felt sleep quickly approaching. I'd been up since 2 in the morning. After all we'd been through, I had earned a bit of a nap. About our earlier conversation, Asuna said across the room. My eyelids opened up, about 3/4 the way. Which was? I prompted, looking up. Asuna was still sitting on the side of the bed, boots off and the feet dangling. Her response took me by surprise. About the experience game, better with 1 or 2 people than a whole party. What about it? I raised my head, then recalled Asuna had been about to say something back at the staircase when I'd finished mentioned it. But perhaps that was just my imagination. Just wondering, alone or with a partner? Which is better? Meaning which gives you better experience points. The fencer nodded. I lowered my head back against the pillow again, blinked a few times to clear the sleep away, then thought of my answer. It's not as simple as one or the other. The reason you don't gain as much with a full party is because it's really hard not to have some strength to go waste. You can't surround a small monster with 6 people and swing away wildly. If you break into 2 halves of 3, it's hard timed when to switch. It'll be different once we find a map with a whole bunch of extra large mobs to fight up all at once. And, of course, more people you have, the safer it is. I prefaced, then actually answered the question. Soloing, or playing with a partner, are basically the same thing. The 2-man team, if you can hunt twice as fast as a solo, your rate will be better. But that's difficult to do. You need to be able to switch from one player's sword skill directly into the other's. At this point, I finally realized what Asuna was wondering about. I looked back at her, and our eyes met directly, so I quickly glanced back at the ceiling and coughed to hide my embarrassment. Well, that's the ideal outcome, but it takes a lot of time to work together that smoothly. But at this point, safety is more important than efficiency. So, in that sense, you'd want to have a partner rather than fight solo. Kirito, if I'm ever more of a hindrance than a help, you'd better tell me, she announced, clear and firm. I held my breath. The fencer stared me down with a calm expression, nothing like her fluster just a minute ago. She put her fists on her knees and continued. Like I told you back in Tolbana, I left the town at the beginning so I could continue to be myself. But maybe I've forgotten that feeling, bit by bit over time. We've been fighting side by side since meeting up in Urbas. But if that's making things harder for you or causing you leveling pace to drop, that's not what I want to do. So she could be herself. I didn't know enough about how other people thought to truly understand those words. I didn't even know how I was processing this insane game of death we'd been trapped inside. It frightened me, of course. I wanted to be free of it. I didn't want to die, and I felt hatred at Akihito Kayaba for orchestrating it all. As a result of all this, I'd focused on nothing but making myself stronger since the day the game began. I prioritized efficiency, gathered information, and tested out my ideal build, and gave up on everything else. So the fact that I was now working with Asuna, the fencer, was the result of a decision that doing so would improve my chances of survival. There was no other reason. There shouldn't have been. You're very strong, I finally put into words. You're not holding me back in the slightest. In fact, with your new chivalric rapier, your damage per second is higher than mine. But it's not just about your DPS numbers. Your poise in battle, the execution of your sword skills. I'm in no position to claim you're not good enough. On the contrary, if you decide to keep working with me, I'd be grateful. It felt silly to say these things while I was rudely lying on the bed, but Asuna only straightened her back, still and silent. I thought what I detected in her slender body trembling slightly. Wait, what does that reaction mean? But before I had more time to wonder, she simply said, "Oh, in that case, I guess I'll stick around for a bit." Cool. Glad to hear it. It felt like we ought to shake on it. I lifted my head off the pillow, but Asuna was already lying on the bed firmly on her own territory and rolling back to the wall. With her back turned to me, she whispered, "Well, I'm going to take a nap until noon. Good night." Okay. Sweet dreams. I lowered my head back down, wondering what her deal was. It felt like I ought to take this time to think things over, but the Sandman was attacking me again, and I only had enough willpower to set an alarm before closing my eyes and succumbing. Across the surface of my mind, little thoughts, rosebuds, and bubbles then popped. So much stuff happened in the span of this one day. At this rate, we're going to be busy with conquering the third floor. I guess it's not that bad knowing there's someone there to watch your back. At that point in time, I had no idea that just 7 hours later, external factors beyond my control would threaten the dissolution of our team. 5. We are well aware that our request is unreasonable. Intoned the scimitar-wielding man, his long blue hair tied into a ponytail. Lind, now the first leader of the official DKB, Dragon Knights Brigade Guild. But I need you to all understand this. Now that the top players in the game have been split into two camps, it is imperative that our two guilds eternally remain on good terms, working together in pursuit of defeating the game. Compared to the late night Diavel, who laid the foundations of the DKB, Lin's expression of speech were stiff and awkward, but there was a certain stateliness to him, as befitting a man who held his large groups over 10 days. The spiky-headed Cabal, leader of ALS, Einkrad Liberation Squad, the other official guild, was also on the stage. But unlike Lind, he was silent, sitting cross-armed and cross-legged in a chair. Even after Lind's speech, he sat, mouth twisted but shut tight. Lind's words were not meant for Cabal, but the Scimitar Warrior's sharp gaze was not pointed at DKB or ALS, but the true outcasts of outcasts left over. The only beater who had publicly admitted his participation in the beta test. Me. About 5.5 hours earlier, our energy and motivation refilled after a nap in our lofty, and in more ways than one, in-room, Asa and I descended the long stairs, without racing this time, refilled our food and potions, and started all single quests available in Zoomfoot before leaving town. Not to return to the Dark Elf camp, but to get down to the dirty business of earning experience. Gaining experience in an RPG was practically a job, and each player had his own way around it. most could be categorized as quests first and hunt or firsts. The former raced across the map, completing and turning in quests for bonus experience. The latter found camping spots with best monsters and spawn rates, killing them over and over for points. If anything, I was the hunt first types, but I started changing my way of thinking after the second floor boss battle. In the beta, the battle ended with Colonel Nato and General Baron, but the advent of King Asterios and his terrible lightning breath nearly brought our raid party to ruin. If Argo the Rat hadn't cleared out of the local quests and noticed the possibility that a new boss had been added, then most likely Lind, Cabal, and Asuna and I would have all died. Money, items, experience weren't the only things to be gained from quests. But, of course, farming monsters over and over also gave you something other than coal and experience. It provided the player with actual skill, the experience of practice in battle. In a VR MMO, where combat was fought by moving the avatar like one's real body, this kind of experience was just important as the numerical kind, if not more so. Even if the attack speed number was the same in their menus, the initiation speed of an expert sword skill and the one still new to it was, in fact, subtly different. Also, crucial was players' ability to gauge distance and sense danger. So, it was Austin and I greedily planned to head out to the forest, stopping to battle at a particular effective spots as we worked on fulfilling our various hunting and gathering quests from town. In the 5 hours until sunset, we slew countless mobs, crushing them into polygonal dust. After turning in 7 completed quests each, I had risen 1 level to 15, and Asuna had earned 2 to reach 14. Tired and satisfied, we indulged in a toast at the tavern. At 10 minutes until 5 o'clock, we headed off to the first strategy meeting of the 3rd floor. There was already a crowd of players crammed into the bowl-like assembly grounds between the 3 giant baboa trees. I saw the familiar, friendly face of Agil, the axe warrior, so I greeted him and got an earful of jibes about how Austin and I were still a party. I had just promised to give him the vendor's carpet from Neza, which was still in the inn down on the 2nd floor, when the bells rang 5 o'clock. The support of and tongue of Zumfert Bell were carved directly out of the baboa trunks, and they had a soft, pleasant, woody sound to them. I sat down in the corner and the wistful melody of the approaching night played out, then applauded along with the group when Cabal and Lind appeared, and speaking from platform together. Including the 2 on the platform, I counted 42 participants this meeting. There had been 47, actually 48, in the 2nd floor boss battle the previous day. So we were down a full party. 6 who hadn't shown up were the Legend Braves. The reason they made such a splash in the battle, despite not meeting the average level of the raid group, was the effective and incredible powerful gear. But they confessed that they'd raised the money for that gear through a scam and donated their equipment to the rest of the group. It would take them some time to regain the strength to join the frontline players, but with enough willpower, they would be back. Meanwhile, Lind and Cabal finished their brief introduction, and the real meeting began. In the first order of business was official announcement that the blue-green teams, the largest grouping of players among the raid, were now real guilds. I was impressed, as everyone else. It took quite a number of errands, hunts, collections, and battle events to get the sigil necessary for the guild, though it was still far less work than it took to complete the Elven War campaign quest. I seem to recall that in the beta, it took 20 hours of play on average to complete the guild quest series. It had only been a day since we opened this floor, so Cabal and Lind must have foregone food and sleep to finish it. Even Lind must have surprised the Liberation Squad had kept pace with the Dragonites, given their aversion to beta knowledge. Next were the unveiling of the unofficial names and acronyms of the guilds, their current member lineups, casting calls for new faces, However, the only people in the group of 42 who weren't already affiliated with one or two groups were Agile, his three best friends, Asuna, and I. I had no intention of joining either guild, of course, and Asuna said she wasn't interested either. And I suspected the same went for Agile. When none of the six of us raised our hand, I expected that phase one of the meeting would be over. But instead, Lind, leader of DKB, and made the most unexpected announcement. I would like the doors to my guild to be as wide open as they can be. Our only requirement at this time is that the players be at least level 10. Kabao abruptly stood up next to him and shouted, "Level 9 for us!" A blue vein briefly pulsed on Lin's forehead, but he regained his cool and continued the speech. Everyone participating in this meeting who hasn't joined either guild should meet the requirements. So if you simply raise your hand, you will be gladly welcomed. However, there is one condition which applies to certain people. This was decided after discussion between me and Kabao. This time, it was Kabao's turn to look cross but resigned. At this point, I was still looking around, curious as to who would need special conditions. So when Lin stared down at me, I nearly stumbled down the stairs of the assembly grounds. "Kirito," he said, voice hard. Finally, I understood what was going on. He wanted to make it clear that I couldn't join because I was a beater. This didn't come as a surprise, and I wasn't planning on joining anyways. "Yeah, I get it," I started to say, but Lin's gaze shifted to the left, and he called another name. "And Asuna." Asuna's shoulders twitched, her face hidden beneath her hood. Even I couldn't see her expression from my seat next to her. Lind watched the two of us sit in silence, then cleared his throat before continuing. "Before you are approved to either enter either of our guild, there is one more condition at the top level requirements. One of you must enter the DKB and one must enter ALS." "One each?" I repeated, not understanding his point. Asuna gave no reaction. Lind cleared his throat again and explained quickly. "As was made clear during yesterday's boss battle, Kirito and Asuna are head and shoulders above anyone else in the general group. The two of you made off with the last attack bonuses of all three bosses in that fight. After all, I do not bring this up to criticize you, of course, but it does not benefit any of us that the both of you join either guild. Our combined strength are roughly equal for now, and you would cause a severe imbalance by joining either side." Kabao's forehead took on the bulging vein this time, probably because he took offense at the idea that their teams were equal for now. I listened to the explanation for the first guild leader in SAO without paying much mind. "We are well aware that our request is unreasonable, but I need you to understand this." My first thought was, how serious were they being? Lind and Kabao demands boiled down to one thing. They wanted me and Asuna to join separate guilds, if we to choose at all, but the if condition was a total non-starter. I had zero intention of joining either group. Lind must have known that to begin with, and for Kabao to welcome me into his guild would defy their cause of antagonism to all former beta testers. They didn't need to make this grand public display. A simple question of, "Do you want to join a guild, yes or no?" would have settled the matter. Instead, the members of both DKB and ALS whispered among themselves nervously, and Agile had his hands spread, head shaking with the folly of it all. Nothing about this reflected well on Lind. How could this decision possibly benefit them? My mind was full of nothing but question marks, but Lind seemingly wanted an answer, so I felt obliged to stand and speak.
I have to say this after you said we were head and shoulders above the rest, but I have no plans in the future to join either guild. In fact, I figured that both of you would have expected this answer. Cabal snorted theatrically, and Lynn seemed falter self-consciously. But this familiar hard expression was back in the moment. I understand. By the way, may I ask your reasoningly for explicitly choosing not to enter a guild under the circumstances? Huh? I wasn't sure what he meant or how to answer. By under the circumstances, he was referring to SAO's current state. Lind seemed to be assuming that creating a guild was the ideal solution for the current contradiction of aims of beating the game and surviving. Based on that premise, his point of view did not match mine, but I did not have the time to or obligation to explain my entire philosophy to him. It's not based on some grand explicit choice, it's just not my style. That's all. Ah, so you are stating that you have no intention of joining or leading a guild for the moment. Now it was my turn to grimace. Sure, you could put it that way. If I'm not going to be a guild member, I certainly don't want to be responsible for being a leader. Ah, that's what this is about. Something in what I said hinted at Lynn's true intentions. He was trying to get me to make the very statement to a public audience. He wanted to crush the creation of a third guild forming before it could begin. But what a convoluted, silly way to go about that. Who was going to step up to join a guild called the Black Beaters? He could have just asked, are you going to make a guild, yes or no? Hell, if he'd simply ordered me not to start a guild, I would have happily agreed. On the other hand, I could understand that he was worried about the possibility that if I was excluded from the start, I might create my own guild out of spite. This cautious, roundabout way of doing things reminded me strongly of someone else, the original leader of the blue precursors of DKB, Diavel. 3 times before we fought the first boss floor, I received an offer to buy my Neil Blade through Argo the Rat. The offers coming from Cabal, who'd been a lone wolf at the time, but Diavel, who was giving him the orders. Diavel wanted the last attack bonus on Ilfang, the Kobold Lord, in order to get a better grip on the reins of leadership. So he sought to remove his biggest obstacle, me, by buying my weapon away from me. Again, this was a very convoluted way to go about it. If he just asked me to let him have the last attack, I probably would have agreed. For a price, of course. I didn't think that Lind was aware of Diavel's machinations, either at the time or now. If I had the half consciousness and half imaginations of Diavel's ways that led Lind to pursue this strategy. Suddenly, I realized that he was still staring sternly at me from the podium. Even though it had been 10 days since we had first met, I feel like this was the first moment I truly looked at him in the face. Lind always seemed blander, less distinct when put next to Cabal, but his sharp, slanted eyes had powerful strength behind them now. As far as I knew, he had never truly let his ugliest, most basic emotions explode outward in public, since that one occasion, when he demanded to know why I'd let Diavel die right after the battle with Ilfang. The next time I saw him, Lind had dyed his hair blue and donned the silver armor, just like the late knight, and assumed control of the blue group. Perhaps he chose that path out of respect for Diavel, or a feeling of rivalry, desire to surpass his mentor. Perhaps he actually wanted to be Diavel. That third option was going to be pretty tough, Lind, I thought. Diavel was a man of contradictions, someone who sought to lead the best players in the game, while hiding the fact that he himself was a beta tester. He was playing a role that could easily see him hoisted by his own petard. But that was also made him a strong, fascinating individual. It occurred to me that if SAO had not turned into a deadly trap it was now, he might have been a great PvPer
The name Diavel came from the Italian word of devil. Argo told me, but it was that reason behind his name choice that drove him to call himself a knight? I didn't know. Of course, and pretending that I did was a disgrace to his memory. At any rate, Diavel left Einkrad entirely without revealing a number of truths to his friends, and no one could fill his absence. As though sensing my line of thought, Lynn's stare grew even sharper. He continued, "So you have no intentions of being involved in any guild? Do I have that correct, Kirito?" "Sure, that works. I'll still take part in the boss fights, of course, assuming you let me." The guild leader nodded a few times at my answer. Understood. We will discuss the matter of the boss the next meeting. That's all I wanted to know." I sighed with relief, once his gaze left me and sat back down on the stone steps. Next, he turned to Agil's group and asked if they had any intentions of joining either guild, but all four of them declined. It seemed to me like they were going to make their own guild, but Lynn did not ask about that. In the end, DKB and ALS wound up with even 8-number members. There might be ferocious competitions for new members between them, but as long as it swelled the ranks of the frontline clearers, it was a welcome development.
I'm glad that's over, I thought to myself, then realized something. I had answered for myself during the public interrogation, but I never checked with Asuna to see how she felt. She had her hood so low and was staying so quiet, it was as if she was testing out her hiding skill, and I'd totally forgotten about her presence. Lind asked me in Agile, why didn't he check with Asuna as well? I turned to my left to look at her. Her hands and legs were perfectly still and aligned, just as she sat during the first meeting down in Tolbana. The profile I saw peeking out from the hood was calm. She didn't appear to be upset. I started, then swallowed. What was I going to say? There was a pale fire smoldering in her eyes. She was more than a little upset. The one player who could deal the most damage per second out of all the 42 present was burning with righteous fire that threatened to consume her entire being. Let's head on to the next topic. I'd like to ask Kabao to lead the ceremonies now. Kabao stood up, sensing that it was finally his turn, but I was not watching him. My eyes were frozen at a random spot in space, neither on stage nor on Asuna's face. We'd been party members and travel companions for the past several days. Even I could sense that she was incredibly angry, but I could not immediately discern why. There must be 3 potential reasons. 1, me, 2, Lind, 3, Kabao. But I had no idea which one of these 3 it was. Reason 3 was probably out. Asuna did not think much of Kabao. When we had nearly crossed his path in the cave this morning, she made a face of disgust. But all he'd done this far was introduce himself, then sit in the chair the entire time. I wanted to believe that 1 wasn't true. It was nothing wrong of me to declare no intentions of joining a guild without seeing how she felt first. But she would probably have interrupted and made her anger clearer if she really felt that way. Plus, the smoldering flames in her eyes were trained at a point directly on the stage several dozen feet away. Based on the process of elimination, the target of her glare had to be 2, Lind. Most likely it was something in the DKB leader's speech that made her furious. Even as I considered these options, Kabao was theatrically gesturing to the crowd. Listen up! We're looking to finish this floor in the span of a week. That means getting into the labyrinth in 4 days and beating the boss in another 2. Our best option to make that happen is numbers. We can't keep up this pace with only 40 what's-it folks every time. We gotta get out there and recruit folks who got a bone to pick with this damn game. The members of the crowd dressed in green roared with approval at this statement. Increasing the strength of the frontline group was a crucial task, to be sure, but taking on new members and increasing the speed of our conquest were contradictory goals. The harder these 2 guilds tried to push the frontier forward, the further they'd left those down in the town of beginnings in the dust. Orlando's legend braves had attempted an upgrading scam specifically to close the stark level gap between them and the best players. But that aside, I had more pressing duty at the moment. I needed to prevent Asuna from tearing Lind a new one. She was keeping herself under control for now, but the moment the meeting ended, she would leap up and confront him. The other DKB members would be furious, and it would be also close the books on her eligibility to join the guilds, which would gladly welcome her if she'd just ask. I tuned out Kabao's lengthy speech, turned to my left, and steeled myself to speak. But before I could get the words out, her voice emerged from the hood, strained and gravelly. "You can't stop me. I've been able to resist what he says before, but this time he's crossed the line. I'm going to speak my mind." "By this time, you mean how we'd have to join separate guilds?" I asked, just to be sure. But Asuna did not respond with a yes or no, probably because she thought it went without saying, and pressed on, her voice even harder. "Whether I join a guild or not, who I hang around or with not, are my choice. I might be able to put up with his pushy attitude and speeches, but I can't tell that deep down he believes it's his job to guide others and tell them what to do. He believes that giving people hard orders will ultimately be their benefit. He even believes what he's doing is some kind of self-sacrifice." I felt a cold sweat break out from my back. Even though I knew she wasn't talking about me, even if I caught wind that someone said these things about me, the withering criticisms would make me sulk in an inn-room for a week. But if Asuna's remarks were accurate, then Lind's convoluted scheme to prevent me from making my own guild wasn't meant to firm up his own leadership of the player base, but was an attempt to guide me into my proper place as a player. He thought that wearing a blue uniform and taking part in the frontline community would reform me. I would be reborn from shunned beater to respected member. That would indeed be overstepping the boundaries of his responsibility, but on the other hand, I felt like Asuna might be overthinking things. She continued on as if hearing my thoughts aloud. "I know how it goes. I've been hearing those words on the other side ever since I was a kid." I held my breath. Asuna almost never talked about her life back in the real world. In fact, this might be the first time. She described her motive for picking up her sword and leaving the town of beginnings. For me to be myself. I probably didn't fully understand what that phrase meant, but her resistance to Lind's orders meant they would prevent Asuna from being herself. And that had to be more important to Asuna than hanging around in an ambitious guild. However, even as I was lost in thought, Kabao's impassioned speech was reaching its climax on stage. He challenged us to set the next town as our goal for tomorrow, and read the most important pieces of information from the latest edition of Argo's strategy guide. Even anti-tester Kabao was just barely able to accept the guides as trusted secondary sources. It felt awfully convenient to me, but if that helped justify Argo's position in being independent from the frontline crowd, that was a good thing. Still, it was important to prevent any situation which Asuna's might draw the ire of the others. Kabao's speech was about to end, and she was preparing to offer Lind as soon as it finished. Asuna had qualities I didn't possess. She had the qualities of a leader meant to guide a great number of players. I didn't want to let her dash that possibility on the rocks by antagonizing the majority here at the very start of the game. Then again, I'd done that very thing right after the first boss fight. Suddenly, I realized one very important truth, and held my breath again. It wasn't a coincidence. This clash with Lind, the self-professed leader of the top players in the game, was inevitable. As long as Asuna worked with me, it was bound to happen at some point. I was a beater, and I used to store my knowledge from the beta to keep myself and Asuna as my partner gain a lead over the other frontier players. What was the chivalric Reaper at her waist if not proof of that fact? I felt disappointed and anger that I had just now realized this obvious truth, as well as the powerful doubt and hesitation. I bit my lip. Up on stage, Cabal theatrically gazed on a full circle around the meeting grounds and prepared to finish up. And that's why from now on, whichever guild spots the boss chamber gets the first call on the shots in the battle. If there ain't no further questions, which I assume there ain't, then that brings us to our first strategy meeting of the third floor to a close. Let's finish out with a cheer! Seeing that Cabal had raised a defiant fist in the air, Lind reluctantly got to his feet. At the same time, Asuna leaned forward, her skinny legs tensed, preparing to leap forward. We're gonna crush this boss in a week! Yeah! The crowd roared in response. I held out my left hand and clutched her wrist. Sorry, I have to. I don't care if all those guild people hate me. I have no intention of joining them. I'd rather go back down to the town of beginnings and sit there and then take that nonsense. She claimed boldly. A breeze ruffled her hood, and a red light of sunset caught her in her hazel eyes, shining like two shooting stars. I stared right back at those burning pits of fire and shook my head. Don't do it, Asuna. You can't antagonize them. I sucked in a deep breath, preparing to tell her that we ought to split apart. I knew full well that this was the kind of thing Asuna hated mostly. A pushy, heavy-handed act supposedly done for the sake of other person. But at this point, I had no other words to use. I couldn't let Asuna make herself the enemy of the main force of the game, even if it meant that she hated, shunned, and insulted me, never to adventure at my side again. It was the absolute limit of solo playing, the fact that no one could save you. SAO was programmed with a depressing number of negative status effects: stunning, paralysis, poison, bleeding, blindness, dizziness, etc. These things could be overcome with help of friends in a group, but they all threatened the life of any solo adventurer. In a normal game where a player could be revived at any time, it might be worth the risk to play solo. But in this extremely deadly game, where a single mistake could be the end of everything, the only reason I was able to play alone in the first 2 floors was my stock of knowledge from the beta test. That lifetime would last me only to the 10th floor. Eventually, I'd be forced to survive in an unfamiliar map against unfamiliar monsters. Already, the things I knew about the boss monsters had proven insufficient, as the dangers increased exponentially. Working with a full party for our guild would be crucial, but the longer she spent with me, the more Asuna risked falling into my position, and no one even more perilous. I had to tell her it was time to break apart, and the temporary partnership that had sprung into existence with a wind wasp humping competition. She had to swallow her anger at Lind and Cabal, and if not soon, eventually join a guild, whether DKB or ALS or someone else. But it was as though my throat resisted the order to turn the air into my lungs into words. Asuna met my gaze in silence. Just seconds ago, her eyes had been burning red with rage. But now, they were filled with something else that defied my understanding. The other players in the square roared with enthusiasm, then broke off into smaller groups, chatted excitedly. Agile's group was seated in a wall in front of us, so no one noticed or interrupted our silent tension. But it was also couldn't last forever. I gritted my teeth and finally managed to make my stiff throat produce something. But what emerged was not what I expected in the least. If I died today, what would you do? Even though she couldn't have expected that question, her expression didn't change an ounce, as though she knew it was coming. Nothing would change. I'd still run as far as I could go. She paused, then asked, And you? What would you do if I died? Despite asking her that very question just seconds ago, I had no immediate answer. What would I do after Asuna died and all traces of her existence disappeared from Minecraft? I'd certainly return to being a solo player, but I couldn't imagine what I'd feel like after it happened. Again, very suddenly, I realized one simple truth. I was pulling Asuna away from the main group into a high-risk environment. Of that, there was no doubt. But there was only one reason I was doing that. I didn't want her to die. The first time I met her in the labyrinth on the bottom floor, I broke my personal rule and spoke to her because that feeling was my first instinct. I wished to see more of that shining shooting star linear and where it would go from here. That was the same sentiment that the core of my current attempt to keep her from snapping at Lind. Perhaps, rather than arguing about breaking up the team or joining guilds, I should say a simple statement. But once again, my throat had scaled itself shut. My bad habit of seizing up when it mattered most was nothing new. Ever since I left behind my very first friend Klein in the back alley of the town of beginnings, 39 days before, in fact, ever since I started living in my home city of Kawago, Saitama Prefecture, I'd missed my chance to say what truly mattered over and over. But now that I realized this, I prayed and fought, but my throat refused to turn the air accepted into words. Everything physical in this world was digital data. So it wasn't my real throat that had seized shut, it was my brain itself, my mind, connected directly to the nerve gear. Over years of experience, I'd shut down my own mental pathways. Just when the words I needed to say were about to evaporate into a sigh of resignation, I felt a faint voice squeak into my ear. Kirito, if there's something you want to say, now is the time to do so, while you can. Your ability to do so makes you very fortunate. The quiet, beautiful whisper seemed to belong to a dark elf we'd left far behind in the depths of the forest. Perhaps I was remembering something she said at that tiny graveyard at the rear of the camp, late that night. Perhaps my mind was putting its thoughts into Kismel's voice all on its own. But that phantom voice did prod me onward. The words I'd given up for lost made their way out of my mouth bit by bit into virtual air. I don't want you to die. For an instant, Asuna's eyes grew wider. So please, just hold it in. It's quite possible that Lind and his guild might save your life, and mine, someday. Please don't think you'd rather die than be saved by him. At the very end, my voice shook pathetically, like a pouting child on the verge of tears. I looked down and finally let go of Asuna's arm, awkwardly pointing forward. I saw most of the players that had descended upon the stage, showing off their weapons and trading collected materials. Agil's group of 4 were huddled tightly, conducting a meeting of their own, completely spent by the mere 4 sentences I'd spoken. I waited for my erstwhile partner's response. After about 5 seconds, she said simply, "I'll hold it in then." After that, I let out the air that had built up in my chest with a long, slow exhale. It could have been easy for Asuna to hold in the anger at having her strongest beliefs insulted. I wanted to respond to that, but there was no more words. I simply nodded. After a bit, I'd heard the whisper in my ear again. "You did well, Kirito." I had a grin at that. It really had to be losing it if I was imagining Kismel's voice in order to encourage myself. No. Wait. Hang on. Unless a number of other phrases circled through my brain. I slowly reached up to my right hand, feeling the supposedly empty space near my ear. My fingertips met a soft, squishy surface. We said brief goodbyes to Agil's team, headed out the rear of the meeting area, and quickly strode down to the main street, out of the town gate, another 100 yards down the road, out of the hearing range of Zoomfoot's bustle. I stepped just a bit off the path and into the darkening forest. Asuna followed me without comment, though skeptical look on her face demanded an explanation with a sudden move, rather than elaborate. I turned to an otherwise empty spot and asked, "Are you there, Kismel?" Asuna's eyes went wide with surprise, and she looked all around. For a while, there was no response but chirping birds and rustling of leaves, but it was broken by the sound of rippling cloth. A laugh emerged from the opposite direction of where I was looking. So you noticed. I spun around, and just in time to catch sight of the dark elf whipping her long cape back. Even with her hiding status removed, the knight's tall form seemed to be melting into the dim shadows of the trees. Her onyx eyes glittered with mischief. How could I not notice? I asked, choosing not to note that she was the one who spoke to me. Until I heard that whisper in my ear, I knew I would have imagined Kismel had not stayed back at the Dark Elf camp, but used her cape hiding charm to make herself invisible so she could follow us the entire time. I just stared at the grinning Kismel. I didn't even know what to ask first. Asuna filled the gap. Kismel, how long have you been there? There was indeed a big issue. If Kismel had trailed us ever since we left the base camp, she would have witnessed the scene where Lynn's team started on the Jade Key quest and sided with the Forest Elf Knight against the male Dark Elf. Contrary to my fears, the slain Dark Elf wasn't an identical replica to Kismel, but it was still must have been a difficult sight for her to process. If she had been present while we watched, how did she interpret that sight? But Asuna did not share my apprehension. Like Kismel, she tossed her hood back and pressed the elf further, her face reddening. Were you also in the room with us? That was another major issue. Even setting aside the simple fact that we did nap in the same room together, there was also the question that if we said anything embarrassing, we wouldn't want overheard. I tried to remember what had happened 8 hours before, but fortunately, Kismel shook her head. No, I spotted you at the meeting place at the center of town. It wasn't until late afternoon that I used teleporting charm to come within range. That was right. She had mentioned such a power. I was partly relieved, but my suspicions had not entirely been undone. Was this development even supposed to be possible? Were NPCs not registered with a party allowed to leave their designated areas of activity and chase down human players? And when Kismel whispered in my ear at the center of Zoomfoot, it was within the safe haven of town. Even if it were possible that a player being chased by monsters could run into town and actually have him follow in, the frightening powerful guards at the gate would dispatch the creature at once. Plus, Kismel was a yellow cursor NPC to us, as we're actively taking part in the Dark Elf side quest of the campaign, but she would be a red cursed monster to any other player. It must be true, the guards from Zoomfoot as well, so if her hiding effect had worn off at any reason, the result would have been disastrous. Of course, Kismel was tremendously strong by herself, so she might have been able to hold off the guards long enough to flee into the forest. I tried as best as I could to corral all of these questions into one simple enough to ask. So why did you come all the way to the human town? I saw her face blush a bit out of shyness, but her expression was serious, and she answered. It was my duty. Duty? Yes. The commander was giving me a mission to serve and protect you. You did not return for many hours after leaving this morning, so I simply left to see how you were doing. Simply, huh? Is it really safe to go all the way into the middle of town like that? What if your hiding deception charm wore off? Now her face seemed to take a note of pride. She stroked her oddly gleaming cape. This mist moon cloak is effective at the evening and morning hours when the sunlight of the moon switches places. Its charm will not break, even with a little physical contact. Huh, I see, I replied, looking at my fingertips, recalling the squishy sensation, while Asuna's brow furrowed in slight concentration. He touched you? Yes. You might be surprised Kirito is quite the cloak, I must say, I interjected hastily, trying to steer the conversation away from the brewing storm clouds. I had broke out in a nervous sweat just thinking about the part of Gizmo I might have touched, and how close I'd come to being automatically thrown into the game's prison for harassment. But for now, the questions were over. I looked upward. The sky, technically the bottom floor above, peeking through the branches, was almost entirely purple, within just a few traces of red remaining. I'd been planning to eat dinner in Zumfoot after the meeting, but I didn't want to wander back into the town with Gizmo tagging out of sight. I also couldn't force her just to wait here in the forest abandoned. Asuna, I'm thinking we should go back to the camp. Is that okay with you? I asked. She shot me a glance that said I still have to answer on the previous topic, but kept her face in neutral as she replied, All right, especially since Gizmo came this way all to see us. She shut her mouth, but appeared to want to say more. I peered at the patiently prompting her to continue, but Asuna looked down at the ground, prodded a bluish-purple mushroom with the tone of her boot. I was thinking, maybe we should just stay around the elf camp all the way up to the bass bottle? Huh? Well, I guess we can get all the info we need on the stage of progress from Agel and Argo, but there's plenty of supplies in the camp. But I thought you really liked the hotel room at Zoomfoot. I got to see the view once, and there was enough. Besides, I don't want to be anywhere near those killed people right now. I see. Once you caught a case of the stay away syndrome in an MMORPG, it could be extremely hard to break, as I knew from experience. But I understood how she felt, and didn't have any room to argue otherwise. So I took her comment in stride and turned to the elf. Kismel, do you mind if we stay in the tent with you, starting tonight and lasting for a week or so? I do not mind, she said simply. Her smile was more beautiful than any NPC's expression, more beautiful than any player's, in fact. I would be delighted for you to come call it your home. Let us live together until our goals are met. Great, thanks. The phrase live together seemed to take on a new, fresh meaning from her. Asuna nodded in agreement, but turned away just as quickly. In the dying rays of the sun, the contours of her rapier, breastplate, and fine cheek lines were blazing red. Sadly, the teleportation charm from the dark elf camp to the forest near the main town was a one-way ticket, so we had to retrace our steps from the morning, only now through the gloomy evening mists. There was no avoiding the monsters, of course, but Alsa and I had recently earned significant upgrades, and we had a powerful enough elf knight as our travel companion. Both Kismel and I were level 15. But as an elite unit within the game, her power was not dictated by level alone. We traveled with Asuna and Kismel to the front lines and me in the rear. Any mobs who appeared from the right were dispatched with a single attack and a sword skill from Asuna's Chivalric Rapier +5, and those from the left were met with the same by Kismel's long saber. I barely had to lift a finger. I still got shared experience and gold from being in the party, but I felt a bit disappointing not to take part, and my mind began to wander due to inactivity. On the other hand, I thought about DKB and ALS, who had themselves and our duo's role in all of it. I told Austin I didn't want to die, as a means to prevent her from throwing herself at Lind. That wasn't just an excuse I made up on the spot. It was how I really felt. But as a result, I had extended the terms of our temporary partnership. The logical part of my brain deduced that her odds of survival rose if she was part of a big guild. But I couldn't tell her we needed to break up the team. I still didn't know why the words caught in my throat. At any rate, I didn't take responsibility for my statement. I had to make her more powerful, to dedicate myself even harder to the tasks. I had to teach her more, not just her movement in battle, but her stats, the types of gear, and other knowledge of the game. That day marked a week since we teamed up on the second floor, and during that time, I'd held her to a simple stance. If she asked, I answered. Over and over, she demanded to know why I hadn't said something or other earlier, perhaps in my resignation to the role of a beater, but now was the time to snap myself out of the passive attitude. But, on the other hand, the subconscious part of my mind grappled with something else entirely, the mysterious actions of Kismel, the NPC knight. What was she, anyways? It was beyond obvious she was not an ordinary NPC. Her natural conversation style and her ample emotional range were on a clear higher level than a shopkeeper, guards, hotel clerks in Zumfut, and even other dark elves in the camp with her. It was though Kismel thought, felt, and expressed herself unbound by the normal constraints of an NPC algorithms. The otherwise, she would never have boldly followed Asuna and me into the human town, far from her home base. If she wasn't a normal NPC, there were two possibilities. One, for some unknown reason, Kismel was granted a high-functioning AI, rather than a simple chatbot that only responded to a set of key words. Two, also, for some unknown reason, Kismel was actually a player, or to be more precise, a human role player who was acting out the character of a dark elf. Both were hard to believe. I wanted to think that the latter could not be the case. If that were true, a person behind Kismel wasn't a fellow prisoner of SAO, but someone aligned with those who had plotted to turn it into a current trap? One of the administrators? There was no way Kismel could be Akihito Kayaba. But even if it was an accomplice of his, I could see them earnestly helping us advance in the game. Perhaps I ought to consider the possibility that she was plotting to lead us into some kind of trap ahead. I shook my head vigorously to dispel the dark notion. I didn't want to be suspicious of Kismel. The last thing I wanted to do was imagine the earnest sadness as she mourned at the grave of her sister Tilno was nothing but a cynical act. I looked up, fixed my gaze at the back of the fencer's head, and to my right. I had to protect Asuna, to make her stronger. Strong enough that if I died, she'd be able to survive this perilous world on her own. That was my responsibility now, that I'd chosen to not break us apart. But what if Kismel was leading us into a trap? If there was even the slightest chance of that being true? Kirito, came a voice from the left, and looked with surprise and locked eyes with the dark elf. The consideration, concern in her face was so natural, I felt shame for my suspicion, and my desire to learn the truth about her grew even more. You've been silent for quite some time. Is something the matter? Nothing. I'm just thinking. Sometimes it's best to speak your worries aloud and free yourself from their weight. Asuna turned back and added, That's right. I've noticed recently that you're the type of person who gets depressed on his own because you overthink everything. Just speak up before you get any stupid ideas. Well, that's true, I suppose. I glanced around, under my withering stares, but there was no escape. Yet I couldn't say things I'd been thinking. Instead, I put on an awkward smile, just as a lame excuse. Just thinking you're both so strong and handy to have around. What in the world would make you think so hard about that? Thinking, which one of you I'd want to have as a wife? Wait, scratch that. Reload from a save point. My eyes darted around, looking for the load button. Asuna gaped at me in total disbelief, then sucked in a deep breath and bellowed, Are you really that stupid? Meanwhile, Kismel grunted in understanding without batting an eye. I'm sorry, Kirito. That will require Her Majesty's permission, she said, utterly straight-faced. No, that's perfectly all right. I reassured her, shaking my head and hands. My mind immediately went down an escapist tunnel. Instead of MMOs, maybe I should have played those games with all those romantic choices to make instead. A teenager who loved dating sims wouldn't have gotten themselves trapped into this situation. Maybe there would be a market for full dive romance games with deadly stakes. But what would you have to do and to die in such a game? Asuna snapped me out of my ugly spiral with a chilly, "We're here." I nearly asked her where this was. I remembered that our little journey had a destination after all. Ahead, the thick forest opened up to a triangular flags, could have been rippling straight trailing mists. It was a familiar sight of the Dark Elf base. Biting back the refuel sigh in my own relief, I decided to forget that shameful display I'd put on just a minute ago and picked up my pace to catch up with the women. In the end, I left both the fighting and the navigation to the other two. It was not hard to feel like my stock had fallen during the trip to Zumfut to the camp, but if there was one thing I learned, it was nothing good came from moping on my own. Whether Kismel was an AI or human, it didn't change the fact that we helped her, and she helped us. I wanted to be around Kismel for as long as possible, and I was sure Asuna agreed on that point. That was all I needed for now. If progress continued in accordance with Kabao's challenge to the crowd, the boss battle against the third floor boss would take place in 6 days, December 21st. Until then, we'd accomplish as much as we could using this camp as our home. We'd continue with the campaign quest, acquire new armor, and upgrade it, increasing our skill proficiency and gaining information. There was a mountain of tasks to see to. When we passed through the narrow canyon of magical mists into the camp, I breathed a lungful of strangely scented air and told myself it was time to get cracking. 6. In the long distant past, the world was split into the forest elven kingdom, Kela, and the dark elven kingdom of Lysulia. The human alliance of the Nine, the underground realm of the dwarves, and various other groupings along racial lines. And while there were skirmishes, at times the land was at peace. But one day, something happened, and 100 varied regions from around the world were cut into circles from the earth and summoned to the sky. The circles were under 2 miles across at the smallest and over 6 miles at the largest. They were stacked in a conical formation to form a giant floating fortress 100 floors tall. This castle held its countless towns, villages, mountains, forests, and lakes, and never again returned to Earth. The magic powers that caused the old civilization to flourish were lost, and with them the 9 kingdoms of man. Most towns reverted to maintaining themselves, and the floors lost contact with one another. A great length of time passed. Legends and tales of great separation still existed among the 2 elf races, the only people in their kingdoms intact from that fateful time. And that's how the story goes, I said. Summarized the backstory of Aincrad's genesis as best I'd learn it at that day while I leaned back against the tent. A watery voice answered from my behind. So it feels like we learned some stuff, but none of it was very useful. Pretty much, I replied, looking up with my hands folded behind my head. Beyond the steam issuing from the exhaust pipe built into the roof of the bathroom tent, the bottom of the 4th floor gleamed dark and foreboding. According to the elf legend, someone had yanked the ground straight out of the earth and connected it with the framework of a steel and stone, so that the pieces were stacked atop of each other. Of course, the true creators of SAO were Kayaba and Argus Staff, and the legends of the Great Separation were nothing but background info they added to the game. But it was hard not to be curious about it all. Who had created this floating castle and why? Was it the whim of the godlike figure, or the work of a human, or elf, or something else? Asuna was pondering a similar topic within the bath. When she spoke, there was bubbling filter that applied to her voice. By the way, it doesn't seem like there's much in the way of gods in the story. When I read and watched fantasy novels as a little girl, there were always a bunch of different gods with fancy names. You may have a point there. There are churches in bigger towns and NPCs and priests. But I don't even know what god they're worshipping. Then again, it might actually be fitting based on the most fantasy themed games. All they have is vague godlike figures. Because the player is supposed to fill in the blank for herself? Then I guess your god must be a god of a last attack bonus, as you managed to win yourself the bonus from against today's field boss, after all. I tried to answer her half-joking response with another of my increasingly weak excuses. It's not like I'm going to go out of my way to win them. I just play a character build that excels in attack power, which happens to raise the chance that I'll get the last hit. Besides, if we're talking about gods, then yours must be the god of Bath or something. It ensures that everywhere you go, you find lodgings with baths attached. In fact, that reminds me of the place back in Tolbana. A ball of water smacked the other side of the tent wall behind my head. I remembered that I was supposed to have erased that memory and hastily changed the topic. Anyway, aside from us, it looks like Lind and the DKB are working on the campaign quest. Seems like a waste, especially since Argo put up Volume 1 of her Elf War Strategy Guide. And we added a lot of information on our own, but maybe everyone saw that guide and got a bit intimidated? I mean, it said right there the campaign doesn't end until the 9th floor. Even Agile said, "I don't think I've got enough time to mess around with a long-ass quest like that." I snorted with her surprisingly accurate impression of Agile. Well, I guess there's always the option. Once we reach the 9th floor, of rushing back here to blaze through it all the entire quest line. Plus, you're a much higher level, so it'll probably give you a better chance of saving the elf companion on the first duel, I noted, then realized something. Challenging a campaign quest that spanned several floors was predicted upon the player's assumption that we'd make it to the 9th floor anyway. I had gotten that far in the beta test, and I hadn't been thinking about leveling since we started the quest. But at the present moment, the 9th floor seemed like a distant fantasy. A future too difficult to fathom at our current rate. Once you started looking up, you had to think about the fact that there were 97 floors above our heads. But, you know what? Asuna started from within the tent. As though reading my mind, there was a heavy splash and the sound of wet feet slapping against the wood deck. I heard her sit down right the other side of the heavy hanging flap. She continued, "It's not as scary as it used to be. To think about all the floors left. I'm still trying my hardest to survive each and every day. But now, I'm looking forward to see the Dark Elf's Queen's Place, for example. If the dozen of floors ahead of us were all ripped from the surface centuries ago, then there must be all kinds of sights, sounds, and experiences. It's more of a feeling of anticipation." "I see," I responded simply, impressed once again with Asuna's strength of spirit. It seemed like an inadequate statement, so I searched for something else to add. "I bet there are all kinds of baths up there, too." A sharp elbow, I think, slammed into the small of my back through the heavy tent wall. Sunday, December 18th. 3 days had passed since the first strategy meeting in Zumfut. We hadn't returned to the small town since then, but stuck to the Dark Elf camp, completing quests, collecting upgrade materials, and buffing our skills to earn mods. With a fresh new level gained, I was at 16, and Asuna was at 15. This was probably as far as we'd get here on the 3rd floor. During the beta, the recommended level for fighting the boss was 3 times the floor number, which would probably change as we got further into the game, and we were already half a dozen over that number. Accordingly, the experience we were receiving dropped precariously. Killing mobs in the forest and dungeons barely moved the XP bar in the least. More surprising was that Kismo actually earned a level up from 216 during our journeys together. I actually congratulated her on her level up when I saw the customary flash, but she already interpreted the number as some kind of sword rank, and I did nothing self-aware to thank me. With the help of our even stronger knight companion, the campaign quest proceeded smoothly, but Asuna had noted earlier that we didn't really learn any more about the birth of Aincrad than before. After the Jade Key, the Vanishing Spiders, the third act of the campaign was a collection quest titled The Flower Offering, in which we gathered items to offer to the memory of the slain scout from the previous quest. The fourth act, Emergency Orders, was another search for a missing scout, but unlike the second quest, we successfully rescued the elf this time. But the fifth quest, The Missing Soldier, revealed that the scout we brought back to the camp was none other than the forest elf using a disguise charm. I knew how it all went already. Of course, I was considering whether or not to expose the imposter during the fourth quest, but not only did I not know how to undo his charm, there was also the possibility that the campaign might fall off completely the tracks, and then right there. I kept an eye out for him as we got to the back to the base, and then raised an alarm after he tried to steal back the Jade Key from the commander's tent, but I soon lost sight of him, thanks to his elven hiding abilities. It was better than in the beta when the key was stolen from under my nose, but the imposter still had to be chased. We formed a temporary party with the dark elven wolf handlers plus Kismel, and followed the imposter's scout tracks directly to a large forest elfin camp. It was at this point that we had to pause the quest, for earlier that day was the battle against the field boss that guarded the cave leading to the labyrinth. We defeated the boss on the first attempt, with no fatalities. Aside from the outcast beater jumping in and stealing the last attack bonus again, it was a rousing success. But I couldn't help but feel that the sparks of anger that had been smoldering within the group were rapidly turning into a raging fire with the creation of two big guilds. "Hey, Asuna!" I shouted into the tent, rubbing the sore spot on my back. The only answer I got was the sound of the exit flap being lifted. I turned to see a slender silhouette leaving the tent, profiled against the dying light. She was in the water for just a minute before, but the leather tunic-clad figure showed no signs of having just bathed. One of the convenient things about virtual bathing was the instant drying effect, but the most vocal bathing admirer in the front line, you'd think Asuna would not like the deviation from realism. Thanks to this mental diversion, the question that eventually left my lips was not what I meant to ask. Do you ever feel like changing outfits? Even in the dim light, the furious crevice between her eyebrows was clear as day. "Is there a problem with me not changing?" she snapped, voice freezing cold. I rapidly shook my head back and forth. No problem at all. I just wondered if you felt like wearing something that fit the mood better once you were done bathing. You know, like a yakuta or a bathrobe or a single t-shirt. Too late to stop the words. I decided to blame the last option on my subconscious, bringing up what my little sister always wore after a bath. But Asuna held it in. It did nothing worse than twitch her eyelids after a few moments. She looked down at herself and sighed. "As I'm sure you remember, I do have extra outfits. In fact, most of my storage space is packed with them." I did remember. When I had forced her to use the materialize all items command in Urbis so she could retrieve the sword that had been swindled from her, the room had exploded with small, frilly white articles of clothing. Asuna pinned me with a sharp gaze to ensure I didn't remember too many of those details, and leaned against the tent for support, and stared up at the night sky. "But those clothes aren't meant for my own enjoyment." "Huh? Why did you buy so many of them then?" "I didn't." I blinked in surprise, then understood. Many copies of the crafted items often represents a mean, not a purpose. "Are you saying you crafted those yourself to raise your tailoring skill?" I asked softly. Asuna nodded. "But when did you do all of this? It wasn't after we teamed up on the second floor, right?" "No, it was before. You know, when you have to farm monsters on the second floor, you end up with tons of wool and cotton items. I just decided to use them on a whim." "Gotcha. I usually just sell them to an NPC once I get a big stock of them. I'm surprised you were in the mood to work on your crafting skill. Isn't it boring?" For some reason, she did not react. After watching her stand silently, I noticed something. At present, it wasn't the length of time that was the issue with crafting skills, it was the number of slots. At level 1, a player started with 2 skill slots. It expanded to 3 at level 6, 4 at 12, and 5 at 20. From that point on, every 10 levels provided a new slot, as far as I knew. At level 16, I had 4 slots, and they were all filled with battle skills: one-handed sword, martial arts, search, hiding. Asuna had 4 slots as well, but I realized I'd never asked her what her skills she was using, aside from rapier. She wore a metal armor, but the other 2 were a mystery. If one of them was tailoring, why would she choose that? Asuna claimed that she did get rid of the materials, but skill slots were crucially important factors in character build, not something to be chosen on a whim. As a frontline player, it made much more sense to ditch crafting skills to maximize her battle potential and survivability with hiding or search like me, or perhaps acrobatics or weight limit expansion. Asuna didn't need me to explain these things to her. She understood the logic. Asuna seemed to recognize the confusion of my gaze. She glanced at me, looked down, and caught me by surprise once again. Just so you know, I removed the tailoring from my slot, and most of the clothes are turned back into fabric. Really? So it was just all a whim, nothing more? That's what I said, isn't it? But that's not all there was to it. Meaning, it was a secret. I'll tell you someday if I feel like it. There seemed to be a hint of a smile, that standoffish answer. Asuna pulled off the tent pole. So, what about you? If you want to take a bath, I'll stand guard here. That won't be necessary. It'll only take me 3 minutes. You go ahead to the dining hall. Okay. While we're eating, you better tell me what you got out of that giant spider today. Yeah, I replied, getting to my feet. Asuna waved and marched off to the nearby dining tent. I watched her go, then stepped through the hanging door of the tent. For the last 5 days, we'd made practice of beelining for this bathing tent when we returned to the camp, and I would stand guard at the entrance while Asuna bathed. At no point in any of this had a dark elf of either sex attempted to visit the tent while someone was inside. It felt like standing guard wasn't even necessary, but it was hard to get over the idea when the only thing separating you from anyone else was a simple flap of fabric. On the other hand, a man had little use for a bath place security. I stepped onto the wooden deck installed within the tent and hit remove button 3 times to all my equipment mannequin, sending all my gear into storage. I shrank back into the immediate chill and headed straight to the large bathtub at the rear of the tent. If it weren't for the fear of the dark elves might be drawn by the sound, I would have leaped into the water. Instead, I slipped gracefully as I could manage. The bathtub was at least 7 or 8 feet long. Heating that much water seemed like it would be hard, but it was just another elven charm at work. The water was pale green color, brimming with pleasant scent like mint or cypress. Once I had up to my shoulders, I felt delightful heat pressure enveloping every inch of my skin. It made sense that Asuna had such a fixation on bathing, but it was so distracting to notice the ways it didn't match up to the real thing. Something about it just didn't feel quite liquidy enough. In the general sense, did my best not to think about my body and everything else in Unconquered being polygonal creations. I was afraid that I might have imagined being faked, that my subconscious might think that this didn't matter, that I could always retry any mistakes. The fighting, eating, sleeping were certainly realistic enough, but there were times when cracks in the edifice would be noticeable. That must have been why I never took to bathing much. But no, that wasn't an excuse. Even in the real world, I wasn't much of a bather as a little kid. Maybe the baths here were actually more suited to me, given that I didn't need any shampoo for my hair scrub or my body to dry off. Small pots filled with what I assumed was shampoo and soap were lined at the edge of the deck, but I never used them. Perhaps Asuna was using them to gain some kind of statistical advantage. Was that the kind of question it was safe to ask? 2 minutes had passed. I stood up and finished my brief bath. I walked outside and saw Kismel waiting for me. The death of Kismel's sister and the very war between the forest and dark elves were nothing more than background setting that had been applied to Kismel. It was impossible to imagine NPCs going about their routines and actually fighting and dying in combat where no player could see. It was the old quandary about the sound of the tree falling alone in the forest. The memories that Kismel spoke at the graveyard to the rear of the camp had been manufactured for her sake. But could I truly guarantee that my memories of 14 years and 72 days were all true? What if my existence was just like Kismel and had been loaded on the first day of Sword Art Online, with all my memories of the real world being nothing but fiction? How could I know that wasn't the case? I wasn't truly grappling with that line of thought, but there was a part of me that wanted to consider my memories and Kismel memories to be fundamentally equal. My thoughts raced through these philosophical topics. I have been plagued by dreams as of late, Kismel suddenly said. Dreams? Though I didn't say it aloud, I was shocked by the idea of an NPC having a dream. What kind? I asked. Well, I believe they are dreams about the time you came to my aid, and I was fighting the forest elf 4 days ago. The strange thing is, what happens next is totally unlike what really happened. First, you are dressed differently, and your partner is not the same. It is not Asuna, but a group of unfamiliar men. Oh, strange. I haven't been in a party group with anyone other than Asuna in ages. Yes, but those are more subtle differences. In the dream, you are and your companions fight me against the forest elf. But if you overlook my rudeness, your skills are not what they are now. We cannot stand firm against the forest elf. One falls, then another, and in order to save your lives, I unleash all the protections on the holy tree, which gives elven kind life. The enemy is slain, but I perish as well. I fall on the ground, and you look down upon me with sadness in your eyes. Every time I have that dream, your clothes, your companions are different, but your face is always the same in the end. Ah, I murmured. Then my eyes went wide. I silently gaped. What, that dream? Was it the memories of the SAO beta test? I was so shocked, I nearly asked Kismel this question, knowing she couldn't possibly understand it. Perhaps Kismel did possess the memories of the beta within her. I was fascinated and deeply curious, but I felt I needed to process information before I knew what to ask her. She muttered, Yes, I would like to know what that dream means. I felt like she was talking more to herself than me. 11:45 at night. My eyes popped open at an alarm that only I could hear, and I waited for my senses to fully return before sitting up. The lamp hanging off the center pole of the tent and the fires in the heater were both extinguished, but there was enough moonlight coming through the exhaust vent of the roof to see by. In the center of the pelt-covered floor, Kismel and Asuna lay close together, fast asleep. NPCs acted like players in that they went to sleep at night, but in their case, they simply closed their eyes and went inactive, according to the rules of their programming. At least, that's what I'd always assumed, and perhaps it was true for NPCs other than Kismel. But 6 hours ago, she told me that she had a mysterious dream every night. At that point, the possibility that someone in real world could be role-playing as the Dark Elf Knight disappeared entirely. Bringing up the topic of the beta test destroyed the illusion of a simple NPC, and my appearance now was completely different from the beta days. Someone had on development side would know that, and they wouldn't say something like, Your face is always the same at the end. So, assuming Kismo was a true NPC, what did that dream mean to her? The function of the dream was still largely unexplained, as was still active in calculating her process as slept. I challenged the Jade Key quest 3 times in the beta, and I remember seeing her die in each case. Was that data accumulating in her system, and her program was simply trying to find some logic to this memory that should not exist? Did she remember the beta because she was an exceptional NPC? Or had she gained her exceptional nature because those memories still existed within her? A gentle night breeze through the gaps of the entrance flap ruffled my hair. I recalled the day this game of death began. I left my first and only friend, Klein, back in the town of beginnings, and raced through the open fields, and didn't stop until I reached the village of Horunka, deep in the forest. I was heading straight for the quest that would reward me with my Neelblade, the weapon I still use today. The quest was offered by a mother of a sickly child, and required me to hunt plant monsters for a special herb. In the midst of that quest, I ran across the former beta tester for the first time. He invited me into a party, and when we'd collected enough herbs for one of us to turn the quest, he tried to kill me with a monster trap. Instead, I just barely survived, and returned to the village to give the mother her herbs. When I did the same quest in the beta, I took my sword and raced off to the next place of interest. But for some reason, this time, I watched her prepare the medicine and followed her into the child's room next door. As I watched the sick little child, the NPC named Agatha, slowly recover thanks to the potion, I recalled how I had cared for my sister when she was sickly. The emotions that had been building up inside me since I learned that I was trapped in a game of death suddenly burst forth, and I wept into the blankets of the bed. Agatha reached over, looking concerned, and rubbed my head over and over until I stopped. I took another deep breath and pushed the memories out of my mind. Kismel and Asuna were lined up together, fast asleep like sisters. After bathing and eating, we went back out to the forest and with Kismel's help, completed all the quests we picked up in Zimfoot. We'd have to turn them in later, but after a solid 4 hours of fighting spiders, tree ants, and wolves, they must have been exhausted. Didn't NPCs even have a fatigue stat, though? I could have stood to sleep some more myself, but there was another mission to be undertaken tonight. I crawled along the floor, slipping out of the entrance with minimum disturbance, and took another deep breath. That lungful of crisp, cold air shook me fully awake, and I snuck away through the night camp and passed by the now familiar night guards with a wave and headed through the canyon into the forest for the third time today. The forest of wavering mists was dangerous at night. When the heavy mists rolled in, there was nothing to see but a blue-gray haze. I had a solid grasp of the terrain now, though I proceeded through the forest, mindful of the precedence of monsters, and less than 10 minutes I reached a familiar staircase leading back down to the second floor. Bathed in pale moonlight, the stone structure appeared to be empty, but as I drew nearer, a silhouette melted out of the otherwise thin air of shadow of one of the pillars. This player's hiding skill was on par with Kismel's and her cloak of invisibility. The person I was meeting grinned, painted whiskers crinkling beneath her heavy hood.
7 seconds late, key boy.
Sorry, blame it on the train driver. Her hood shook ruefully at my earnest attempt at humor.
I can sell you some better jokes if you're looking to improve.
No thanks, I'll manage with what I've got. I hate to rush you, but did you learn anything about what I asked for?
Always the impatient one you are. The hastiest rats are the ones that don't make it back to the hole.
My grinning quest hopped up to the collapsed pillar nearby her crossed legs. I took up a position, leaning against the pillar, facing her.
Argo the Rat was the first and best information dealer agent in Aincrad. I'd known her for a long time. If a month counted as long, but I barely knew anything about her personally. I was pretty sure she was a girl. Pretty sure she was somewhere between her late teens and early 20s. And pretty sure she was also a beta tester. She collected information from her beta experience as well as nuggets bought from me and other testers, and compiled them into her own series of strategy guides that she sold through NPC item shops throughout the game. Most important of all to remember is her motto: any information with a price would be sold. That meant that if I asked Argo to sell me personal information like her height, weight, favorite food, skill layout, and so on, she would do it, as long as I paid the price. Fortunately, the cost of information I wanted in this case was quite reasonable. I pulled 500 coal out of my coat pocket and flipped it to her, which she caught nimbly between her two fingers. The coin danced along her fingers before disappearing entirely. Thanky! I'll tell you what I know so far. Her grin on her whiskers disappeared, and she continued with a low voice. Seems like there is only one player who joined with Lin Dragon Knights Brigade since reaching the 3rd floor. His name's Morchi. He uses a one-hand sword skill, and he never takes off his metal coif, even in town. That's all I've got for ya. Morchi, I repeated, thinking that it sounded like a type of candy. A man wearing a coif. That had to be the man I saw Lin's team of 5 the other day. He was probably a beta tester like me, and was feeding Lin information on the campaign quest. Suddenly, I recognized the contradiction there. Wait, but at the last strategy meeting, which I assume you were watching, the DKB had 18 members, the same during the last boss fight. So if Morchi joined, does that mean one person dropped out? And was it voluntary or forced? Argo waved my suspicion away. Nope. The 18 at the meeting were the same from the boss battle. Do you know all the names of the faces of the DKB? I wouldn't be much of an informant if I didn't. Same goes for the ALS. It was silly for me to ask, I said, raising my hands in surrender. So Mort just joined up to the 3rd floor and wasn't present at the meeting? And the reason for that is a mystery to me. Afraid to say. You'd have to ask him or Lin to know, I guess. I played back my recollection of the strategy meeting in Zumpf 3 days ago, but I couldn't remember the faces of the other 17 dressed in blue. Part of it was that I sat at the very top row of the stadium-style seating, so I could only see the backs of the others present. And halfway through the meeting, most of my mind power was spent worrying about the imminent explosion of anger from Asuna. Still, it had to be the problem that 40 days after this game started, we were still putting our lives in the hands of other players whose names or faces we couldn't even recall. I wasn't going to get into the business of selling information anytime soon, but it wouldn't be a bad idea for more effort into remembering people. It just wasn't a skill that came naturally to me. I asked Argo, so how did this Mort character get into the guild? Looks like he requested to join. The day after the 3rd floor opened up, Lind introduced him as the new recruit to the other main members of the DKB guild. Well, technically, it wasn't a guild yet at that point. So it was Lind who took his request directly. I'm surprised that Lind would just rubber stamp him like that. Maybe Mort was just that powerful. How does he seem to you? It was just an idle, curious question. Argo grimaced atop the stone pillar and rocked back and forth. The thing is, I haven't seen this Mort fellow for myself yet. I stalked him out of the pub at the DKB was using the base in Zumfoot, but I haven't seen anyone who matches the description.
Wow, even if you can't stop him, he must be trying to hide himself.
That's what I think. If it's Lynn's orders, then perhaps he's supposed to be a secret weapon to help them jump past the ALS. I'm sure he'll be involved in the boss battle, so at the very least, I'll check him out there.
Please do. Well, I've certainly gotten my money's worth in info here.
Glad to hear it.
Argo grinned. She hopped off the 5-foot-tall pillar without a sound and raised her hand to her face. The coin I'd paid her just a minute ago was there in her fingertips, glinting in the moonlight.
By the way, Keyboy, any interest in selling some intel?
Oh, what kind?
Like where you've been staying with A-Chan since we've got here.
Not selling that, I replied immediately. Argo grinned again.
I see. You didn't immediately deny you were lodging with her. Don't worry, I won't go selling that juicy nugget.
7. Someone once warned me that a 5-minute chat with the rat would end up costing you 100 coal. I wondered how many times that would happen for me to learn my lesson. I trudged back to the forest. Shoulders slumped. Every once in a while, I stopped to open my window and ensure I was moving in the right direction. In the last 4 days, I'd mapped almost 90% of the forest. Getting back to the Dark Elf camp didn't require a map by now, but that wasn't my destination. I set down the coordinates in the center of the forest of Wavering Mist, which covered the southern half of the floor, and made my careful way to them. I was not heading to the town of Zumfoot, or the Queen Spider's cave, but the large forest elf encampment to which the imposter soldier had fled. I couldn't bemoan my carelessness now. This was the real point of my solo night expedition. I had experienced infiltration in the 6th quest of the campaign during the beta. To complete it, I had to steal a scroll of orders from a forest elf camp. In it were top secret commands from the leader of the forest elves, who was situated in their home base at the north end of the forest. Having done it before, I knew the content of that top secret mission to use the disguising charm and steal the jade key from the dark elf base. If that mission failed, the agent was to wait for reinforcements and lead an assault on the base. In the beta, I was in a party of 4, with another 4 hired dark elves, and we led a midnight assault on the camp, killing all enemy soldiers to steal those orders. If I tried to complete this quest with Asuna, Kismel, and some soldiers from the base, we would probably have to use the same method. But now, I felt a strong resistance to that idea. I didn't want to force Asuna and Kismel to kill a number of forest elves in their sleep, even if they were our foes. I knew that that was illogical, meaningless, emotional reaction. It wasn't easy to imagine that if I completed the quest on my own and informed Asuna of the fact, she would be furious. I could have explained it all to her, attempted to convince her, but Asuna, and likely Kismel as well, would have resisted my request that she stay back at the base. And the way I intend to beat the quests was only possible alone. My idea was not to steal it by the sword. I was going to sneak into the camp by myself and take it through stealth. Now that a single fatal mistake was permanent, I couldn't just revive myself at Black Iron Palace. It was the height of stupidity to take such a risk on nothing more than an emotional reaction. Even worse, this quest had no bearing on clearing this floor and furthering the ultimate goal of freedom. But even if I hadn't teamed up with Asuna on the 2nd floor and had adventured alone on the 3rd floor instead, which easily could have happened on a whim, I would still be tackling this campaign quest alone. I'd have to complete the quest to steal the orders as a solo player anyway. I had plans. Based on the title of Infiltration,
One assumed that the quest had been designed for a player to beat it without drawing his sword. By the end of the beta, the orthodox strategy was for a player to be good at hiding skill, to sneak in, do the job alone. At this point in time, my level and skill proficiency was far above what the quest required. On the other hand, there was no guarantee I wouldn't cause an accident of some kind and be forced to fight in the entire camp on my own. But after the week and 5 days I'd spent with Asuna on the last 2 floors, I understood that my personal values were shifting. In the past, I cared for nothing but effective mob farming, quick quest completion, and maximum money and experience gain. That was what I needed to tackle the ultimate goal of winning my freedom. Fixed parties and background stories of quests were extraneous stuff that only got in my way. But what if there was something here just as important as efficiency? I couldn't express what this thing might be in words yet, but here I was, hiking through the woods at night alone, for that mysterious sake. Something I treasured enough to open myself to incredible risk. Despite being lost in thought, I managed to travel over a mile without drawing the attention of any nocturnal mobs, and arrived at my destination just before 1 o'clock. The Forest Elf Advance Camp was located atop a hill looking over a river that ran through the Forest of Wavering Mists from the east to west. There was only one entrance to the semicircular fence that surrounded the camp. There were guards manning the entrance, of course. My hiding skill was woefully inadequate to sneak through them without detection. I might be able to bump a hide rate number a quick bit with Kismel's Mist Moon Cloak, but from what she told me, it did not work quite as well against other elves. I suppose that was why forest elves had to use disguises to sneak into the dark elf base. A similar invisibility cloak would not have done the trick. So infiltration via the entrance was off the table. The bridle fence, made of dead, whitened wood, would split with a deafening crack when pushed against, so climbing was not an option either. But as a proper beater, I knew the way in. Of course. If I descended to the river, a safe distance away from the camp, and snuck along the waterside, I could position myself before the tent with the item I needed. There was a sheer cliff over 20 feet tall from the foot of the canyon to the top of the hill. But there were roots conveniently placed just so an opportunistic climber could scale the wall, as long as he wasn't outfitted with heavy armor, theoretically. If I managed to pull this off, I could sell that nugget of info to Argo for the second volume of her Elf War Guide. Lynn's guild was the only other people attempting the campaign for now, but the information would be very useful to those who wanted to catch up to the frontline team. I circled the hill from the south to the west and found a relatively gentle slope that would take me down to the foot of the cliff. I stared out at the pleasant gushing river, spotting the occasional shadow of a large fish beneath the surface. I was in the mood to fish one up and salt and grill it, but I didn't have the fishing or cooking skill. That reminded me of Asuna's hobby tailoring skill, but I had to scold myself for getting distracted during a mission. I steadily slipped along the rocky shore. After about 10 yards along the water, aided by nothing but a pale silver moonlight, I came to a dead stop. It felt like someone was watching me. I scanned the surroundings, but there was no silhouette of a man, beast, or insect, either in front, behind, or above. The idea that I could feel someone's gaze was even more impossible in Aincrad than in real life. Detecting other players and moving objects in the game required direct visual, auditory, olfactory signals from nerve gear. It was absolutely impossible to notice that someone was watching. Even still, I couldn't move. I was held still by a dread chill, something I'd felt several times since being trapped in this game of death. I continued to look around, rooted to the spot. In the end,
What made the difference, possibly between life and death, was the spotting bonus mod I'd earned reaching skill level 100 in search. As the name suggested, this mod made it easier to find hiding targets. As my gaze swept from right to left, I detected a vague, shifting outline in the shadows of the far bank. I stared hard at the spot, wide-eyed. If someone was hiding there, my constant gaze would be dropping their hide rate. But if I was focusing on the wrong spot, my would-be attacker could slip around my backside and catch me by surprise. For 10 seconds, I concentrated on the far bank, resisting the urge to turn around. Suddenly, color bloomed within the shadow. A figure appeared as though from the cliff itself. The mod was meant to help me against the forest elves, but the cursor that appeared over the figure was not the yellow of an NPC or the red of a monster, but the green of a player. After the cursor, I saw a dark gray scale mail. I did not appear to be metallic, but close-fitting scales that clung to his torso and gleamed wetly. His gloves and boots were made of the same material, a long sword at his left hip, and dangling from his head and shoulders a fine chainmail coif. "You," I growled. It was him. The man I saw in Lynn's party 3 days earlier, which I had just learned was named Morte. But why would he be here in the middle of the night, all alone? No. There was something more important than that. Mort was hiding, and he stayed hidden as I entered the canyon. Hiding itself was not a crime. I did the exact same thing when Kambao's party passed by the Queen Spider dungeon. But Mort did not happen to be here, and then hastily hid when he noticed me coming. If that was the case, I'd have noticed him first. Thanks to the search distance bonus mod I earned at skill level 50, or at the very least, he'd have detected each other simultaneously. No, Moore had been hiding here all along. He expected someone to come through this passage at the foot of the hill behind the camp. Someone had to be pursuing elf war quests. On the side of the Dark Elves, only 2 people on the 3rd floor currently fit that description. Me and Asana. He was waiting for us. Pure, righteous fire must have poured out of my eyes in that moment of understanding. Just 20 feet away, his right hand twitched. But in the next instant, a bright, cheery voice that completely out of place broke the silence.
Well, it looks like I got spotted. Just a bit louder, his voice would have been inaudible in the camp above. He lifted his fish scale gloves and made a show of pretend applause, without actually making a clapping noise. Pretty good job. I've never been revealed like that at this distance, in this kind of darkness. And you totally spotted me on the sheer hunch, not with your eyes at first, right? You don't have some kind of sixth sense extra skill, do you? His voice contained a both playful, boyish innocence and a grating theatricality. He was about my height and size, but I couldn't see his face due to the coif that hung down his nose. On a closer look, the border of that metal hood was torn and ragged, with fine tendrils of chain that hung down like locks of hair. It was probably just the design of the item, not a sign of wear and tear, but it looked creepy at the time. "You're Morte from the DKB?" He had been using reasonably polite speech, so I could have just stood and returned the level of courtesy, but I wasn't in the mood. After learning that he'd been trying to spy on me, the man didn't seem to be bothered by my burlesque response. "You get your info quick for not hanging around town at all. Yup, my name's Morte. Guess you could say naming's not my forte." I recoiled a bit at his slimy evasion of my curiosity. I'd never run across someone of his type in SAO. Klein had been a breezy, light-hearted guy before the game turned deadly, but compared to him, this Morte fellow was completely inscrutable. He bowed politely, dangling chains jingling. I took a step towards him. I don't suppose I need to introduce myself. Seemed clear you were hiding with the expectation that I'd pass through the area.
Why do you make it sound like I was waiting to ambush you, Kirito? He said casually, indicating that he knew my name. There was a wide grin on his face, but as usual, I couldn't see his eyes.
Sounds like that's what you were doing, I accused, barely holding back the bite I felt rising to my throat for reasons unknown. Morte's smile never wavered, but he shuffled his shoulders in some strange mockery of a dance.
Well, you got me then.
Was it on Lin's orders?
You know, he's got potential, I'll admit. But no, this was my decision. I mean, Lin's not a beater. He's just wouldn't understand. How could he know that you'd pass by this river to sneak into the camp?
But you did know, which means you were a beta tester too.
Just call me a beater. It's a stupid nickname, but that's what I like about it. Did you know that beater is a name for a kitchen implement in English? Like for beating eggs. Makes you want to whip everything in this game up into a froth.
Even at low volume, his bubbly voice was crystal clear, and you made steadfastly polite. So why did I find it all so annoying? I took a step back, intending to demonstrate that I would not put up with his silly chatter without a point. If you were waiting for me, then get to the point. As I know you're aware, I've got a quest to complete.
Gosh, this Elf War quest really takes me back. I hear that only 3 people managed to complete the whole quest line in the beta, including you. I ran out of time before I could finish.
Morte held up his hands in a panic as I started to turn my heel.
Whoa, hang on, friend. I'll tell you what I want, what I'm asking for.
Asking for?
That's right. Look, here's the deal. I'm asking if you can forget about this quest and turn back.
I stared at him in stunned silence, then shrugged my shoulders. Then, as theatrically as he had earlier,
You know I'm not going to turn back now.
What does it have to do with you? The DKB's working the Forest Elf side of the campaign, right? One of the basic rules of the Elf War quest was that each party proceeded individually. The main bases of either side were instanced maps, and it was impossible for Party A completing quests on the Dark Elf storyline to somehow disadvantage Party B as they worked the Forest Elf story. Yes, the individual quests sometimes overlapped at non-instance locations, such as the Spider Cave earlier and this camp now, so that multiple parties could be in the same place at the same time. But with a bit of waiting, everyone could complete their goals safely. Besides, Lin's team was on the Forest Elf side, so they wouldn't even get the quest to steal the commander's orders. So whether I completed the quest or not, it would have no effect on Morte's or the DKB. But Morte simply grinned, jangling the metal threads of his hood, and wagged an index finger back and forth.
Actually, it is my business. I'm afraid I can't actually explain how it is, though. I mean, if I could do that, I wouldn't have been hiding, would I?
What? I nearly overlooked the menace hidden within his statement. My eyes narrowed. You're saying that you weren't hiding in order to call out to me and negotiate, but to interfere and stop me by force?
Why, that would be silly of me. I mean, I'd get tagged as an orange player if that was the case. Now, it would be awfully easy way to get kicked out of the guild I just joined. He said, waving his hips back and forth, but the menace returned with his next statement. The thing is, I won't get flagged for just performing a song, see? I really like singing. You understand. If they had karaoke in one of these towns, I'd be hanging out there all the time. What are you? I wondered, eyes narrowed. Then I understood. Morte was threatening to cause a racket as I was trying to infiltrate the camp. The dozen or so elven warriors sleeping in their tents would immediately burst out, ready to fight. If I was spotted by that many foes at once, it would be difficult to escape. If I was unlucky and they surrounded me. So you're trying to MPK me, I murmured, remembering what happened 40 days before. The face of the man who had tried to kill me remotely through a monster trap steadily faded from my memory, replaced by Morte's. But the mysterious beta tester didn't play up his devious plot. He grinned disarmingly. Oh, I'm not suggesting something that awful. I mean, you'd be able to slip right out of their grasp, wouldn't you? All I'm asking you is to hold off on the quest for a day. A day? What difference will a day make? Well... He slowly held up his hands and made an X over his mouth with his index finger. Sorry, that's a secret, but you'll understand come tomorrow. All I'm asking you to do is go back from wherever you're hanging out for tonight. And if I refuse? I was getting tired of his slimy, smarmy nature. I wanted this meeting over with. Morte took the fingers off his mouth and pointed them directly at me instead. Why don't we settle it the way we did in the beta? You remember how the guild members would settle disputes, don't you? With a coin toss? But you wouldn't accept that result, would you? No, I'm talking about the other way. The cool and exciting way. It took me 2 seconds to realize what Morte was suggesting. For another 2 seconds, I glared at the swordsman on the far bank. When I spoke, my voice was low and as gravelly as it could go. Are you being serious? Oh, my serious switch is always on, partner. He lowered his left index finger and used it to trace the pommel of the anneal blade at his waist. That settled it. Morte was proposing a duel. The idea of a dueling system itself was not new to MMO RPGs. Many games that otherwise removed the ability to PK implemented a dueling system, where 2 players could agree to fight. In SAO, PKing was legal outside the towns, but anyone who committed PK became a criminal, which turned their cursors from green to orange and prevented them from entering town. Duels, on the other hand, were legal anywhere and involved no crimes. They happened with wild frequency in the beta as a test of strength or a means of setting scores. But once the real-tale game came out, I had never challenged or been challenged to a duel. Even in the duel, when a player's HP reached 0, he was dead, which meant that today's Einkrad, if we duel, one of us will die. Morte practically squirmed in delight at my observation. Well, Kirito, if you insist... Kidding. I mean, a complete duel would be super dangerous, right? Oh, but it's much safer in the half-finish mode. That way, the duel ends as soon as one of us gets to the yellow zone. A lot milder, if you ask me.
Aside from the full finish mode, in which duel continued until one player's HP reached 0, there was a half finish mode, where an HP bar down to 50% ended the duel, and a first strike mode, where the first clean hit won the match. Unsurprisingly, the over before you blinked first strike mode and the unsatisfying half finish mode were rarely ever used in the beta. I'd forgotten they even existed. But as Morte said, half-finished duel would not result in death. It was dangerous to allow yourself to lose 50% of your HP at the very numerical embodiment of life in Aincrad. But if I refused, Morte could make a good of his promise to shout and disrupt my quest. Then again, even if I dueled him and won, he could still break his word and shout anyway. Is there any guarantee that if you lose, you won't interfere with me? I demanded, staring into the darkness beneath the coif. Oh, I wouldn't pull a dirty trick like that. If I broke my word, I'd be too mortified to show my face again. But let's say I lose. Then my HP would be at 50%, It'll take a while for a healing potion to kick in, and I wouldn't be able to shout because the long ears in the camp might hear, and some other mobs might try to approach from behind. It was a weak guarantee. I had the choice of not exposing myself to needless danger and swallowing Morte's condition for today. There was no reason I had to complete this infiltration quest tonight. According to the roadmap, Cabal had set up a strategy meeting. This was the day, now that midnight had passed, that we started on the labyrinth, and in 2 days, he would be challenging the boss. There was plenty of time for questing. But if I left the camp then, I would never know Morte's motive for staking out this location. It was easy for a beta tester to assume that if I didn't show up in town, I was busy with the Elf War quest. But it was impossible to predict with such accuracy that I'd be visiting this camp on this night. It would be one thing if he bought the information from Argo, but I had just met her, and she would have offered to sell me the fact that Morte's bought my info. That made it highly likely that Morte was waiting in this spot. Without taking my eyes off him, I slammed the yes button. The sub window shifted and began 60 seconds countdown. During the beta, many complained that the full timer before a duel was overkill, but the development team made no moves to shorten the timer while the test was running. Despite not having dueled in months, the timer still felt long to me. I drew my Neilblade +8 and held it in the orthodox mid-level stance, spread my legs front to rear. But Mortes showed no sign of drawing his blade, despite the active countdown. He just stood there, watching. Just as I began to wonder what he was up to, it hit me. I had accepted his challenge without a second thought. The most important factors for survival in SAO were knowledge and experience. I had been in countless duels in the beta. I had acute knowledge of which skills were the best for one-on-one fight against a player and how to use them. But this was different. A duel in the official release of SAO where the stakes were deadly. And I had never once tried to duel in these circumstances. Morte probably had been active in dueling since the change. He might have done it dozens of times. He knew something I didn't know. And based on that knowledge, he was simply staring at me, learning what he could from my stance and my location to draw his sword until the last moment. Nobody did that in the beta. We groaned over the length of a timer, chatting with any onlookers, waiting with boredom, then unleashing our best sword skill as soon as the timer hit 0. That was the duel I knew. But after the moment, 43 days before that changed, everything the old way went out of the window. 60 seconds, a span of time allotted to observe the enemy and formulate a strategy. I glanced back down at the window, hovering in front of my chest.
The countdown was around 45 seconds remaining. Back to Morte. He stood straight, swaying slightly. I gleaned nothing from his stance. In comparison, I had my anneal blade held out in front of me, crouched slightly, center of weight leaning forward. What did he see in my stance? How would he read and react to my first movement? I could change my stance, but would that just give him more information instead? I checked the counter. 35 seconds. The endless timer from the beta seemed to be ticking twice for every actual second now. There was no time for thinking. Could I signal a pause or request a do-over? No, I wasn't that shameless. And once the timer started, the duel was inevitable. I realized that I was losing my cool and starting to panic. But the first bead of virtual sweat trickled down my forehead. 25 seconds left. Perhaps I should give up on striking first and see what he did instead. There was 15 feet of water separating us. It was certainly shallow enough to cross, but I could easily fall in and tumble just from running through it. To say nothing of striking with my sword, Morte wouldn't just rush across the water. But hang on. 15 feet could be crossed quickly with Sonic Leap skill. And if used right, the counter ended, there wouldn't be enough time to escape the accuracy range of the sword skill. Fortunately, Sonic Leap started with a high stance, and I had the blade held at neutral, so he wouldn't know how I was going to use it. 10 seconds left. The countdown started to beep audibly with each second. 5 seconds. Morte finally drew his sword. His anneal blade had a slick gleam to it, the sign that he put a lot of work into upgrading it. 4 seconds. Morte swung the sword into a carelessly high stance. The blade started glowing a light green, the sign that he was about to use the sword skill. The stance and color meant Sonic Leap. 3 seconds. Was his plan the same as mine? But the counter wasn't over yet. Hitting the opponent during the countdown to a duel outside the safe haven of town was considered a criminal act. His cursor would go orange. 2 seconds. If I was going to evade, I had to jump either side now, but I stayed pointed right at Morte and raised my sword to a high position. He probably intended to hold the promotion of the sword until he got to the countdown finished. But he started far too early. He was going to cancel out before the duel began. 1 second. But just as a counter read 0, 1, Morte leapt off the ground. The high-speed slash screamed across the water, green trail reflecting off the surface. Then I understood. There was no need to wait until 0 to let the skill fly. If the blade hit the opponent's avatar and caused damage, even a mere 0.001 seconds after the bell, it would not set off the criminal code. Mort understood that well and timed his move perfectly. 0. The purple duel sign appeared over the river, but I did not see it. Mort's body, like some dark, monstrous bird, blocked my view. I was planning to use Sonic Leap when the duel began, but that naive plan of mine was ultimately what saved me from the ignoble result of defeat simultaneous to the start of the match. Because I had my nail blade held up, not yet in the motion of the skill, I just managed to turn it flat and absorbs Morte's attack in time. If he had hit me right in the head, it would have been stunned me and not consumed half my health right in one go, and left me unable to stop the follow-up attack. A tremendous shock ran through both my hands. Right gripping the handle, left pushed against the flat of the blade for support. Player's sword skill had a special weight to them that far outclassed monster attacks. But he didn't just rely on the system assistance for speed and power, but jumped and swung downward for extra momentum. Orange sparks and green light exploded just inches from my eyes, clouding my vision. Long swords were among the hardier one-handed weapons, but they had a weakness. If a powerful shock hit the flat side of the blade head-on, there was a chance the weapon's durability to drop to 0 at once, the resulting destruction to the item. My sword creaked unpleasantly as it blocked Morte's sonic leap. But the faithful partner who had held fast since the first day of the game did not give. The blow was powerful that it hadn't just upgraded the durability stat to +4, it might have broken. Gah! I grunted, gritted my teeth, waiting for the enemy's sword to finish skill. If I could withstand the blow fully, Morte's would be left in a brief, vulnerable pause. The light exploding before my eyes grew steadily weaker, bit by bit. But just before the skill was finished, my right foot, planted in soft ground off the riverbank, finally gave in to the pressure and slipped. My body sank abruptly, and I had to leap backward to avoid falling. At the exact same moment, the glow left Morte's blade. As soon as I landed, I leapt forward. When his pause ended, Morte lifted his sword again. After the two shouts and a single clash, twice, then 3 times, the night forest rang with the eerie, resonant clang of 2 copies of the same exact blade striking with force. Even without the benefit of a sword skill, Morte's talent with the blade was considerable. He wasted no effort with his swings, aiming for my critical points with the shortest possible movements. I had to parry, sidestep, desperately just to block these unique attacks, somewhere between the slashes and thrusts. He had the clear upper hand in the number of strikes, but that suited me fine. The more I concentrated on the battle, the quicker the remnants of the ugly panic faded. Once my mind was as honed as a steel trap, I would be ready for the counterattack. Furious at the failure of his surprise attack, Morte emitted a blood-curdling screech and thrusts at my heart. Thrusts were difficult to parry due to the precise timing required, but they were much easier to sidestep. I stepped forward to my right, tilting sideways, and swept my blade from left to right as I evaded the sword point. My sword, upgraded to +4 sharpness, cut through the fish scale armor and knocked down Morte's HP bar for the first time. It wouldn't have been enough damage to win even under the first strike rules, but at least I finally had the advantage. Morte leaped backward, hissing in anger. Finally, that cocky leer was gone from his lips. If I let him take his distance, he might come back with another unexpected trick. I darted after him, keeping within sword range. Morte attempted more of his thrusting swings, but I calmly dodged and reflected each one. As Morte retreated, still attacking, his boots hit water. I didn't have time to look at the ground, but I knew I pushed him against the river. If I had more pressure on him, I could lure him into another major attack. And if I evaded that, I could actually use a sword skill to finish him off. A large splash sounded nearby, but it was not Morte falling into the water. In fact, he was already quite deep into the river. His right leg had just kicked up a wave of water. A sheet of tiny droplets danced before my eyes. He was using his blinding water attack to either flank me or launch a counterattack. I retreated quickly, staying away from the droplets and watching Morte closely. Beyond the spray of the water, I caught a flash of purple. It was not a sword skill. I had no idea what he was doing, opening his menu in the midst of a duel. But that was not possible with his sword in his right hand. I didn't see in his left hand either. Perhaps he returned it to its sheath? No, not that either. He must have dropped it into the river, but had to open his window to get a new one. But I wasn't kind enough to let this opportunity pass. I held my sword high overhead, screaming with animal aggression, and the same instant, a faint swishing hit my ears. That sound was familiar. By the time I realized what it was, I couldn't stop the slash already in progress. The flying sheet of droplets finally reached its peak and began to fall. On the other side, Mort's left hand had a round shield that hadn't been there a second before. It was of a similar, unusual design, but its spun metal luster spoke faithfully to its quality as an item. My sword descended and struck Mort's shield dead center, penetrating a vivid clash effect. We both staggered back as we pushed by the sparks of collision. I desperately fought back against the virtual inertia, stopping to recover even a tenth of a second faster than my foe. No matter how familiar Morte was with the menu, he couldn't possibly have opened his equipment stream and hit left-hand icon, then picked out the shield from his inventory when it appeared. All that in a brief amount of time. The swish sound I'd heard was none other than the quick change mod that allowed him to flip to a preset equipment loadout with a single button, which meant the shield wasn't the only thing in his hand now, but I couldn't see his right hand, as it was held behind his body, but it must have been clutching a new sword. The instant he recovered his footing, Morche would launch a counterattack. I tried my hardest to tilt to my right within a stagger animation, hoping to evade his attack and deliver my own counterattack. In SAO, the book of shield users was to flank them, use the shield to the side. In the ultimate first-person combat game, the shield was both trusty source of defense and a wall that blocked eyesight. Nobody won a duel by doing nothing more than defending. This was basic information I'd learned back in the beta, but the basics were useful in any situation. Back from his delay just a step before me, Morty twisted lips openly and admitted a fierce shriek. His gauntleted hand stuck like a black viper. I expected one of those vertical thrust slices, so I jumped on my left foot, sidestepping to the right. His round shield rose upward with his thrust attacking motion, and I tried to swipe a counter below it. Whoosh! A dull, heavy roar cut the air. Mort's right hand was not clutching a sword, and his swing trajectory was not vertical. It was an axe, a dense blade at the end of a handle over 2 feet long. I recognized that individual type of axe. A harsh hatchet. He spun like a top, axe whirling on the flat plane of my left flank. I couldn't dodge to defend. The dark head of the axe struck me squarely on the side, the exact same spot I'd hit Morty just a moment earlier. The blow was heavy enough to lift me off the ground and took me away close to 20% of my health, as well as knocking me into another stagger. The overwhelmingly powerful two-hand axe was a favorite for many players, but its one-handed counterpart was something of a niche weapon. Its power was equal to that of one-handed swords, but without the benefit of a thrust attack. Its greatest bonus was its severe delaying effects its heavy attacks inflicted, but it was very hard to land them, unless you used a different weapon to lure in the opponent into thinking you would only use thrusts. That is. I grunted, coming again to a belated realization. Morchi's repeated spamming of the sword thrust was nothing but a feint to set up his axe blow. If true, this meant that this harsh hatchet has his true main weapon, not the anneal blade. This was not an idle experiment without an actual weapon skill behind it. He would come after me with a sword skill next. Morchi's entire body twisted back on itself like some kind of rubber toy. The axe, held back at its maximum tension, began to glow red. With an unearthly screech, Morte unleashed the two-strike one-handed axe skill, Double Cleave. At nearly invisible speed, the axe rotated twice, striking my chest and stomach at nearly the same time. I blew backward like a pile of rags from what felt like an explosion within my body, slammed into a boulder, and fell to the ground. The stun icon flashed, and my field of vision blinked and blacked out in spots. My HP bar began to drop precariously, stopping only before the halfway mark. The stun effect itself lasted only 3 seconds, but I still couldn't stand. A freezing chill stole into me from the 2 spots where I had been hit, the glowing red with damage effects. Even my fingers and toes felt numb. I crawled on all fours. A pair of fish-scale patterned boots lazily approached. The owner of those boots stopped just 6 feet away, and I looked up to see, within the dim shadow of the coif, glinted his eyes for the first time.
Ooh,
Came his voice, slick and derisive.
that's a shocker. Still not in yellow after all that? You're good. This axe is upgraded to be +6 to heaviness. You know that? It can even slice through plate armor.
As Morte continued on his smarmy but venomous tone, his fingers began to regain their strength, and I re-gripped the hilt of my sword again. Aren't you going to finish me?
Oh, now you're going to get me with that one. I skip on over, and you break me with your best counters to surprise me. Besides, just a simple love tap at the end of the fight wouldn't be a really fitting end to the duel. You think? I'll wait here for you to stand up. Take your time.
So he could sense my plan to aim for his legs. Resigned, I put up a hand against the boulder behind me and got to my feet. In a duel, 6 feet might as well have been point-blank range. But even at this close distance, Morte held his round shield and hatchet loosely, carelessly at his sides. With not a concern in the world, it was not laziness of a superior position, but the confidence of experience. Thinking back, even before the duel, Morte had me outclassed in every respect. Battlefield position, use of the countdown timer, first strike, battle placement, tactics, hidden tricks up his sleeve, everything. He understood the way the duel and the retail version of SAO far, far better than I did. He might have had even chosen his character build for the express purpose of excelling in duels. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste a skill slot so he could use a redundant weapon type. At that point, my mind passed through its current deep, narrow valley, and my breathing caught in my throat. Morte was a dueling specialist. Could it be that leaving my HP just a tick above halfway was not a coincidence, but an intentional move on his part? Half strength, a duel ended as soon as either combatant's HP dropped below 50%. Within the safe zone of a city, any attack that occurred after the result of the screen popped up would automatically be nullified, and outside of town, extra damage would be classified as a crime, turning that attacker's cursor orange. But according to my hazy memory, the exact moment a duel ended was not when the HP reached half. It was at the point the normal attack sword skill damage had taken over half the opponent's HP. Meaning that if I had 510 out of 1000 HP remaining, and I suffered a single attack worth 600 damage, the duel would be over, but my HP would go to 0, killing me, and leaving the opponent as a legal green player. If Morte had left me just a bit healthier on purpose, he was not hoping to win this duel and force me to leave the quest for another day. He was planning here and now to kill me. A chill, colder than any ice, ran up my back, and just for a moment, I shivered. Sensing this, Morte's lips twisted upward as he exhaled a chuckle. It wasn't the first time another player had wanted to kill me. On the first night of this game of death, I had formed a brief pickup party with another player who attempted to murder me. His plan was not to swing his sword at me, but to have me killed by a summoned crowd of monsters in MPK, or Monster Player Kill. And before he used his hiding skill to disappear, he told me he was sorry. Of course, an apology did not excuse the act of murder, but at the very least, that partner of mine had made his choice bitterly to ensure that he received the anneal blade that would help him survive as soon as humanly possible. But Morte had no tangible benefit to gain by killing me. If I had lost in a duel, I was simply going to leave the infiltration quest for tomorrow. And even if I didn't believe in his promise, whether I completed the quest or not had no actual effect on Morte. Which meant he was a PKer in the truest sense.
He killed for the sake of killing. It was impossible. SAO was inescapable, deadly trap. Morte had stuck in his digital prison just like the rest of us. If he killed another player in the group of clears advancing our progress in the game, he was only delaying the possibility that we beat the game and earned our freedom. Under that simple fact, the act of knowingly murdering another player meant that he did not actually seek to be free of this place. "You can't," I murmured, but Morte cut me off with another cackle.
Let's not have this conversation. Not when the going's so good. Show me something, Kirito. This is the end of the strongest man in the game, is it?
He held up his axe and deftly spun it around with 3 fingers. Even with that cocky show, there were no weak points to attack. If I rushed him at once, he would hold up his shield and finish me with a counter. If that counter had happened to be a sword skill powerful enough to deal over half my HP damage, I would die. There was a way to avoid the worst case scenario. If I resigned right away, I would lose the deal. But at least Morte wouldn't be able to avoid turning into an orange criminal if he hit me. He was involved with the DKB with some kind of plot in mind, and surely he couldn't stand for his cursor to change color. That was all wishful thinking, I knew. I couldn't acknowledge my lack of power and surrender in order to survive. I could aim to come from behind victory. Find out what Morte was after, continue the quest, and salvage some measure of my pride. Sadly, if I chose the latter, I had no stock of plans or secret weapons to make use of. If anything, Morte, who was likely to have more up his sleeve, the overlooked one-handed axe actually became a bonus in a PvP battle. I knew that I couldn't recognize any long sword, scimitar, dagger, rapier, great axe, or great sword skill just based on the initiating motion. But there were some one-handed axe and one-handed hammer skills I didn't even know the name of. In fact, since we'd started pushing from the start of the game, I couldn't name a single frontier who used a simple axe. Something prickled in the back of my brain. The way he flipped the axe around with his fingers. I'd seen someone doing the same thing before, recently, here on the 3rd floor. It wasn't during the strategy meeting in town. It was before that, when Asuna, Kismil, and I hid in the corridor of the Queen Spider Cave as a group passed by. Axe in his right hand and round shield to his left, the gray metal coif around his head. That description fit Mort into a T. And he had to be the same person. But that was impossible. The man I'd seen flipping his axe around was traveling with Cabal at the ALS. Just 7 or 8 hours ago, I saw Morche in the midst of Lin's DKB. He did have the coif on, but no shield, and his weapon was a longsword. That's why I hadn't considered he might be the same person I'd seen with Cabal. The thought never occurred to me. That was the person I, and so many other SAO, saw player's main weapon and his defending feature. I was a swordsman. Asuna was a fencer. Agile was a double-handed axeman. And Morte was both a swordsman and an axeman. Morte was using a dual nature to moonlight in both DKB and ALS. He switched his weapons back and forth, helping with Lind and Cabal's quests at the same time. But why? It was the sheer altruism, an attempt to make good on his beta experience. If that was the case, was I just imagining the cold bloodlust I felt from him? Or was he hiding some true motive, even deeper, vaster, and darker than I could imagine? What are you? I whispered, in a voice so quiet even I couldn't hear it. Morte tilted his head in confusion. Feeling more up to it now? Don't worry, we've got all the time in the world. That's true, and the fight isn't over yet,
I said, this time at an audible volume. It was a perilous to keep fighting without a plan for victory. If Morte wasn't a good person at heart, it was quite likely that he would actually kill me. But my instincts told me that surrendering and leaving was even more dangerous choice. If I didn't get to the bottom of Morte's hidden intentions and discover his connections, something irreparable, awful was going to happen in the near future. Or so I felt.
That's right. That's the spirit. You never know how your hand's gonna play out until you turn over that river card. So, shall we get down to it? Flippity flip!
Time for the showdown then? I asked, brandishing my needle blade in front of me.
Very nice. Too bad we don't have an audience, though. It's showtime!
Mort blurted, raising his shield and holding his axe behind his body. We were only standing 6 feet apart, so the tip of my sword nearly touched his shield. The will of the battle rose into the two metal objects, like an electric charge, until virtual sparks snapped into life. And I moved. I leapt off my right foot, circling toward his dominant hand, against the theory of shield combat. Morte spun to his right, trying to keep the shield facing me. I expected that response. In order to land a major sword skill, the foe needed to be knocked off balance, staggered. The quickest way to do that was with a normal attack, with a high staggering effect, but Morte couldn't do that. Use a minor hit would knock my HP below half, ending the duel. If he wanted to knock me into an open position, he had to deflect my attack with his shield. If anything, the fact that he'd met my flanking maneuver with his shield rather than his axe proved that he was trying to use the duel as a method of illegal PKing. The knowledge that any mistake could literally prove fatal was like a needle of ice in my brain, but there was no turning back now. If I didn't use all of my experience and ability, the worst would come true. Rah! I howled, raising my needle blade high overhead. It was the exact same upper slash I attempted to no benefit right after Morte used his quick change trick, and with the added yell to boot. More confidently, raised his shield in a defensive position. The 2-foot-wide wall of steel hid the venomous leer he wore. In order to ensure that the shield guarded an inflicted delay effect on the opponent, you couldn't just hold it up. It had to be a thrust out into a parrying motion. Just as the enemy attack struck, with his shield held before his face, Morte couldn't see my upper half, but he could see the top of my sword. Morte's every sense must have been focused on my blade, timing the exact moment the slash began. Even a tenth of his attention was anywhere other than my sword. If he wasn't planning on a perfectly timed guard, if he happened to notice the red glow suffusing from my left fist, I would die. Showdown. I thrust forward at the shield, not with my sword, but with my clenched left fist. The quickest of all martial arts skills, flash blow. At this moment, Mort's left arm would be relaxed, waiting for the right time to guard against my sword. The brief red uppercut hit the round shield along the lower left edge. A metallic shock echoed through the clearing, and the wall of steel disappeared. In battle, there were 3 bad things that could happen to a weapon or shield. Destruction, in which the item disappeared entirely. Snatching, in which the enemy stole it away. And dropping, in which the item fell to the ground. Attempting to cause any of these negative effects were known as a disarm attempt. In general, these attacks came from monsters. The lakeside swamp kobold trappers, halfway through the first floor, killed more than a few players by knocking the weapons loose into the sinking mud, then preying on the victims when they rushed to pick up the weapons. Players could attempt to disarm as well, but it was very difficult to pull off. You could either aim at the hand holding the weapon or attempt to hit the weapon directly on its side. But in either case, it would not work unless the weapon was held loosely. And the only time a player didn't have a death grip on its weapon was just before initiating an attack. Assisted by sheer luck, my flash blow caught that precise moment perfectly. The shield was
ripped from Morchi's hand and was flying into the night air. The smile beneath that dangling coif was gone, and one of his canines glinted in anger. My shield disarm was successful, but it couldn't stop there. His HP bar was still over 90%. My experience in man-on-man combat was far inferior to Morchi's, but instead of that based on the quick change setting, he had two basic patterns: longsword with no shield and axe with shield. I hope that pushing him into axe with no shield helped close the experience gap. I had to start an attack that would take a little over 40% of his health away. If I couldn't do that, I probably wouldn't last long enough to win. But winning and losing and dying, these concepts were nothing more than distractions. Just move forward. Rah! With true roar of triumph, I swung my sword at his left shoulder. Morte leaned backward in attempt to evade, but at the end of my argumented blade, caught his back scale mail, leaving behind a glowing red sign of damage. His HP was down 85%. Shah! He hissed, lashing back with his harsh hatchet. But all one-handed axe attacks swung with a wide arc that weren't handy in such close range. I ducked to avoid the hallowing swipe. The name hatchet had made the axe sound small, but its thick blade dealt deadly as it brushed my hair overhead. Still on my crouch, I swiped his legs. The tip of the sword smashed against the shins of his boots. 2 quick whacks. It wasn't nearly enough damage to cause localized effects, but it was another 5% to his health. Even better, the blow to his feet caused Mort to stumble. I jumped up and assumed a sword skill pre-motion. Morte's axe momentum was still to the right. If he attempted another horizontal swipe, my skill would fire off first. But wait, Morte had overturned things I took for granted again and again. Perhaps my assumption that the heavy swing of an axe weren't meant for the ultra-tight range fell into that pattern too. I held my sword back from its position over my left shoulder. At the same moment, Morte's eyes gleamed from the shadow over his face. Sa! With a scream, his axe flew directly for my face, but no blade pierced. It was a square-based spike embedded in the pommel of the axe. The vicious backhand thrust came from much faster than the horizontal swing had. I gritted my teeth and pulled back my head desperately. The spike grazed my forehead and trailed to the left beyond the crimson light. Trailed by that attack, fixed my sight onto Morte's defenseless body. By pulling my sword just an inch farther over my left shoulder, the system recognized the initiation of a skill, and the blade kicked into a high-pitched whine, glowing silver. Rah! The anneal blade came down, nearly vertical, hitting Morte in his right breast. The blade instantly shot back into a high position and sliced vertically again, this time catching him deep on the left. Then it leaped once again, and deeper and heavier than before, buried itself into the dead center of his chest with a satisfying wham. There was 3-part sword skill I just learned 2 days before. Sharp nail. 3 vertical slashes glowed red into Morte's chest, like the claw marks of some gigantic beast. Just when I'd been hit his double cleave, his body shot through the air and landed on the surface of the water back first. The HP bar over his head rapidly fell, only to halt just a tick above 50%. I know that if I chased him down and grazed him with the tip of my sword, I'd win the duel, but I couldn't move forward in my current position. I'd concentrated so hard on this attack that my brain buzzed with a high-pitched whine, and my heart raced in my chest. Even Mortes lay prone in the water for a good 3 seconds, but he quickly jumped to his feet with an enormous splash and inspected his body. The 3 damage marks silently spit out little red blobs of light. Within moments, the spots disappeared and he looked up at me. 30 feet away, his mouth twisted,
and I caught a glimpse of the gnashing teeth before the familiar leer returned. Well, 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 I can see why everyone says you're the best. When you knocked my shield off, was that a martial arts skill people talked about in the beta? Good question, I replied, straight-faced. I didn't want to give him any extra information. Morte's grin widened, and he spun the axe in his fingers again. By the way, if I ask where you learned that skid, will you actually tell me? I was tempted to tell him the location of the bearded master, hidden in the mountains of the second floor, just to see if he would go there and get the facial markings that didn't disappear until the quest was complete. But thought better of it. As long as you tell me who you practice dueling with. Morte's grin turned sour. Unlike martial arts, the ways of the duel couldn't be taught by an NPC. Morte, to have gained this much knowledge and experience with dueling, he had to have conducted an astonishing number of duels with another player since the opening of the retail version of SAO. And, if I had to guess, the player probably shared the same scheme as Morte, who is splitting time between both DKB and ALS. Why, of course I'd love to tell you, he said, wriggling like a snake in the midst of the river. But the truth is, I practice on the creatures of the forest. I only know the basics, see? Seemed like Lynn really took a shine on you. I decided not to mention Cabell's name as well. The ends of Morte's mouth curled upward, and he whispered, That's not entirely true, but I do like him quite a bit. Anywho, we've only got a hot minute left in our duel. What's the plan, boss? Shall we wrap this one up? I think so. Our HPs are about even anyway, I growled. I mentioned remaining HP as it means to remind him that he wasn't the only one who could be attempted PK through this duel. Though it was a bluff, of course. Morte probably did mean to murder me, but I didn't have the conviction to kill another player, knowing it would be fatal, even against someone who intended me harm. As if seeing right through my bluff, the axe wielder shook his head, rattling the clanging change of his headgear, and grinned even wider. Very, very good. I really admire about that you, Kirito. Besides, it's not a true fight until you go best of 3. So here goes the tiebreaker. He spun his harsh hatchet around a few times, held it at a diagonal, still standing 8 inches of water. He was calling my bluff or continuing the fight, even the threat of death over his head. In either case, there was no turning back. I lifted my kneel blade up again and into my customary mid-level stance. Directly top center of my view was the duel countdown, which ready 40 seconds left. As far as I could tell, our HP bars were at equal amounts. If I ran out, the victory would go to whoever had the most HP left. But it rounded to increments of 5%, so it would probably result in a draw. Morte certainly wouldn't like that outcome. He was going to come after me, and at some point in the next 40 seconds, I wrung the last of my exhausted concentration out to focus on Morte. Now that I had played my martial arts hand, there was nothing left up my sleeve, but I had no idea the same was true of him. Would he dart in at me at the inch closer bit by bit? In the next instant, Morte betrayed my expectations once again. He leaned backwards, held his axe high in the air. The crude blade took a turquoise glow, a sword skill, but we were over 30 feet apart. Even Sonic Leap, the longest range skill I was aware of, could not close the gap. Was there some ultra-long leaping attack available to one-handed axe that I didn't know about? I could dodge, defend, or move forward. For a half second, I couldn't decide. Half seconds that could have resulted in the loss of my life. But the duel ended in the most surprising of ways. Just as he was about to activate the sword skill, Morte's head spun to the left, as though drawn by a sudden noise. He lowered the axe, automatically disengaging the skill,
and the turquoise glow despairingly into the air of the blade. I stood still, sword at the ready, while Morte held his hand up and waved it around. Well, dreadfully sorry, but it looks like I'm a bit out of time prematurely. We still have 30 seconds left. Actually, you'd be surprised with how long 30 seconds can be. I mean, if you counted one for every second, it would take you 30 seconds to finish. He blathered, and then crouched and plunged a hand into the water at his feet. When it emerged, it was holding the anneal blade he abandoned near the start of the duel. He calmly straightened up and returned the sword to its sheath, as if he had known he would be in a precise spot in the water. Next, he walked a few yards upstream, picked up the round shield where it lay at the waterside. Well, I've got to be off. That was fun. We should definitely try it again sometime. As he walked away, I managed to find my voice. I assume that if we draw, you'll let me do the quest at the camp. Morte lifted his left hand without turning back and said, Be my guest, but you might find it a little difficult, however. The duel counter hit 0, and Morte's retreating form was blocked by a large purple window announcing the results. As I expected, it was a draw. By the time the window vanished, the axe warrior was gone. After a few more moments with my sword raised, I finally stretched and relaxed. My first step was to pull a recovery potion from my waist pouch, pop the cork, and drink it down. Its flavor, like a Corolla, cherry juice spiked with chi, was not something I particularly savored, but it was a small price to pay for being able to recover full HP from a single bottle. Next, I trained my ears, but heard only the burbling of the river and rustling of the trees, chirping of insects, and far-off wolf howl. There was nothing out of place that might have suggested that Morte called off the duel. And what did he mean that completing the quest would be a bit difficult? Was he pretending to leave the duel only to sabotage my quest attempt after all? And why was Morte so insistent on keeping me away from the Forest Elf camp, going to the trouble of hiding and challenging me to do a duel? Now that it has ended in a tie, I couldn't get the answer to his plot out of him. On the other hand, at least I hadn't been killed. Ultimately, I couldn't decide what he was after. The result was a draw, but a fair observer probably had to admit that I'd lost. I need to work harder, I muttered, putting my sword and sheath over my back. But the truth was, I felt resistant to training for PvP duels. As I learned today, even the half-finished setting could have fatal consequences. Whether it was legal or not now, that our lives were our lives, being experienced in PvP simply meant being skilled enough at murdering. I shook my head and let out a breath I'd been holding in my lungs, sucking in the fresh air. I could decide what to do about Morte's apparent duplicity in the DKB and ALS once I returned to the Dark Elf base and talked with Asuna. I couldn't completely rule out the possibility that he might simply be helping both groups out of a feeling of duty, yet, with one glance at the upstream direction, Morte's left, I spun the other way. A tall cliff loomed on the right side downstream, on the top of which could be seen the flickering campfires of the Elves. An unexpected intrusion. It wasn't a very hard quest. I just had to climb the cliff, sneak into the leader's tent, and grab the orders off the table, and then descend the cliff. Wary of my followers behind me, I approached the cliff again. The slope at the side grew taller, and taller as I neared until they eclipsed my own height, when suddenly, "Who are all of you?" a voice bellowed, and I froze in alarm. Did one of the night guards just spot me? Even when I'm dozens of yards from the camp? I instinctively leaped to my right to hide against the bottom of the cliff. I looked around wildly, but didn't see any red enemy cursors. Next, I realized that the voice had come from quite a long way. Besides, I was alone. Why didn't he just say,
all of you, so what did that mean? I slowly rose, popping my head just a bit over the lip of the rising cliffside, staring at the foot of the circular hill. On the opposite end, where I was hiding at the entrance of the path, wound uphill from the south. I noticed a number of silhouettes. There was a series of shouts that I couldn't make out. It seemed like 2 groups of 5 or 6 were facing off. It was probably teams of the Dark Elves and Forest Elves, perhaps another battle event, but the one that started the Jade Key quest. But as far as I knew, the infiltration quest didn't involve any sort of quest result. Curious, I stared harder at the grouped figures. My search skill kicked in and brought the distant sight into sharper detail, as well as summoning a number of colored cursors, barely thicker than tiny strings. A groan left my throat when I recognized the color of the cursors. What? They were all green. Both groups were players.
8. The large forest elf camp at the top of the hill was not an instance map generated only for players in the middle of a quest, so it was perfectly plausible for multiple parties to find themselves there at the same time. In addition to that, it was also possible for them to get into a fight over who was allowed to finish their quest first. But with only a few dozen players this far ahead in the game, the odds of that happening were slim. As far as I knew, Asa and I, the DKB, were the only ones following the Elf War quest line at the moment. Was this some kind of internal squabble in the DKB? I didn't want to get any closer, but even in the few seconds I watched, the 2 groups were getting visibly heated. If they raised any more noise, the elf warriors atop the hill would notice and be on alert. Reluctantly, I climbed over the lip of the cliff, feeling it was necessary to get a better idea of what was happening. I was at the western edge of the hill, a semicircle protruding to the south. The dozen or so players were congregated at the southern end. There were only a few bushes, at best, for cover in the straight line between us, so I couldn't approach directly. My best bet was to head into the forest surrounding the hill and swing to the southeast, avoiding the gnarled roots and shrubs along the way. Thanks to my recent life in the forest, I managed to circle around my destination in less than a minute without tripping over any roots. The massive trees at the lip of the hill were ideal for hiding, so I hugged the back of the particularly thick trunk and activated my hiding skill before peering around. A small path ran east and west at the foot of the hill and branched over to the north to a climb toward the camp. At the T intersection, actually an upside-down T from my perspective, the 2 groups glared at each other. There were 6 on the east side, while the west side there were over 10. If this was the DKB infighting, this had to represent about the entire guild. Based on what I could see by the dim moonlight, they hadn't drawn their swords yet. But some members did have hands on their hilts of their weapons, and there were raw anger in the open air. The furious shouts and insults before had stopped, but the mood seemed even more tense because of it. One of the players from the east side of the intersection stepped forward. His long hair was tied behind his head, and a slender scimitar was strapped around his waist. This was clearly Lind, the leader of the Dragon Knights Brigade. I could only see his silhouette from my position, but it seemed like an angular outline to his face was even more tense than usual. Lind stared at the opposing party and spoke quietly. "There's no use of us continuing to argue about this. We reached a point first. As the rules state, we have the right to proceed with this quest before you." It felt like a very stuffy, formal statement for an internal argument, and sure enough, another man leapt out from the other group, jabbing an accusatory finger at Lind. "First? You only beat us by a couple seconds at best." I nearly gasped in astonishment, but closed my mouth just in time. That morning star-like spiked hair, long sword at his back, and aggressive Kanzai dialect, it could only be none other than Cabal, the leader of Unconquered Liberation Squad. Which meant that the dozen or so players across from Lind's half-dozen were the ALS. But why were they here?
Cabal's next outraged bellow halfway answered that question. What do you mean the rules? If you made them up yourself, we don't gotta play along. We've got to beat this assault quest too, no matter what it takes. Beat this assault quest. The words were loud and clear. So the ALS were on the elf campaign too, and on the dark elf side to boot. But this is the field boss of the battle that day. Well, the day before. ALS members had seemed disinterested in the campaign when I'd asked about it. That left two possibilities. Either all members of the guild were ordered to keep quiet about it, or they'd started the campaign yesterday afternoon and reached the 6th chapter already just in 12 hours. I couldn't believe the latter. The Jade Key quest was not over the span of a single battle, but Vanquishing Spiders, the Flower Offering, and Emergency Orders, and the Missing Soldier couldn't all be completed in half a day without the presence of someone who truly knew what they were doing. Perhaps a former beta tester was taking the lead. Which they had. Yes, the ALS had a member who fit that profile too. Morte, the coif-wearing who had traded blows with me just minutes before, a little ways down the river. He'd hidden his face and switched his weapons in order to slip into both guilds. If he was the guide of the DKB, nothing that said he couldn't do the same for the ALS. So Cabal beseeched Morte's assistant in order to blaze through all the quests in the campaign up until this point. But he was as steadfast in his stance not to associate with former beta testers. Why would he ignore that philosophy so suddenly? Confused, I watched the two leaders face off. Now it was Lynn's turn to turn loose. Whether it's quest or hunting grounds, first come, first served is the obvious way of things. If you're going to be a leader of guild, you've got to follow your good conscience, Cabal. At this haughty, sweeping statement by Lynn's standards, Cabal flashed his canines in a snarl. Conscience? You're gonna talk to me about conscience? Lind? He crossed his thick arms and leaned back, staring up at Lynn's face with a menace in his eyes. Well, I got a bone to pick about that. Ever since we got here, you've been hiding the fact that this elf quest is crucial to beating the floor boss? What? I clamped my mouth and shut it before the startled exclamation could burst out and into the virtual night. Certainly, proceeding through the campaign carried its own rewards, such as money, experience, and loot, but it certainly wasn't necessary to beat the boss. The chamber door in the Labyrinth Tower would be open whether the quest was active or not. The boss was available to fight, and if defeated, the way of the 4th floor was open. At least that's how it was in the beta. But it was also that way in the first 2 floors in the retail game. And even if I had changed the 3rd floor, nobody here could have possibly known that fact for a fact yet. But Cabal continued his rant, full of the righteous anger and one absolutely convinced of his facts. You remember what happened 5 days ago? The raid nearly got wiped out because we didn't know the boss cow had turned into 3. That's the same trap that'd been laid here on the 3rd floor. Some trap that's gonna do us in if we ain't cleared the elf quest and got whatever item it gives out. You knew it was true, and you didn't say a word of it during the strategy meeting. So where's your conscience now, huh? No. I had to prevent myself from screaming right along with Lind. At the very least, none of the quests in the campaign I completed in the 3rd floor in the beta had any bearing on the boss. It was possible that the rewards had been altered since then, but the only ones that could confirm it were those who completed all 10 chapters available on this floor, and it was unthinkable that anyone could have done that, much in the 4 days. It was one thing to rush through the early quests, but the 9th and 10th were long affairs that required an entire day to complete, which meant this hypothetical life-saving item Cabal was talking about was probably a false info someone had maliciously fed to him. And I had a bad feeling I knew who would do that. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Lynn shouted, breaking me out of my thoughts. I focused on the scene ahead of me, and even from this distance I could make out the folds on his brow as he glared back at Cabal. The DKB have only been doing the campaign quest for the experience and rewards. I didn't mention it because there was no reason to bring it up. And the rewards are items we'll need to beat the boss, no doubt. Cabal shot back, leaning forward and meeting Lynn's gaze furiously. You just want to call the shots for all the frontline players, that's all. Well, I ain't gonna let you tell me the rules. We're going first, so wait here like good lil boys. Cabal turned forcefully towards the hill, but Lynn's hand caught his shoulder. Instantly, the guild members behind both men bristled. Wait, don't do this. Maybe you're not aware of this, but these key spots disappear when someone completes the quest, only to reappear elsewhere at random. If we wait here, won't be able to finish the quest after you. At this, Cabal reached up and grabbed Lynn's shirt at the chest. This is what I mean about you not sharing details. What you're saying is that if you do the quest first, then we don't get to do it. As is our right for being the first to the camp. And I'm telling you, I ain't following your rules. If you want, we can set up some rules that make this whole kit and caboodle real simple. And what do you mean by that? Oh no. They were both absolutely furious. Shivara in the DKB might be able to step in before things got truly dangerous, but there was no officer with a similarly cool head on the ALS side. I certainly couldn't improve the situation by trying to interfere now. But what options were available to defuse this perilous situation? I gritted my teeth hard. Suddenly, Lynn's words from just a moment ago replayed within my head. These key spots disappear once someone completes the quest. From what I heard later, Cabal and Lynn stood there, holding the other, neither backing down an inch, and all 18 players present nearly ended up in a foot race up the hill to see who could ransack the Forest Elf camp first. As allies of the Forest Elves, the DKB were supposed to deliver supplies from home base camp to the captain in charge of the camp, but the ALS, working the Dark Elf storyline, needed to steal the commander's orders. It's the same as me. Meaning that if both guilds charged in at once, the dozen-plus Forest Elf warriors in camp would be friendly NPCs to the DKCB, but powerful, yet not much as elite types like Kismel, monsters to the ALS. If that happened, Lynn's party of 6 would witness an open battle between Cabal's dozen and the Forest Elves. How would the DKB react? The most sensible reaction would be to ignore the allied NPCs and deliver the supplies to the captain, thus completing the quest. It wasn't clear if the camp would simply vanish on the spot as soon as the quest ended, or if the captain would be able to accept the supplies if he's stuck in combat, but at least that would do a little damage as possible to the frontline group as a whole. But depending on the mental state of Lynn and DKB, the worst was also possible, siding with the Forest Elves and turning their swords on the ALS. If the 6 DKB members joined in the dozen or so to the Forest Elves, their power would be about equal to the 12 ALS warriors. Since they weren't going to calmly challenge each other through the duel system, players on either side would turn into the orange criminal players. At that point, there would be no stopping the infighting. We might be on the verge of our first top player killed since the first floor boss battle, and at the hands of another player. If that happened, the frontline clears would never again be a unified group. Fortunately, that dire outcome from the state of our advancement in the game was avoided at the last moment. Just as Cabal and Lind began to climb the hill, each trying to push the other back, the elf camp simply disappeared, as though by magic. Though, according to SAO's story, it probably was elven magic. The two guild leaders and their 16 followers all comically locked in place in sprinting poses and stared dumbfounded at the top of the hill. Eventually, a single player came trotting down the moonlit path. The moment they saw the face of the player who'd just beaten both guilds to the punch, completed the quest camp, no doubt that all present had one thought in their minds: not him again. Faced with 18 pairs of eyes, I was much less comfortable than I let on. As soon as I made up my mind to beat them in the quest, I took the following actions. I ran back through the forest the way I'd come, only several times faster, then sped along the river until I was directly beneath the camp. From there, I scrambled up the 20-foot cliff. Once inside the camp, I made my way around the present guard routines and snuck into the captain's tent. Careful not to wake the sleeping leader in the back, I snatched the sheet of orders off the table in the center of the tent. Once out of the open again, I retraced my steps around the guards and descended the cliff to behind the camp. It sounded simple when put like that, but if I hadn't learned the details from someone else during the beta test, I would certainly have been spotted in the process. Once I set foot back down on the riverside mud and the quest log updated, I nearly fell to the ground with a leaf. A part of me wanted to just slip away, return to the base, but if I was going to help avert disaster between the DKB and the ALS, I couldn't just spirit the camp away and leave it. It had to be made clear that someone had to complete the quest, or good as complete, since it wasn't official until I reported to the Dark Elf commander. So I climbed back up the cliff again, where the entire camp was vanishing in a poof of green light. Anyone else who wanted to finish the infiltration quest or deliver supplies to the Forest Elf captain would have to find the camp in its new randomized location. Following the new marker on their maps, no matter where it appeared, there would be a way to sneak in the rear. But this cliff climb location was the only one I knew well. Even Argo the Rat would have a difficult time providing detailed maps for this part of her strategy guide series. I crossed the hilltop, now bare even a single fence, and descended the path to the foot of the hill. Stopping a slight distance away from the stunned looks of two guilds, I opened my window to check the time. It had taken just under 5 minutes to steal the commander's orders, traversal time included, meaning that Lind and Cabal had spent at least that much extra time trying to convince each other of his logic since I left the scene. Sadly for them, that effort had gone to waste. Window closed and my hands in my pockets, I tried to put on as casual an attitude as I could. Sorry, I just finished the quest. You'll have to look at the camp elsewhere. Len's face went pale when Cabal's only grew darker. By the light of the moon, it was hard to tell which of them was angrier. As I might have suspected, the first to speak was Cabal, he of the blinding rage against all former beta testers. No wonder I ain't seen ya around. The little beater boy was busy with the campaign. And just like this fool with the top knot, you know we needed a quest reward to beat the boss. And didn't see fit to tell anyone. Cabal elbowed one of the DKB cohorts out of the way and glared back and forth at me and Lind. In the end, y'all don't give a fig for rescuing all 8,000 folks trapped in this game. That's all secondary to you. You're only among the top players, so y'all can get your weapons and items and lord them over the rest of us. Nothing more. You're just all over beaters. What's up, vanish the town of beginnings. Up in the very first day. You ain't got right to pretend you're inheriting DFL's lead. He'd been keeping his volume low prior to this, but now that the camp was gone, all restraint went out the window. As Cabal's torrent of rage spilled forth, the ALS members at his back shouted encouragement and called Lind a cosplay freak. The taunts about Diovel's will and cosplay were aimed squarely at Lind, who had dyed his hair blue in honor of the late night. Even after it had snuck and nicked the quest from under their noses, their rage was still focused on the DKB. Lind's face was clearly pale, even under the moonlight. His slender eyes were burning with anger, and his teeth were gritted hard. But he did not explode in any kind. He held out his hand to stifle any returned shouts from the DKB team. Perhaps he felt ashamed of his attempts to force their way ahead of the camp. In any case, he showed great restraint in holding back. But the internal tension must have been unbelievably high. He sucked in a deep breath and held it for several seconds and let it out, then spoke his voice, tense but low. Gabao, I will repeat myself. None of the DKB members, including me, had any idea the reward from the campaign quest would be crucial in defeating the boss. Where did you get this information? But Gabao, still in the midst of the outburst of rage, ignored the question. Nice try, but I ain't falling for it. You're just thinking you can monopolize all that info for yourselves. I just told you, that is not the case. They headed into a fresh round of angry bursts. I watched the back and forth, frustrated by this turn of events. The clears might be a handy shorthand for the term those players who were active advancing our progress in the game, but they were not a unified force. There were DKB, a group hand-picked elites, the ALS focused on expanding their group, agile neutral team, and then me, the outcast beater. And my partner, Asuna. On top of that, there were Morte, who for some reason unknown was moonlighting in both guilds to get them advanced in the campaign, and the person, or people, acting as dueling partner. Ironically, I recalled Kisma's stories about the background of this world and how humans had split into 9 different nations. Lind, Cabal, I said. They stopped butting heads long enough to glare at me. There were no magic words that would heal the wounds between these two groups, and they were far too apart for that. And all the magic they had lost in this castle since the great separation of old, all the foolish remnants of humanity could do was make use of what they could. You both know I'm a beater, so I know what rewards the elf quests are and what effects they have. But I'm not rushing through the campaign for the rewards. I'm doing it for the level up and strengthen my equipment so I can beat the floor boss. I'm sure you didn't go through the trouble of the guild quest just so you could squabble like this. As soon as I stopped speaking, Cabal jabbed an index finger at me. Don't talk back to me just after you slipped and stole this quest like some kind of sneak thief. How are you gonna prove you're not after the item rewards? Even as we stand here, I know that deep down you're just dying to get on to the next quest. I'm stopping the campaign at this point, I said flatly. Cabal growled a wordless question, and Lynn squinted at me, his brow furrowing. I removed my hand from my coat pocket and jabbed my thumb behind me, up the gentle hill and far into the distance, where the dark silhouette of the labyrinth tower loomed. I'm about to start tackling the labyrinth, and while you're stuck in the campaign quagmire, bickering every step of the way, I'll be ransacking all the chests and ores in the tower. Remember, I'm a beater. Don't expect me to leave you anything good. And if you don't catch up by the boss chamber, I'll gather my own group of players and take him down. I'm a beater and a front runner, and I'll do things however I please. I stopped talking and put my hand down, but no one spoke up. The silence that covered the hill had to be 20% surprise, 30% anger, and 50% exasperation. Even I felt like I was overdoing it with this speech, but it was necessary to bring this tension under control. Again, it was Cabal who reacted first. You got to the 6th chapter of this quest, and now you're gonna abandon it. That's right, I confirmed, feeling a guilty throb deep in my chest. It was heartbreaking to leave in the middle of this lengthy quest sequence. There were 10 on this floor, and dozens if you counted everything up to its finale on the 9th floor. The system would allow me to come back and resume after finishing the labyrinth, but I expected Cabal to demand that I destroy the commander's orders I'd just stolen to prove I wasn't secretly after rewards. Once that story item was gone, I could never complete the infiltration quest. That wasn't the only thing.
Giving up on the campaign quest here meant leaving Kismel behind. Her help in our activities the last few days was predicated upon our assistance of the Dark Elves' advanced force in their fight against the Forest Elves. If we abandoned that mission, she would have no cause to help us anymore. But that was just how big the campaign quest lines worked. If a single quest was a book, then a campaign was a series that spanned several volumes. As long as we were in the process of reading that series, we were still within the story. But close the book, and the setting and characters were out of reach. The items and experience were just window dressing. And the true value of the campaign quest, how it gave flesh and blood to the virtual setting and turned into a story. As I hung my head, feeling gloomy, a high-pitched cry stabbed my ears.
That's impossible!
I looked up and saw a man in the midst of the ALS crowd, waving a fist around as he screamed. His skinny torso was clothed in moss-green tunic of the guild and the dark-studded leather, and wore a leather mask of the same color, which covered his face except for his eyes and mouth. He was obscured by the other members, so I couldn't see his weapon. The man's screech was strangely familiar.
He's full of it. You can't get to the boss chamber on your own. He's just pretending to go back to the labyrinth so he can finish the campaign behind our backs.
The other ALS members and some of the DKB started to rustle uneasily. From what I could make out of their voices, most were skeptical of my statement. The skinny man screeched again.
Don't let that beater lie to you. He's the reason Diavel died! Ignore him and focus on the campaign!
Shut up, Joe!
Cabal grumbled, and the masked man named Joe grudgingly lowered his arm. The opening gave Lind a chance to speak. I am well aware of your skill, Kirito, but even you cannot conquer the labyrinth on your own. I'm not in total agreement with the ALS, but I do find it hard to believe that you have given up on the campaign. As a former tester, you understand the benefit of completing an extended quest series. Besides, his sharp eyes scanned the area. Where is your partner? What if she took the story item and ran off to complete the quest? While you're occupying our attention here. I was completely off the mark, but difficult to deny. My partner, temporary party member technically, was back at the Dark Elf base, sleeping in the tent next to Kismel. There was no way to spear or her to prove my innocence. I had no choice to stay silent, as both guilds hurried accusations in my direction. As the volume grew louder and louder, I was struck by a faint déjà vu. It was the same kind of massive public condemnation that sounded Neza in the Legend Braves after admitting his upgrading scam just and the second floor boss battle. After then, the cries had eventually demanded his life as payment. If other Braves hadn't gone down on hands and knees and apologized to him, someone might actually have drawn their sword on Nessa. Now that I thought about it, one of the reasons that terrible tense scene had come about was the mysterious man in the black poncho who taught the Braves about the trick to swindle others through the upgrade system. His presence seemed eerily similar to that of Morte's in this case. Is it possible that they were the same person? If that was the case, Morte's motivations were definitely evil. He'd convinced both guilds to take part of the elf quest in the opposite sides and got them to collide at that hill. And that meant he was hiding at the riverside, hoping to prevent anyone, meaning me, from completing the quest and causing the camp to disappear. But what did he possibly stand to gain by pitting the DKB and the ALS against each other? While we weren't a unified group, the frontline players had successfully beaten the first and second floors, and were just about to reach the third labyrinth. Weakening the group with infighting would only delay our ability to beat this game and escape. It would have much wider effect than just PKing me. Did Morte not want to escape this digital prison? Could anyone really think that way?
Say something!
Came the high-pitched screech again. I raised my head. The man Cabal called Joe was shouting, his eyes blazing through the holes in the mask. "Where is she? I bet she's rushing ahead to finish all the quests before anyone else, and if not, bring her out here and prove it!" It was not me who answered the challenge, or Cabal, or Lind. A voice, quiet but strong-willed, carried through the night air of the forest from the back of the group.
"If it's me you want, I'm right here."
Later, much, much later, Asuna told me if someone had drawn their sword, I might have gone orange, with a grin on her face. Fortunately, it did not rain blood, but there was a fresh, different kind of tension that just gripped the scene. Both guilds were quite shocked, of course, but that was worth nothing compared to me. For an instant, I thought I had to be imagining the voice. I stood dumbfounded on the path halfway up the hill, staring at the wall of players ahead. Eventually, the ALS members moved right, and the DKB members moved left, as though pushed by some invisible force. The opening path split east and west as the foot of the hills, and there was a thick forest beyond that. Right across from the T intersection was a particular wide ancient tree that dwarfed the others. From around the rear of the tree, whose trunk I had just been hiding behind, I spied the group only minutes ago. A single figure emerged. A red-hooded cape tinged with gray, a dark crimson tunic, and a leather skirt. And at her waist, a silver rapier that glinted and shone bright, even in the dim of the moonlight. If she was hiding behind that same tree, then she couldn't have been there all along. But only during the 10 minutes I snuck around into the camp. I speculated. To little benefit of our point. Lind and Cabal joined the others in stepping back. With the other path entirely clear, the intruder coolly stepped forward. Underneath her rippling hood, the light brown eyes were firm and resolute. There was no way to read the emotions within. Asuna the Fencer, sole woman of the frontline population, and my current partner, stopped at my right side and spun around theatrically, then spoke to the crowd, her voice crisp and clear. "As his partner, I too will be heading for the labyrinth. Once there, we will be looking for the boss chamber. As I recall, whoever finds it gets to be the raid leader." At that, both Lind and Cabal went pale, and the other 16 stirred and muttered. In a way, her statement was even more grandiose than mine, but no one stepped up with accusations. This time, partly because of the surprise of her sudden entrance, and partly because of her sheer presence of that glittering chivalric rapier on her belt, the Night Sword, far better than even my Needleblade +8, unleashed a ghostly pressure in the bluish light of the moon. This reminded me that I was planning to inform the group that the elf base camp were capable of forging weapons, just as good during the meeting 4 days ago, but didn't get the chance after Lynn demanded that we join the guild separately. Of course, if I had done that, all the guild forces would have immediately set upon the campaign quest, and this exact scene might have played out in the same way, only with twice the people involved. Just as I started to distract myself by planning to study the strange, unfriendly blacksmith more before revealing my findings to the group, it happened.
I know the truth! In the first and second floors, they didn't bother to help map the tower! They just went around opening all the leftover chests! There's no way that going from 1 to 2 will make the difference in getting them to the boss room!
Again, the screech belonged to Joe from the ALS. Now that the group had shifted right, I could see his entire form. Hanging from his skinny waist was a sharply curved dagger. I recognized it as a numb dagger, a rare drop from the Minotaur on the second floor labyrinth that had occasional chance to stun upon hitting an enemy. Now I knew him as a dagger user. The memory came back to me. Joe was the one who claimed that Nez's upgrade scam had caused someone to die, as well as the one who accused me of being a former beta tester back on the first floor. Sadly, I couldn't put his face to memory because of the mask. But based on his open antagonism, that was a name I needed to know.
I felt slightly ashamed that it had taken me this long. My worst habit and weakness was my tendency not to look at others' faces or bother to remember their names. Someday that was going to put me in danger. I focused on skinny, short Joe, burning his image into my mind. Once I was certain that I would remember him the next time I saw him, I finally opened my mouth to speak for the first time in 2 minutes. If you think we can reach the boss chamber on our own, Joe, then why don't you just let us go? We're going into the labyrinth, just as we announced. I'm gonna let you go. Come on, Kiba. Let's stop wasting our time and move on to the next. The obnoxious shriek was cut off by a stern glare from his guild leader. Don't make me repeat myself, Joe. Shut your damn mouth, Cabal growled, and then turned to me and Asuna. He scratched at his cactus hair and grumbled. I just don't know what's what anymore. You really think you can handle the boss without the campaign quest reward? If there's any chance at all we need him to tackle the boss, it ain't too late to find out what. You have a point, I agreed, and stared appraisingly at each leader in turn. But if testing out the reward of the loot is truly your aim, then either the DKB or ALS should abandon the quest. If you attempt to complete the Dark Elf and Forest Elf factions at the same time, you will clash again. Like tonight, if you can discuss the matter and determine which of the two will step down, I'm willing to wait until we've done our homework. Once again, the two guild leaders and their cohorts went pale. Joe was obviously ready to screech another accusation, but the greatsword user next to him yanked on his arm to shut him up. In truth, I want to announce that one man had successfully convinced both guilds to start on the campaign, but alas, I had no proof that the swordsman Morte, who had just joined the DKB, was the same person as the axe warrior I saw in Cabal's party in the cave. If I made the accusation on uncertain evidence, it would only complicate the situation. I watched the two leaders closely, hiding my desperate prayer behind a careful crafted sour expression. If Morte's aim was to pit the guild against each other, then I needed to prevent the group of clears from breaking apart. It wasn't out of some great desire for justice, I just knew that Morte was my sworn enemy. This was a continuation of our duel, playing out in a very different battleground. Kimbao and Lind shared a look for about 2 seconds, then snorted simultaneously. The ALS leader looked away in a huff, and the DKB boss turned to me and shook his head. I'm afraid that will be impossible, Kirito. Perhaps if we were just starting, but we've both reached the 6th chapter of the questline. We would be losing out on too much to stop now. I resisted the urge to drop my shoulders in disappointment and nodded with the same stoic look on my face. I see. Then while you two are butting heads, we will be racing through the labyrinth. It's a shame, but I have to assume you are bluffing. The game's labyrinths are not so easy that a party of two can reach the boss. Even if that were to happen to be you two. I realize that this is not the best timing to ask, but have you considered on giving up on your stubborn refusal yet? Perhaps the time is right to stop insisting on your solo play and join a guild. As I stated the other day, however, you cannot both join the same guild in the interest of balance. You're going to bring that up now? Seriously? I went pale. Separate guilds was just the magic phrase that would set Asuna off. As I feared, the moment he said that, the silent fencer took a menacing step forward. But what she said took me by surprise. It's not just the two of us. Before I even had time to wonder, the space just left me, died in the pale blue moonlight silently split open. I'd seen this phenomenon of space turning inside out 4 nights earlier in the forests outside of Zoomfoot. Well, technically, I only heard the rustling of the cape from behind me, but it was clearly the same ability at work.
Only one person could be successful in hiding in full moonlight, in the middle of an empty field, with the watchful eyes of nearly 20 players, for several minutes without being spotted. The cloak with the invisibility charm parted left and right, and a sheer, shiny head of the pale purple hair, like fine silk, caught the moonlight. Next came the elegant breastplate of the black metal with purple inlay. In her left hand and at her hip were a kite shield and a longsword, both with the rich shine of mithril. The bare skin of her arms, legs appeared to be a deep navy blue in the darkness. When she raised her head triumphantly, her side bangs rustled lightly, revealing a stunning beauty and long, narrow ears. Her onyx eyes stared down the speechless group, and the third member of our party spoke in a sharp voice. "I am Kismel, a royal knight of the Pagoda Knights Brigade, in service of the Kingdom of Lysula." She extended her right arm from the cape in the direction of me and Asana. "I have pledged my support to the human warriors Kirito and Asana as they venture forth to the Pillar of Heavens. Even the stoutest guardians within the tower shall be as helpless as the morning dew before my blade." If they were at the sixth quest of the campaign, both the DKB and ALS must have recognized the name Kismel mentioned as nation beneath the Dark Elf Queen's rule. The Pillar of Heavens was descriptive enough to be an obvious term for the Labyrinth Tower. What I couldn't tell was exactly why every guild member present was stunned into silence, whether it was Kismel's beauty or the fact that an NPC knew our names, or the overwhelming power level of the 16 elite monster. Probably all above, I decided. Lynn staggered back into a step or two, his face as pale as ice. Are you sure you want to stand there, Kirito?" "Huh? Why wouldn't I?" "That dark elf cursor is pitch black. She must be a higher level than even the elite mobs from the very first quest." Now I understood. To me and Asana and the ALS on the Dark Elf side of the campaign, Kismel's color cursor was a yellow shade that signified an NPC. But Lind and the DKB were on the Forest Elf side, so it would be the red of an enemy monster. Depending on the level difference between the player and target, a red cursor would change shades all the way from light pink to dark crimson. Now that the elite knight had leveled up during our time together, she must have seemed nearly black to level 15 Lind. Gabao glanced back and forth from retreating Lind to Kismel, cloak rippling in the night breeze. He took a few steps backwards himself and hissed at his rival. "Hey, is it true her cursor's black?" "Yes, I doubt we could defeat her as an entire party." "That's crazy! How'd they get such a whopper to work with them?" he moaned. Kismel must have heard him because she turned to me and whispered, "Your human language is even more complex than I knew." That was probably a comment on Kibao's Kanzai dialect. Whatever language engine Kismel AI must work only with standard Japanese, so half of Kibao's words had to be indecipherable to her. I chuckled briefly, then realized something. The group had been throwing around technical terms about the game, quests, campaign, story items, and so on. They're all pointed to the truth of the matter. This was a virtual world, existing only within a server in a real world. They suggested that the floating castle of Aincrad was not a slice of the real world set adrift into the sky by the Great Separation, but was a mere setting of this VR MMO game called Sword Art Online. Of course, Kismel had no knowledge of any of this. She was born and raised in this world as a dark elf, and fought her way to knighthood. Who knew how she interpreted the words of the game's players? Could we be certain that her interpretation did not do any damage to the AI controlling her? Lind and Cabal stepped down to the hill to rejoin their partners, coming together for a deep discussion. Now was the time to say to Kismel what I hadn't been able to say, assuming I really thought of her not as an NPC assistant, but as a partner, a friend. Kismel, I muttered. There must have been something telling in my voice, for the Dark Elf Knight and the Fencer both turned to look at me. Listen, neither Asuna nor I were born in this castle. We were brought here from a far-off place. We're fighting to get back to our home world. Asuna sucked in a sharp breath. I reached out to brush the back of Kismel's hand, facing her directly. The Elf Knight stared back at me, slightly puzzled. There was no way to know what kind of information processing was happening behind those onyx black pools. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Perhaps the GM will show up out of nowhere, pull her away, and reinitialize her. After an eternity of silent seconds, Kismel's luscious lips parted. Of course I know that. Huh? I chose not to ask you about it until now. It was the last great charm that humanity has, is it not? To summon warriors from foreign land, and have them fight to unify all pillars of heaven as one. We Dark Elves are much the same. We carry on long battles to protect all the secret keys from the Forest Elves, and to preserve the seal on the sanctuary. I guess so? Kismel's description was a simple interpretation of the SAO incident in terms that made sense of the setting of the game. But I didn't see any reason to go overturning her understanding in order to make it clear to her. Instead, I agreed with her explanation, and she smiled. We have teleportation charms that allow us to travel between the floors, so we are of no use to the Pillar of Heavens that you humans are so fixated upon. However, if you wish, I will assist you in your quest, but only for a price. Her smile grew wider, and she looked back and forth at us. Tell me of the land where you were born someday, what your families were like, and how you were raised. Yeah, sure, I promise, I said, struck by a sudden thought. What was the point of stressing that Unconquered was only a virtual world and a game? To Kismel and Asuna and me, this world was only reality. This game lingo, quest, merely a human language term for duty. What's wrong with that? And we'll also teach you about our human language. If we go fighting in the labyrinth, that's what we call the Pillar of the Heavens, you're gonna need to know these terms. I would very much like that, Kismel replied, and I could sense Asuna smiling. Sorry about the wait. We've come to a decision, Lind announced, and the three of us looked back down the hill. The scimitar user clearly did not wish to get any closer to Kismel, but he overcame his hesitation to climb a few steps up the slope. To get right to the point, the Dragon Knights Brigade and the Unconquered Liberation Squad have both decided to abandon the campaign quest. What? I was significantly surprised, but I made sure not to let that show on my face. However, it is still necessary to investigate whether or not the benefits of the campaign might be crucial to defeating the floor boss. We would like for your group to handle that duty. What? Again, I kept my face straight. In return, I asked him, that's fine with me, but what are you going to do now? Lind looked uncomfortable, and Cabal filled the awkward silence with an angry, resigned bellow. That's obvious! We're gonna go map out the labyrinth! If we left it to y'all, someone died in an accident, I wouldn't sleep well at night. I see, I said, finally breaking my stoic expression with a wry smile. Asuna sighed and muttered, that's one way of putting it. But it was probably the best choice. The mysterious Morte did not show up, but he was probably still registered with the DKB while maintaining connections to the ALS. If both guilds continued with the campaign, it only left Morte responsible with the opportunities to fan the flames of their rivalry. I had to get proof of Morte's plot so I could expose him publicly and force the truth out of him. Speaking of the antagonist characters, I looked around for Joe, wondering how he was taking this decision. I spotted him at the edge of the ALS group, back turned and hands folded behind his head in an obnoxious sulking pose. Once again, I couldn't help but be impressed at Cabal's leadership, that he could manage a handful like him in the guild. Rather than actually saying that aloud, I took a deep breath and turned to Lind. All right, today's the 19th, and we're planning to tackle the boss on the 21st. We'll aim to finish the campaign by the evening of the 20th and report the results. You'll have to trust our information, of course. Now it was Lind's turn to give an awkward, stiff smile. I'm not going to quibble about that at this point. Kirito earlier said that you were going to do what was needed to be done as a frontrunner. It pains me to admit, but you remind me of Diaval. He bit his lip several times before finally continuing. In the very first strategy meeting of the town of Tolbana, on the first floor, Diaval said that we had to beat the boss and get to the second floor to show everyone that the game could be beaten. That it was our duty as the best players. I thought it was carrying out his will to create the guild he would have started and raise it to be the best. That was my duty. The other DKB members, like Hafner and Shivada, and even the ALS, listened in silence to Lin's rare confession of his innermost feelings. When he raised his head again, there was a new light of determination in his eyes. He stared at me. The question that followed caught me by surprise. I think this is a good time to ask. You were the one who heard Diaval's dying words. What did he say at the very end? I couldn't answer right away. It wasn't because I had forgotten, of course, but it was such a short and obvious message that I couldn't tell if it contained what Lind was hoping to hear. Obviously, I couldn't make something up to refuse to tell him. I closed my eyes for a moment and summoned the mental image of self-styled knight face before answering. You have to take it from here. Kill the boss. That's what Diaval said. Lin's face immediately scrunched up, and he hung his head again. Eventually, his trembling voice traveled along the night breeze to my ears. We will. On this floor, and the next after that. That is why the Dragon Knights were formed. He turned back to his 5 comrades. Head still hung and held out a clenched fist. Hafner, the sub-leader of the group, joined him, then Shivada, the swordsman, Naga with his flail, and 2 more whose names I didn't know yet, all thrusting their fists forward in a salute. When Lind turned around again, back properly straight, his face held that familiar, lofty, elite expression. He looked back at me, then Cabal, and announced stiffly, The DKB will begin tackling the labyrinth in the morning. We will meet next assembly place in Zumfoot on the 20th, 1700 hours. Good evening. Even Cabal watched without his usual sarcastic comments. At the 6 Dragon Knights marched over to the grass to the east. Finally, he summoned all his scorn and spat. Keh! Stupid brat, always looking down on us like he's so high and mighty. As if he ain't got a helping hand of Diaval's will myself. Come on, let's go. We ain't gonna stand around and let them get a jump on us. Let's go find that damn boss chamber. The other members of the ALS roared in approval, and the dozen headed off to the west. Apparently they had already set up in the base next to town. Cabal, walking at the rear of his team, proceeded about 5 yards down the slope of the hill before stopping and turning back in our direction. Hey kid! He stopped briefly and made a face like he was drinking an antidote potion. Mr. Kirito. My eyes went wide, and Asuna gurgled a sound that went something like Vroom. Fortunately, Cabal didn't seem to be paying attention to our reactions.
He scratched at his cactus hair. I ain't gonna thank you 'cause you stole the quest out from under my nose. But I'm starting to get the feeling that it ain't the worst thing to the world to have a guy like you, just one, among the group. That's all. He turned back to catch up with his group, and I managed to get out one final sentence. No need to mister me next time. With a wave of his hand in response, the leader of the Einkrad Liberation Squad descended behind the slope of the hill and disappeared. Once the sound of their footsteps died out and there was no more color curses in view, Asuna let out a deep, long breath. I glanced over at her, and she looked up to catch my eye. I realized that I still hadn't said anything to her about the fact that I'd left to complete the quest on my own while she was sleeping. She didn't appear to be angry, but it could also be her new normal-looking, next-level rage mode. So I knew I had to bring up the topic gingerly. I'm certain you have many things to say. Of course. Right. But I'm willing to wait till we get back to base. Right. With a sigh of relief, I turned to Kismel this time. The Dark Elf Knight was staring at the direction of the ALS in silence. Then noticed my gaze and smiled. Your human Knight Brigade are not so bad after all, but they are a far cry from my Pagoda Tree Knights. Well, naturally. We just call them guilds, though. I shall remember that, but Kirito, I do not approve of this recklessness. If I had not woken and found you missing, we would not have been able to race here in time. Sorry, and thanks. So it was Kismo who had noticed first, and not Asuna. My partner must have sensed what I was thinking because she pouted and said, It was my idea to chase after you, just so you know. I figured you were up to one of those insane schemes. And I was right, just after you told me not to go antagonizing the guilds, too. Sorry, thanks. I bellowed to them deeply and removed a sheaf of parchment from my coat pocket, the commander's orders I'd stolen from the forest elf camp. Well, let's leave the labyrinth up to them and deliver this bad boy to our dear commander. 9. Having announced that we would have the 10 quests of the campaign available on this floor completed by 5 o'clock on December 20th, just 40 hours from then, we returned to the Dark Elf camp base, delivered the item to the commander to finish the infiltration quest, and immediately left for our next mission. The 7th chapter, Butterfly Collection, was a brief breather of a quest that simply involved finding and defeating a giant butterfly released by the forest elves for reconnaissance. It would have been easier with a decent throwing knife skill, but I didn't have the open slot at this point, so we had to go racing after the butterfly in the night forest, picking up stones to throw at it. In the 8th chapter, the Western Spirit Tree, the Dark Elf Commander had read and digested the top-tier Forest Elf orders we brought back and was prepared to lead an attack on the Forest Elf base. He wanted to have the Jade Key secretly transported to their outpost on the 4th floor. Asuna, Kismil, and I, accompanied by 3 Dark Elf soldiers, headed to the Spirit Tree the elves used to travel between the floors. Of course, these transport missions never ended uneventfully, and we made our way towards the tree at the western edge of the forest. A mysterious band dressed in black ambushed us. Out of the 4 masked attackers labeled unknown marauders in the game, we handily dispatched 3. Both Asa and I were well over the expected level at this point, and we had services of the elite knight Kismel. But the 4th marauder threw a smoke bomb and stole the key from the confused elven soldier. Naturally, I knew this ambush was coming. I was ready to attempt defeating all 4 of them, but I was indeed unwinnable fight. The other 3 bodies immediately blackened and melted away, so there was no way to tell who they were. In the 9th quest, Pursuit, we had to chase the thief through the forest. In the beta, I remember the single quest lasting from morning until night. It took that long because finding Shining Signal
A small bottle of glowing liquid one of the elf soldiers hit their thief with was incredibly hard in the midst of the deep forest. We started the 9th chapter after noon on the 19th, and I was prepared for it at last, as well into the night. To my surprise, though, at this point, I should have expected it, Kismel's help proved invaluable. She stood at the lead and immediately pointed out the direction of the glowing light at every turn, so we discovered the thief's hideout cave by 2 o'clock. The next step was to report to the commander, so we went back to the base for food and rest. By the evening, we were ready for the 10th and final quest of the campaign on the 3rd floor, retrieving the key. It was a difficult task that involved exploring a large dungeon. Though not as large as the labyrinth, this was too much to complete before the end of the day, especially since our day had begun well before dawn. So we had to turn back after defeating the enormous whip spider boss on the dungeon's first level. At 11 o'clock that night, we returned to the base and took our turns bathing. This time, Kismel decided to barge in during Asana's turn. And sadly, there was no way to tell exactly what's happening beyond that tent flap based on our brief shrieks and splashes and occasional laughing. After a late dinner, we went to bed and woke up in the early morning of December 20th. After a quick tune-up at the blacksmith and some supply refills at the item shop, we briskly headed to conquer the 2nd floor of the large underground dungeon. Since we had returned to the camp, the extra soldier was no longer accompanying us. But it actually was easier to coordinate a high-level combat maneuvers with just the 3 of us. We powered our way through the insect and animal monsters, and finally came across the masked thief hideout at the bottom of the dungeon. We snuck up and peered through the window in their dining room-like space, spotting 5 more thieves without masks on. They weren't forest elves, and certainly not dark elves. They were an entirely different race with dark purple skin, as though rotting away. Somehow demonic features. The information on their cursors identified them as fallen elf warriors. Kismel looked nervous, but there wasn't time to stop and ask her about it. We proceeded onward and won several inescapable battles, finally arriving at the final boss of the dungeon and quest, the fallen elf commander. He was a difficult foe with a number of minions, but with our levels at a realistic limit on this floor, he posed no true threat to us. When Asana's chivalric rapier delivered the killing blow, the commander hurled a final curse at us and melted away. At the back end of the room was a mountain of treasure, along with the jade key. This time, we managed to transport the key all the way to the spirit tree, signaling the end, at least on the 3rd floor, but of the long campaign. But just as Asa and I were about to high-five each other on the job well done, Kismel interrupted with a surprising statement. Asana and Kirito, she said slowly and carefully, the light playing over her beautiful purple hair. Now that it's clear that the fallen elf are in league with the forest elves, we must deliver this key to the forest in the next floor above with haste. I believe that this task will fall upon me to complete. Huh? Asana's eyes went wide, and she took a step forward. Her face had a nervous smile of one of those who suspected what was coming. Then we'll go with you, just in case there's another ambush. Thank you, Asana. Your offer is very kind. Kismel stopped there. She moved over to Asana's side and looked upward. We were close to the outer perimeter of Unconquered, and the pure blue expanse stretched out before us. The knocked trunk of the spirit tree stood in the stark contrast of the cobalt sky behind it. Near the roots of the 15-foot wide tree was a large, gaping knot that led to its hollowed interior. But unlike the trees of Zimfoot, this was not carved out by human hands. In the darkness within the hole, the blue light pulsed. Around the tree, mossy rocks formed a solid wall, and only the gate that accessed the tree was guarded by a quartet of dark elf sentries. This tree was a teleporter for the elves, and the forest elves had their own on the other side. As you might expect, there was much debate during the beta regarding whether or not these trees could be used to bypass the labyrinth.
One guild even pulled together a 30-man raid party to assault the tree, but the 4 guards easily squashed the attempt. My guess was that even if they'd succeeded, nothing would happen inside the tree. As she stared up at the tree, Kismel's next statement confirmed that months-old expectation. Sadly, only the people of Isula are permitted to pass through the spirit tree's gate. Asuna was expecting this. After several long moments of silence, she nodded. I see. Yes, Kismel returned solemnly. The elf shut her lips tight for a while, then turned and circled her arms around Asuna's back. The fencer's eyes widened briefly in surprise, but she returned the knight's embrace just as quickly. With her mouth right at Asuna's ear, Kismel whispered just loud enough for me to hear, After I lost my sister a month ago, I was waiting to find my place to die. When I crossed blades with the White Knight of Kelo, I thought I was going to see my sister again. But you and Kirito appeared and saved me. She must have guided you to my side. I didn't know that till now the herbalist had ever really existed in Aincrad. There was no way to know if the Dark Elves and the Forest Elves had really carried out major battles. If there were no players around to see it, those memories, including Tilnell, might have simply been implanted into Kismel's programming as a story background, a backbone to her character. But I could have sworn I saw a pale shimmer in the air beside Kismel and Asuna. Perhaps it was just the light engine shining through the branches on the spirit tree? Or perhaps... We'll see you again, won't we? Asuna murmured into Kismel's hair. The elf nodded vigorously. Absolutely. The holy tree will guide us together. She squeezed harder and then released her hold. Kismel shared one last smile with Asuna before looking at me. I was expecting a handshake, perhaps a high five, but Kismel strode forward with no hesitation and enveloped me into her arms as well. The cool, smooth metal of her armor and fresh, piney scent made me feel like I was deep in a forest. The next time we meet, Kirito, I will tell you more of my dreams, she whispered. I put my hands on her back. Yeah, sounds good. It's a promise, then. And with a last squeeze of her arms, Kismel let go. She took a step back, then another, and raised her right fist to her left breast in salute. Asa and I automatically returned it. And now, this is farewell. I am sorry not to accompany you to the Pillar of Heavens, but I believe that you have the skill to dispatch its guardians. Be done with them and ascend. I will be waiting for you on the 4th floor. Take care, Kismel, Asuna said. The knight smiled, then spun on her heel, long cloak flapping, and she strode off to the gate. The guard stepped aside, she passed through, and then closed behind her. Kismel stepped through the knothole in the spirit tree without a backwards glance, and disappeared into its darkness. A few seconds later, the faint blue light flashed much brighter. On the left side of my vision, the 3rd HP bar that had been displayed for the past week vanished with a breezy jingle. In the end, the reward for completing the 3rd floor portion of the Elf War campaign did not contain anything useful for defeating the boss. When the commander back at the base thanked us for our service, the list of items we were able to choose from included a half-dozen pieces of gear. But no matter how many times I pored over their specs, effects, and flavor text, there wasn't a single word that suggested any particular connection to the floor boss. I ended up choosing a pair of leather boots with extra resistance to tumbling and some extra jumping power, after having slipped during my duel with Morte. And Asuna picked out a new hooded cape made from the same material as Kismel's favorite cloak. The faint glowing pale purple cape gave a solid bonus to hiding and increased agility, though not to the extent of the original. Until this point, our interactions with the Dark Elf commander have been very perfunctory, absolutely NPC-like. When we had chosen our rewards, he rose from his chair, and with concern on his face, he said,
We elves are long-lived, but we cannot hurt with blades as much as anyone else, and a deep enough wound will kill. We are not gifted with hardiness of the dwarves and humans. The fallen elves you fought in the underground maze are the descendants of those who sought to use the tree, magics to forge themselves bodies impervious to blades. This happened before the Great Separation, and they were banished for it. They are numerous throughout this castle, and their cooperation with the forest elves in search of the keys is troubling in the extreme. As the advance troop, we will remain here for now, surveying for traces of the fallen before returning to our fortress on the 4th floor. Your continued assistance will be greatly appreciated.
Asuna and I shared a brief look and nodded together. We'd be happy to. Anything we can do.
Good. Your help is a boon. I suspect the general at the fortress will treat you magnanimously. Take this commendation with you.
The commander picked a tightly rolled piece of parchment off his desk and offered it to me. We thanked him for this extra reward and prepared to leave when the commander spoke again.
You are going to climb the Pillar of Heavens to the 4th floor.
Yes, that's the plan.
In that case, be wary of the Guardian's beast's poisonous attack. You ought to prepare yourselves with plenty of poison counteracting potions while you are in camp.
Thank you very much for the advice, I said, bowing and leaving the tent. As soon as I ventured outside, a horn sounded, signaling the passage of noon. I took a dozen steps towards the inviting scent of the dining hall before looking over at Asuna. I'm not going to say I wasn't grateful for the advice, but now it's harder to say that the quest rewards helping with the boss wasn't true. Over the past day, I'd explained to Asuna about my riverside duel with the swordsman/axeman, Morte, and his suspicious activities. Morte had joined the Dragon Knights Brigade and was helping them with the campaign. That much had been confirmed by Argo, and it was also certainly true that he was moonlighting with the Aincrad Liberation Squad, using a different class of weapon. However, I suspected that Cabao's sudden interest in campaign and his firm belief that the rewards were crucial to defeating the boss were based on info Mort fed him. If that source was a total lie, I was hoping to use that fact to get Cabao's to fess up about where he learned it. And yet, none of the items we could earn for finishing the quest had any special effect against the floor boss. Since Cabao said the items you earned from the elf quest were necessary to avoid big trouble against the boss, then you could say that his information was a lie? Right, but if someone claimed that the hint about poison antidotes was the reward, it's a lot harder to write it off entirely. Asuna responded almost immediately, her quick wit in keeping with her agility first build. All you can do now is just explain the truth, and exactly as it happened at the meeting tonight. If we watch and Morte's reaction closely, maybe he'll give away something. At any rate, let's eat and take a break before we go. I hope they let us use Kismel's tent. Good point. Even if it was available to use now that the owner was away on the 4th floor, it would just be the two of us sleeping under the same canopy. I chose not to bring that up to Asuna and trotted after to the dining tent. Thankfully, when Asuna did not notice that the two of us would be sharing a tent alone, there was no fruit for her to throw. So I got a faceful of soft cushion instead. 5 p.m. The second strategy meeting was about to begin in the meeting grounds of Zumfoot. Lin's DKB and Cabao's ALS had finished mapping the labyrinth tower up to the boss chambers on the top floor. The DKB had just barely beaten them to the door for a second floor in a row.
The MC for the strategy meeting and the leader of the raid would be Lind. What threw Asuna and me for a loop was Morte's absence from the meeting grounds. Perhaps he had changed his entire gear setup. In the safety of town, he could feel free to put it on weapons whose skills he didn't have, taken off his coif, and slipped among the crowd in a form I didn't recognize. But Asuna said that as far as she could tell, both guilds had the same lineup as the second floor boss battle. The meeting began with the schedule of tomorrow morning's battle, then moved into an actual strategy meeting. Argo had already released her strategy guide on the boss based upon the beta's test information. We split up the parties into separate roles. Once the questions and answers were out of the way, Lind asked me to speak. Naturally, he wanted me to report on the campaign quest rewards. I stood up and started off with a basic quest outline. When I reached the part about the fallen elves, the crowd started to stir. Some of them wanted more details about that, but I chose to keep it brief, knowing that Argo would soon be releasing the second volume of her Elf War Guide. First things first, nothing in the items themselves had any unique relations to the floor boss. However, after we received our loot, the elf commander gave us one piece of advice about the boss. The entire crowd was silent, not wanting to miss this information. He said, bring plenty of antidote pots, because the boss uses poison attacks. That's it. Now the silence turned awkward. It was such an obvious, basic piece of advice. Who wouldn't bring a stock of antidotes to a major fight? I cleared my throat and added a piece of information for the sake of Commander's honor. Just so you know, the boss in the beta test didn't have a crazy poison attack. Since that might be the thing that was altered in this fight, it's probably a good idea to bring as many potions as you can. I'll leave it up to Lind and Cabal to decide if this counts as quest reward crucial to defeating the boss or not. I sat back down, and the meeting grounds erupted into chatter. Some thought it was a letdown, and there was no secret weapon against the boss, while others claimed that this knowledge was far more useful than an item. Foremost among the latter opinion was Joe from the ALS, who screeched that if we had all tried the campaign now, we might learn something even more important. Once again, Cabal shut him with a single command, and when the group had quieted down, Lind rounded up the discussion with his ever-solidifying leadership. We will visit every item shop tonight, even on the lower floors, and produce more than enough potions for tomorrow. As planned, we will begin our operations at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Meet at the north gate of Zumfut. We will then travel to Diesel, the town closest to the labyrinth. After a short break, we will enter the tower. If all goes according to plan, we will defeat the boss by 2 in the afternoon. He paused and surveyed the 40-some members gathered from left to right, then raised a bracing call. Tomorrow night, we will celebrate in the main town of the 4th floor. Come on, everyone, let's win this fight! During the last meeting, I'd watched Lind deliver a speech on stage and thought, you've got a long way to go to replace Diovel. But even if he did not become Diovel himself, Lind had a role to play, and that was his and his alone. Something much more crucial than mine, as I kept running from the truly important things, a role that someone had to take on if we were actually going to reach that far off 100th floor. Meanwhile, some were trying to fulfill roles that no one ought to touch. Morte was attempting to get DKB and ALS to clash. The man in the black poncho had lured the Legend Braves into swindling other players. Whatever their intentions were, they were surely not stopped now. I had to continue playing my role so that I could deal with their future machinations. Even the outcast of the front runner could help in his own way. I joined the others in raising my right hand toward the flat expanse of rock and the steel of 100 yards above, and clutched my newfound determination deep within my chest. At 1:12 p.m. the next day, Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, Nereus, Evil Treant,
the boss of the third floor of Aincrad, was defeated by a 42-man raid built from 7 parties. The large tree monster liberally used wide area poison skills that hadn't been there in the beta, but our stock of antidotes did not run dry. As I expected, Asana's chivalric rapier easily outclassed any other weapon present in the damage, and the rest of the group was left in awe. The battle took 53 minutes, and the second floor there were no fatalities. Morte, the axe warrior, was not among the raid.
10. I was really trying to get it, Asuna sulked as we climbed the spiral staircase to the 4th floor. Huh? Get what? I asked. She pouted even harder. The last attack bonus, obviously. Ah, right. Your sword skill and mine hit at the exact same moment at the end. They were both part of a 2-part combos, and my rapier has more attack power than your sword, doesn't it? Yes. So how did you wind up with it? Logic states I should have gotten the LA. Well, I'm guessing that maybe my attack just hit a teensy tiny bit faster than yours, maybe?
No! It was simultaneous! She turned her head away in a huff and sped faster up the stairs. I hurried after her and tried to change the subject. Besides, remember when we were talking on the last staircase? I was mentioning how combat in SAO was like, what was that word again? A concerto, she snapped, not bothering to turn around. I pointed at her cape. Yeah, that's it. The concerto is the thing where one instrument plays the lead while the rest form the backing orchestra. I assumed that it was a reference to one versus many in combat. Maybe I was wrong. Oh? Asuna replied, slowing down so she could look long at me. What does it mean then? Well, you're always alone, even when you're in a party or a raid. But when you're in trouble, there are people around you to help you out. That's the last thing I'd expect you to come up with. She said honestly. I had to agree. I must have still been a bit loopy from the adrenaline of my first boss fight in the last week. Asuna glanced exasperatively at me and let out a brief sigh and smiled. In that case, the lead player in the 3rd floor concerto wasn't you or me. Huh? Who was it? Kismel, of course. I had to agree. In nearly every battle during the 10 quests of the campaign, Kismel's overwhelming strength was the primary factor. She supported our endeavors at every turn. The concerto on the 3rd floor played on the stage of that deep forest, undoubtedly featured the dark elf knight as its star. We'll see her again, won't we? Asuna mumbled. I had no answer at first. A chalk-colored door appeared ahead in the distance. The DKB and the ALS, still down in the boss chamber, conducting a dice-rolling tournament to see who would receive which piece of loot. Once again, it was our job to be the first to open the door to the next floor and send Argo a message notifying her of the boss's defeat. With thoughts of the next floor in mind, untrodden upon by the foot of any player but somewhere containing our dear friend, I said, "We will, I'm sure of it."